Good morning. Dear Minister, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, it is my absolute pleasure and privilege, on behalf of the Delphi Economic Forum, to extend a warm welcome to each of you joining us for the CEPR RPN Economics of Longevity and Aging Conference today. We are truly delighted to host such an exceptional gathering of minds here in Athens, leading experts, politicians, policymakers, and influential academics, all fostering a vibrant and substantive dialogue about the need to reimagine some of our policies and societal structures in view of a world where longevity will no longer be the exception but the rule. We are truly honored to co-organize this event with three leading institutions: the Center for Economic Policy Research, the OECD Crete Centre on Population Dynamics, and the Ellison Institute of Technology, Oxford. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of them for this collaboration, especially to Mr. Alvaro Pereira, Chief Economist of the OECD, and Mr. Andrew Scott, Director of Economics at the Ellison Institute of Technology at Oxford. This conference comes as a natural continuation of our cooperation, which includes a memorandum of understanding that the Delphi Economic Forum has signed with the OECD concerning, among other things, the co-organization of the annual International Crete Conference for Dialogue on Population of the OECD Crete Centre. Allow me also to thank the Bank of Greece and the region of Attica for supporting and actively embracing today's conference. Mr. Hardalias, the governor of the Attica region, had planned to be with us today, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he will not be able to make it. We are at a critical juncture in global history, a juncture where deep mutations and transformations are taking place simultaneously in many different fields, from geopolitics to geoeconomics, from technology to culture. Within this framework, the profound demographic shifts we are witnessing, including the increasing longevity of our populations, present both significant challenges and unprecedented opportunities. Over the next 2 days, we will delve into a rich tapestry of topics that will highlight these challenges and opportunities. These include aging, longevity, and monetary policy, the macroeconomic consequences of increased lifespans, the relationship between aging and wealth accumulation, policies to foster productivity and growth in an aging society, the silver economy, longevity and health, and of course, the essential task of reimagining institutions for a world defined by longevity. We are really excited, and we are truly looking forward to a stimulating and productive conference. And with that, let me welcome you again once more, and thank you for your attention.
Participants, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the conference. My name is Aris Alexopoulos, and I'm the head of the Crete Centre on Population Dynamic, which was established in the year 2023 by the OECD in collaboration with the Greek government to explore the critical intersection of population dynamics and economic growth. Our aspiration is to make the OECD Crete Centre a universal focal point for demographics and population policies. Before welcoming our distinguished speaker, I would like to thank the Research Policy Network on the Economics of Longevity and Aging of the CEPR for organizing this event with us. And it is a great honor to host this first annual conference here in Athens on such a timely topic as the economics of longevity and aging. And we are also deeply grateful to our partners at the Delphi Economic Forum, whose collaboration made this conference possible. I would also like to warmly thank the Bank of Greece for hosting us in this wonderful venue, in the wonderful building, which is a listed monument. Finally, I would like to thank the region of Attica for the valuable support of the conference. Now, please let me welcome to the podium the Minister of National Economy and Finance, Mr. Kyriakos Pierrakakis.
Good morning. Thank you very much. It's a great joy to be with you here at the Bank of Greece and to discuss such a pertinent topic. And let me begin by stating a very simple yet extraordinary fact. More than half of the children born in developed countries today will live past the age of 100, and let that sink in. Let ourselves just think about that for a while. This change in what one would describe as the longevity revolution will directly and severely affect the economic model, the social model of every country in the world in the coming years. And we often think about the changes that take place in the technology ecosystem, the acceleration and the innovation rates, what we would describe as the fourth industrial revolution, AI, 3D printing, augmented reality, and the changes that we will have in the mechanics of Schumpeterian creative destruction and how our economies operate. But I think that hand in hand with that, the longevity revolution, this more than 50% chance of children being born in countries like Greece today living up to 100, will collectively, as two variables, change completely the way we operate globally in the 21st century. In this regard, one can view this as a threat, demographically speaking, and we often in Greece speak about the existential issue of the demographic parameters of our system. One can view this as an opportunity. One can view this longevity revolution as an opportunity to adapt, as an opportunity to change your economic model, as an opportunity to position your country as a country which will be in a leading position, in a leading role in this significant change that will take place in the coming years. It's already taking place, actually. I mentioned before that the 100-Year Life is one of the books that influenced me a lot. I was actually, in my previous capacity as research director of the Aneos, responsible for the translation of that book in Greek. I firmly believe that this is an area where Greece can play a leading role in the coming years. Countries such as Spain, such as Portugal, have done this to a much greater extent than what we have done this so far. We view this transition to the silver economy and the opportunity that the silver economy can pose for us. We have done this to some extent a little bit anecdotally. We have changed the policy parameters of our pension system in Greece in the recent years, both in the years of the IMF bailouts where we needed to quickly adapt, but we're also making changes under the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis vis-à-vis the flexibilities and other types of parameters in our pension system, allowing for people who are seniors to work for more years. By definition, this will happen. And by definition, this change of having a life of three phases, education, work, pension, will also change. The post-World War II model was based upon this premise. Life expectancy was lower. You knew that you would have one degree and one career. This is more or less the model that existed in the generation of, well, my parents and today's 70-year-olds, let's say. This has already changed. In my generation, educationally, the concept became getting a master's degree as well. We entered the world of reskilling. In the generation of those kids that are being born here today that can live up to 100, you will effectively have more than one career in your life. And the types of skills that you will have to learn in the education system at the beginning will need to be permanent skills, fixed skills, learning how to work in teams, learning how to describe and show your work, learning how to think algorithmically, not exactly focusing on the specific programming language per se, but more on the mentality. And then it's basically the core mentality of knowing that you will have to continuously adapt in your life. All of those changes will touch upon and affect every policy area of the government, from education to social policy to the way we understand and we metabolize the growth dynamic of our economic model. But this is more or less the way we plan to think as a government. There are certain sectors where we believe that we can play this leading role. I often speak about the role, especially in the last week when we had the decision of the Council of State in Greece vis-à-vis the constitutionality of the recent law on private universities. How the fact that we didn't develop a model of an extrovert tertiary education system in Greece did not allow us not only to get educational dividends, but also economic dividends. There's a Deloitte study saying that only through that law, we stand to gain from 0.6% of our GDP to 1.7% of our GDP over the next 10 years. One can only imagine what the impact can be if Greece positions itself properly in the silver economy revolution. I think we stand to gain the most. And there are places in the world that have done this. I mentioned Portugal and Spain in Europe. Florida is an obvious model in the United States. I think we can do it quickly. I think that we can have a very cohesive strategy on this. It is a priority set by the Prime Minister, and I truly believe that our overall footprint here, also by the great work that the OECD Center in Crete is doing on this specific topic, because for us it does constitute a national priority, can play a huge role in the coming years vis-a-vis the economic rejuvenation of our country. Thank you very much again for being here, and thank you for the opportunity to speak at your conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Please join me to welcome Professor Andrew Scott, leader of the CEPR Research Policy Network on the Economics of Longevity and Aging, distinguished academic, and one of the leading figures in the longevity dividend discussion. Professor.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today, and a big thank you to the OECD and Delphi as well for arranging what I'm hoping will be a fantastic conference. This actually is the inaugural meeting of the CEPR Research Policy Network on the economics of longevity and aging. And I'm really pleased to have the word longevity and aging in the title rather than just aging. I came into this topic in the sort of second half of my career, and the first half was spent very much looking at monetary and fiscal policy. And those of you with that background will recognize that whenever you hear the word aging society, no good is going to come from it. It's always just a negative story. No one fist bumps and says, yay, we got an aging society, which is a bit strange, really, isn't it? Because it's kind of one of the greatest achievements of the 20th century. It's fewer infants passing, it's fewer parents snatched away in midlife, it's more older people meeting their grandchildren or even great-grandchildren, and we go, oh, we got an aging society. So it's not that there aren't problems with an aging society, but I think there's also opportunities. And I'm delighted to see recently, with the work of the OECD and the IMF, some of those opportunities coming to the fore. And it's those balance of opportunities and challenges that I want the Research Policy Network to focus on. When we talk about AI, when we talk about climate change, we talk about quite radical adaptation and adjustment. When it comes to an aging society, we don't really move much beyond changing the state pension age, which I'm not sure is enough to tackle the challenges that we're looking at today. So that's what I want the RPN to focus on. And if you don't mind, I'm going to spend my time that I've got just sort of outlining how I see these two forces of an aging society and a longevity society. There we go. So this is a chart you'll all be very, very familiar with. It's the chart that I always used when I was teaching my business school students about an aging society. It's the United Nations projections of population, and you can see there's 1950 and it goes out to 2100. These aren't quite the latest numbers. And two things everyone always focuses on. The first is this huge increase in the world's population. Although given fertility trends, it's not obvious that that's going to maintain itself. The second thing everyone does is they draw a line across at a relatively arbitrary number. I've just turned 60, so let's choose 60 as the number. And everyone over 60 is old. And then you get the old age dependency ratio. And when you look at this chart, you can see around the world, there's a huge increase in the number and proportion of older people. And that's always bad news as a macroeconomic starting point, Because in general, the assumption is old people get ill, so there's health costs, and old people don't work, so there's a pensions crisis. And those two together are going to act as a burden on society. We turn one of the greatest achievements of the 20th century into a big problem for the 21st century. And I'm always struck by Thomas Malthus when I talk about the aging society. Thomas Malthus, you may well remember, was an economist, demographer at the end of the 18th century. And, you know, a lot of economists in the room. Economists are known as a dismal science, and Malthus was particularly dismal. He just said, population grows exponentially, our ability to create resources grows linearly. So we will run out of resources, and so we will get famines, we'll get wars, we'll get disease, because we just cannot maintain the population given it grows exponentially and resources grow linearly. And like any good macroeconomic forecaster, he didn't give a number or a date as to when his forecast would happen. But when he was writing, the world population was about 1 billion. I think last year it reached 8 billion. So in some sense, Malthus was wrong. We supported a much bigger population than Malthus thought was possible. And the reason was we sort of had the Industrial Revolution. I'm not saying Industrial Revolution was only good news, but it brought about an increase in productivity that meant we could support a bigger population. And the increase in productivity was so great, it also enabled us to invest more in our health and education, which made people even more productive. So if you think about where Malthus' projection was premature, that there was a limit to the world's population, it was because he didn't factor in the ingenuity, the investment, the institutions, and the innovation that came with the Industrial Revolution. And the reason I'm talking about Malthus is the aging society story is sort of similar to Malthus. It doesn't say we've got too many people, we can't support them. It says we're living too long. We're living for too many years, and so we can't create the resources to support the longer life that we now have. And it's kind of obvious as an economist, if we don't invest in our human capital over 80, 90, 100 years, then guess what? We find our health starts to fail. We find that we're not productive for long enough, and we get the health and the pensions crisis that we fear. But if we could innovate, if we could invest, if we could show ingenuity and come up with new institutions, then perhaps we can make sure we're healthy for longer, engaged and productive for longer. And that's how I see the longevity agenda. It's not about there being more old people. It's about the probability of living a longer life. So let's go back to this chart here. The thing that's really changed is the probability of the young becoming the old. That's the really fundamental change. And as an economist, you know, when you've got a 80% chance when you're 20 of making it to 80, compared to a 20% chance of making it from 20 to 80, you're going to behave very differently. We all prepare for future events depending upon how likely they are. For most of human history, it's a minority of the young who have become the very old. Now it is the majority who can expect to become very old. And so we need to invest more in that human capital. And economics will tell you all sorts of ways in which, if you live for longer, you change your behavior. Started off with consumption. It's a very simple life cycle model. You make people live for longer, wealth accumulates more, you become richer, you have more to spend. David Canning with David Bloom and Michael Moore has a paper that says, if you live for longer, you know you're going to have to work for longer. But you're also going to have to invest in your health. So there's lots of ways in a simple life cycle model that if you live for longer, you change how you behave. A very simple idea here is that I'm 60, and I have to behave differently from my father and my grandfather at 60, because if I look at the actuarial tables, I've got more time ahead of me. So this is just an economic phenomenon that I think goes relatively under-examined. Most of macro looks at a change in the age structure of the population. There's more old people, there's fewer young people. And that has implications for wages and interest rates. I just don't find it the most interesting economic issue. The most interesting economic issue is we're all being given more time. What do we do with that time? How do we adapt and adjust and seize the opportunities? Just again, to sort of show you this sort of two-edged way of looking at things, this is showing you the average age of a UK citizen, and also how many years they can expect still to live. So there's a backward measure of age, chronological age, and there's a forward-looking measure of age, what's often called prospective age. And the average Brit has never been so old, but never had so long left to live. And I'm not sure if we can just call that an aging society. I've got more time than past generations. Another favorite of mine is to show the UK old age dependency ratio over the last 100 years. It's tripled, as has it in the United States. Over the next 50 years, it's going to rise by 50%, having tripled the last 100 years. And we sort of take for granted this will cause problems. But that famous phrase, demography isn't destiny, is pretty obvious when you look at the historical track record. A tripling is rarely pointed to as a cause of why the UK economy has slowed down over the last 100 years, but it's often the first place people begin to say the future is going to be challenging. The old age dependency ratio is a horrible phrase. It's also not a very reliable empirical measure for economic performance. This is just some charts from the OECD that pick up the same point. The irony of talking about a longer life is I always run out of time, so I'm going to slightly accelerate things and just sort of say I think the aging society is about a change in the age structure of the population. It's often very negative. It also persuades people that it's not a problem until people become old. The key thing about a longer life is about changing how we age and making aging more malleable. And you can change how you age when someone gets to 80. It's a lot easier to do it when they're 60, and it's a lot easier to do it when they're 30. So given every country around the world is going through this aging phenomena, it's not just Japan or Korea where they're very advanced in terms of the number of people aged over 65 that this is an issue. This is something where we need to adapt early to do the radical adjustment and adaptation that is needed. And what we really have to focus on is we already have a long life. But how do we make it healthy for longer? Something I'll focus on this afternoon. Because the biggest health challenge we now face when global life expectancy is now 73 is how we age. The biggest lifetime health burden is now going to be around aging-related diseases. And though we're living for longer, not all the years of extra life we've got are healthy. We need to really target compressing morbidity. And if we are living for longer, we need more resources over our lifetime. It may be that AI will produce those for us, but how do we make sure that we are productive, but above all, engaged for longer? How do we make it a good, long life? We've done brilliantly making it a long life, and that's why we fear a pensions and a health crisis. But how do we redesign our institutions? How do we redesign our policies to invest in human capital over a longer time span to achieve that three-dimensional longevity dividend? I'm obviously obsessed with this topic. I think there are a few topics as important for policy than this one. It's something that is relevant not just this year, but in all the years to come. And if we think about our own individual and social futures, how we achieve this seems to be an enormous welfare issue and opportunity. So I'm really looking forward to the conference and hearing people's ideas and views on this, how we deal with the challenges as well as seize the opportunities. And I'm very much looking forward to the Research Policy Network bringing academics and policymakers together on this topic. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. It's a true pleasure to be here today. We put together an excellent line of speakers, so I hope that you keep engaged, and please feel free to ask questions in the panels, and we try to be more engaged discussion. I am Filiz Ünsal. I'm the head of Structural Policies and Research in the Economics Department of the OECD, and I'm here today to as also a partner of the Crete Centre from the Paris side. And I will be introducing and managing the discussion in session 1, where we are going to discuss aging, longevity, and monetary policy. Obviously, it's a very, as mentioned before, this is one of the most important challenges for the policymakers in the years coming, but we are also seeing a lot of opportunities, and hopefully these opportunities will, today through our discussions, we are going to make it more visible. So we will start our session with Oscar Arce, who is the Director General of Economics at the European Central Bank and Chairman of the Monetary Policy Committee of the European System of Central Banks since February 2022. He was Director General of Economics, Statistics and Research at Banco de España during the period 2018-2022, where he also served as non-voting member of the Europe Executive Board and the Governing Council, alternate to the Governor on Governing Council of the ECB and member of the EU Economic and Financial Committee. Previously, he held several responsibilities at the Banco de España, the Spanish Securities Market Commission, and the Economic Bureau of the Spanish Prime Minister. Mr. Arce holds a PhD in economics from London School of Economics and MSc Economics from the University College London. Thank you very much for joining us today, and we are looking forward to your keynote. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. Good morning, everyone, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this very exciting conference dealing with one of the most important topics that one can think about in the field of economics. A pleasure always to be in Athens, and a special pleasure to be here at the Bank of Greece. So, as the minister said, aging is probably going to have an impact in every single corner of our economies. This, I think, is out of question. As Andy Scott just said, aging is not only about problems or challenges, it's also about opportunities, transformative realities. Today, however, I will restrict myself to focus on some challenges coming from aging, challenges of macroeconomic nature, and I will limit myself to the geographical jurisdiction in which I can say something, which is the Euro area one. So with this, let me use a few slides. I will divide my remarks into two blocks of questions. First of all, I will highlight some of these macroeconomic challenges created by aging societies, and later on I will reflect on some elements that can help us to buffer or to solve or even to turn around some of these challenging points. But before that, let me provide you with some general overview of the large figures in terms of aging in Europe, in the Euro area in particular. So two important messages coming from the chart on the left, which is just the last two projections run by the European Commission in the aging report, the one in 2019, the previous one, which is the blue line there, and the most recent one published in 2023, the yellow line there. One important message is that we should expect a contraction in total population in Europe in the coming years. All possible scenarios are telling us that, while the speed may vary depending on the assumptions, but we are going to lose population in the coming years. Importantly, the projections made in 2019 turned out to be a little bit more pessimistic than what happened at the end of the day. The baseline was the solid blue line at that time, and the most recent baseline is the solid yellow line, which is very much close to the dotted blue line there, which was the risk scenario contemplated in 2019, including the possibility, the upside risk of having more immigration than considered in the baseline scenario. And this is what happened. We had more immigration flows, and this has helped to slow down this process of aging. Of course, we don't rule out the possibility of getting more inflows of foreign workers than expected, and actually I will say something on this at the end of my presentation, but the message is still there. I mean, under reasonable assumptions about immigration, Europe is still going to lose some significant part of its population in the coming years. So in the middle chart here, I'm showing the evolution of the key socio-demographic groups, and well, the takeaway there is very simple. in the coming years, we should continue seeing a significant increase on the population of persons older than 65 years, of course, at the cost of a declining weight of the younger groups, especially of the middle-aged groups, the purple line there, and the young group, which is the blue line there, that have been decreasing for a number of decades right now. So with this, it's not a surprise that the old age dependency ratio that I'm showing on the right there is expected to increase gradually in the coming decades. The two bars there, the yellow and the blue line, correspond to the two previous projections, demographic projections discussed earlier. In both cases, the dependency ratio is expected to increase. It is true that in the most recent one, the yellow bars there, this increase is going to be a little bit more gradual, thanks to immigration. But again, an important message here. Even if immigration turns out to be stronger than anticipated, it will not be enough to mitigate this upside trend in the dependency ratio. At most, it will have a moderating but second-order impact on it. So let me mention some. I have selected just a few areas in which aging is going to have an impact at the macroeconomic level. Certainly one is the labor market. Here I'm showing on the left some basic data on the unemployment rate in the euro area, which right now is at its historical low level of 6.2%. This was the figure in April. And aging here is contributing to keep this unemployment figure relatively low. Why? Essentially because when we look at a counterfactual scenario in which we don't take into account the changes in the unemployment rate of the older workers, and this is essentially done in this dotted yellow line, which is constructed assuming that nothing has changed in terms of the unemployment rate of the older workers, unemployment would be higher. This means that older workers are contributing to push down the unemployment rate in the euro area. And this is the combination of several factors. First of all, the unemployment rate of older workers is significantly lower than that of other demographic groups, and they have increased over the last few years the relative weight on the labor force in the euro area. So these two effects are giving rise to a strong composition effect that is contributing to lower unemployment in the eurozone. So this regarding the level, the impact of aging on the level of unemployment. In terms of the volatility of unemployment, on the right, I offer some also illustrative evidence that essentially tells us that having more older workers in our labor force is probably going to render the unemployment rate less volatile than otherwise. And this is so, again, because the unemployment rate of older workers is not only lower, but also less volatile than the average. So this is also contributing to keep unemployment less volatile than in the past. Well, I'm sure that all of you are aware of the very special circumstances that have surrounded the labor markets in Europe and probably everywhere else as well. In the last few years after the pandemic, labor markets have been typically quite tight. And there are many factors probably explaining this relatively high level of tightness in the labor market. But I mean, this descriptive evidence about what is going on the aging front is probably telling us that aging is an important factor in explaining this relatively high and persistent level of tightness, at least in the labor market of the euro area. So one aspect in which, macroeconomic aspect in which aging is having an impact is in terms of growth, and in particular of the potential growth of the economy. Here on the left, I'm showing the estimates of the European Commission on potential GDP growth for the coming decades. And importantly, over the last few years, this was very visible in the bar to the left, corresponding to the year 22. The main factor contributing to potential growth was indeed the labor input. That was essentially coming from population growth, in many cases coming from foreign workers getting into the euro area, and I will explain this later on. Now, looking ahead, given the projections on population that I showed you before, the European Commission thinks, and we at the Eurosystem would agree, that this factor, demographics, is going to lose steam in the coming years and decades. So the contribution of this factor of population growth and labor force growth in the coming years in Europe is probably going to decline. And this poses a risk in terms of potential GDP growth. We expect technology, we expect an increase in total factors productivity, that is the efficiency in the economy, to compensate for this loss of human resources. We'll see, but certainly demographics will not contribute too positively to GDP growth in the coming decades. Now, one aspect, both the Minister and Andy were touching upon it, on which aging is becoming already very, very visible in our economies, is in the public finances area. And as I can show there in the right charts, between now and the decade of 2070, the European Commission is expecting a very significant increase in total budgetary cost associated to aging, mainly related to long-term care, healthcare, and pensions. And the magnitude is quite significant, with an average increase of 1.5 percentage points of GDP, higher expenditure related to this, very much aging-linked items. In terms of pensions, of course, this is going to be, it's already been a big public debate question in many of our countries. The increase in the dependency ratio, this is the message from the exhibit on the right, is adding a lot of pressure on public pension systems everywhere. The only way, the only levers available to any government around to keep the impact of this increasing dependency ratio under control is to reduce the benefit ratios in many cases. And this is what many governments are trying to do, or at least trying to commit to. But certainly the pressure coming from the demographic trend on the pension systems everywhere is going to be quite significant. Of course, reducing the benefit ratio, as many governments are trying to do these days, is not panacea. And it comes with huge political difficulties, as we know. Now, one aspect that is close to our heart of those of us in the monetary policy business, central bankers, has to do with the impact that aging may have on the macrofinancial environment in which we operate our monetary policy. And the way we look at this question quite often in central banks these days is to look at the impact of aging on the natural rate of interest, the so-called R star, which is the interest rate that would prevail in an economy which is in an equilibrium, in a sort of a steady state, where inflation is also stable and equals the target of the central bank. So what we have seen over the last decades is a very strong correlation between, on the one hand, a quick aging of most Western but also emerging market populations, as you can see on the left chart over there, that has coincided with a significant decline in essentially all available estimates of the natural rate of interest. Some smart people have also conducted some causality analysis on this, linking aging to the fall in the natural interest rates. And there are many channels through which this connection can be made on pure economic grounds. As an economy, as a society gets older, it typically invests less, so the demand for funds typically goes down, and at the same time, it tends to save more, so the supply of funds goes up, and this implies that less demand for funds, higher supply of savings typically implies a lower interest rates. So it's sensible to assume that an economy that is getting older is probably an economy that is going to operate with a notional natural rate of interest that is lower than otherwise. And this has implications for the monetary policy, because our job as monetary policy makers can be described in a very simple way as of trying to emulate through our nominal interest rate decisions what happens with the natural interest rate. If the interest rate gets too low, and it may be, well, negative already, and probably is going to get more negative in the coming years, this implies that in order to achieve our price stability targets, we will have to implement very low nominal interest rates. And this implies that at some point we may be constrained by the zero lower bound or the effective lower bound on our nominal interest rates. And at the end of the day, this means one can make the association between an aging society and some potential loss of effectiveness of our monetary policy, with the result of facing more than often and more than desirable disinflationary forces. Andrea Ferrero, who is luckily participating in this conference, has written extensively about this connection between demographics and inflation. Well, this is a picture from a paper which I found very, very interesting, written by Andrea Papetti from Banca d'Italia, where he simulates what may happen with the natural interest rate in the euro area for the rest of the century. His baseline is the dotted blue line at the bottom, which would be consistent with a very low, quite negative natural rate of interest, around minus 1.5. And then he simulates some changes in two sets of variables. One, technology. He assumes that TFP could be significantly higher than what we expect it to be. And this counterfactual assumption, based on a much better than expected productivity growth, would move the natural interest rate from the blue line to the black line. Still, there is a big gap between where the natural interest rate would be, which is around minus 1%, and the zero line, which would be consistent with more or less today's situation. And this gap is explained by demographic variables. So this means, my reading of this interesting piece of research is that even if, as an economist, we are able, or economic authorities are able to increase significantly the degree of efficiency of our economies, that is increasing significantly, maybe even in an unrealistic way, our productivity, it will still be the case that demographic factors will push down significantly the natural rate of interest. And this comes, as I said before, with some special challenges for monetary policymakers. Let me now turn to some potential factors, areas of economic policy work that, if correctly activated, could help mitigate some of these more adverse consequences of aging on our economy. In the labor market, well, most indicators in the last few years have been quite positive in the euro area. Actually, I can tell you the labor market is the strongest element of the macroeconomy of the euro area, and it has been doing so for a number of years now. And in part, it's thanks to the good developments there of older workers. We didn't have in the euro area anything like the Great Resignation in the US during the pandemic. More on the contrary, what we saw right after the pandemic, after the beginning of the pandemic, is that the participation rate of older workers just increased in the euro area, and increased significantly so. So the supply of labor coming from older workers in the euro area has been, these days, quite elastic, and this has been very helpful in order to mitigate these tightening forces in the labor market. Now, having said this, there are some important challenges in our labor market that are somewhat related to demographics and should be probably tackled if we want to improve the prospects for potential growth. One has to do with the secular decline in hours worked. In the last few decades, we have seen a significant, gradual but significant and persistent fall in the average number of hours that we work. And this is probably related to many things, including demographics, including the increase in the participation rate of some groups that contribute with a relatively lower number of hours, like in some cases older workers, in some cases females as well. But it has to do also with preferences. And in some cases, and this is probably important from an economic policy perspective, it may relate to some obstacles that impede some workers to provide more hours, to work more hours. And probably this is something that should become a policy priority, in my view. The other important aspect in which we must improve our figures is in terms of productivity. Productivity per worker or per hour is the same story, has been quite disappointing in the euro area in the last years. Certainly this has been the case after the pandemic. Now it's recovering a little bit, but probably is not sufficient in order to deliver an appropriate rate of growth and also to help mitigate inflationary measures, because lower productivity means higher labor cost as well. So let me turn to this low productivity problem. What can we do there? Well, in principle, we should invest more and better than what we have done so far. In the short term, I think that the priority is to culminate, to finish the Next Generation EU program that was intended, as you know, to facilitate not only investments in the most vibrant sectors like digitalization and the green transition, but also to provide incentives to the European countries to implement significant structural reforms. Well, it is time to go for the last mile of this project to culminate all these investments. We have some internal calculations that we are showing here on the potential impact on productivity. It's not going to be a game changer, among other things, because it's not a permanent program, but it can help. It can help to improve productivity. We estimate that it could do so by increasing TFP by an average of 0.1, 0.2 percentage points per year at the end of the horizon, which is not a big thing, but is something relevant. Perhaps more relevant than this, and this could be potentially a game changer, we'll see, is artificial intelligence. On the right, I'm showing some estimates conducted by some colleagues in Frankfurt about the potential impact of AI on the euro area productivity growth. And well, they estimate, with a lot of uncertainty, of course, that AI could eventually increase our productivity by around 3 or 3.5 percentage points over the next decade, this is something very significant. So for the euro area, it's paramount not to miss this important trend of artificial intelligence if we want to compensate for some of these forces that are going to dampen growth, including those coming from aging. Let me mention something on immigration. As I said before, the euro area has benefited much from the incoming foreign workers in the last few years. Actually, as you can see in this picture covers essentially the post-pandemic period. The red bars correspond to the contribution of foreign workers, that is, workers coming from outside the euro area, to the growth of the labor force. And as you can see there, I mean, roughly speaking, over the last few years, half of the increase in the labor force in our countries comes from foreign workers. In the year 24, which is in this small exhibit on the right, last year probably it was 60–70% of the increase in labor force was due to immigrants coming from outside the euro area. So this is a big thing, which of course has consequences for growth. Recently, some of us, with some colleagues in the ECB, we wrote a very simple blog based off the composition of growth between productivity and workers, nationals and immigrants. And what we found here, what we found there, which is summarized in this picture, is that most of the growth in the last few years comes from foreign workers, both in terms of the larger number of foreign workers, but also in terms of their higher participation rates in the labor force. For instance, in 24, again, I'm focusing here on the right exhibit, around 80% of growth last year, 24, was due to more foreign workers participating in our labor market. So foreign workers have been probably the main driver of growth of the euro area in the last few years. And there are some relatively positive news. With some, I say this with some caution, of course, because data on immigration, as many of you know, is not always as updated as we would wish. But there are some relatively positive signs in terms of the composition of the flows of migrants that we are receiving these days. On the left, I'm showing some data that essentially tells us that compared to the flows of immigrations that we got some years ago, now it seems that the average level of skills of migrants is higher than what we had in the past. Actually, there has been a significant increase in the proportion of foreign workers that get into the euro area with a relatively high level of skills. At the same time, the flow of foreign workers with low skills has dropped significantly in the last few years. So we are getting immigrants that on average come with better skills. However, and this is the message from the mid panel here, there is still a very significant overqualification problem with immigrants. So the allocation of immigrants to the corresponding jobs is still quite suboptimal. They are still much more frequently than nationals overqualified for the job that they are doing. And a final positive point here is that what we see in terms of academic attainment is that, okay, the first generation of immigrants typically do worse than the corresponding nationals in terms of the final degree of academic attainment, but the second generations of immigrants are doing more or less equally well as nationals. So there is a real degree of assimilation there that seems to be working, at least with respect to this dimension. And let me just mention, finish with a mention to a recent paper, actually it's work in progress by some colleagues at the ECB, Consolo and Simadamo, where essentially they are building up some relatively large-scale macroeconomic models where they take a serious view on demographic factors. And essentially they show that in those economies that have undergone significant demographic transformations, like Japan, but also Spain and Italy, if you don't take into account the evolution of demographics, if you don't take into account some basic elements like the endogenous decision of participation in the labor market over the life cycle, the corresponding estimated macro model will do a very poor job in estimating the evolution of GDP. Look at Japan, which is on the right top corner. In the model without taking into account demographics, which is represented by the yellow line there, the model would tell us that Japan has done and is expected, has done actually quite badly in the last few years, with a growth of GDP well below what the model would prescribe. Now, when you take into account demographic changes, when you endogenize some critical decisions like the decision of participating in the labor market, then the prescription of the model would be represented by the red line there, and the picture is completely different. The model would tell us that Japan has done actually pretty well, given, and this is an important condition, given demographic factors. So my takeaway from this work is that it's absolutely crucial for those of you working on macro modeling to take into account demographics, especially when thinking about medium to long-term questions. But given what has happened in the euro area in the last few years, I think it's probably also important to put demographics at the center even of the short-term analysis. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Sorry. We have a few minutes for questions, so if anybody would like to raise anything, we'll be happy to. Yes, please. Sorry, the mic is coming.
Okay, can you give us a hint about how artificial intelligence can help with aging? You mentioned that the aging problem may be better if we use artificial intelligence efficiently, correct?
Yeah.
Can you give us a hint about the quantification, how you measure it, how you measure the impact of the artificial intelligence to the aging problem?
Well, actually, yeah, well, that's an important point. What I mentioned here is actually a very, very basic argument. On the one hand, as I said before, we should expect a lower contribution from labor, from demographics to potential growth, and probably to real growth at the end of the day. So one aspect in which we should probably focus, if we want to keep up potential growth, which at the end is a statistic that is probably related somehow with prosperity and social welfare, probably it's time to kind of replace this lost input by investments in artificial intelligence or other form of capital. I was focusing on artificial intelligence here because, well, you know, it's the big revolution, technological revolution in front of us. But I was not trying to make any direct connection on how to use AI in connection with, I don't know, older workers or whatever. I'm not trying to take this jump right now. I'm sure that some people are thinking of how to improve the attachment of senior workers to the labor market by using artificial intelligence. This is a challenge. I have not mentioned it here, but I think we need older workers, senior people probably to stay longer in the job market and to stay in better conditions, better health conditions, better economic conditions as well. Because as Andy said, I mean, it's good that we are going to live more, and this is out of question, is something absolutely positive, but we have to finance it as well. And probably this means that in the margin, we have to work a little bit more. And I think that artificial intelligence is probably going to help us in the last stages of our professional careers, but we'll see.
Thank you so much, Oscar, and we will have you later for the panel discussion again.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thanks. Now we will have David Miles. He's a professor of financial economics at Imperial College, London. He has had previous academic positions at Birkbeck College, London, and at Oxford University. He has undergrad and master's degrees from Oxford University and a PhD from the University of London. He's a member of the Budget Responsibility Committee of the Office for Budget Responsibility, where he takes the lead on economic analysis. He is a member of the Commission of the Central Bank of Ireland. He was a member of the Monetary Policy Committee at the Bank of England between 2009 and September 2015. As an economist, he has focused on the interactions between financial markets and the wider economy. He was also chief UK economist at the Morgan Stanley from October 2004 and May 2009. In 2004, he led a government review of the UK mortgage market, which was highly regarded. In 2018, he completed a review for the UK Treasury on reference prices of UK government bonds. He has also been an advisor to the IMF and to the Reserve Bank of New Zealand. He's a research fellow at the Centre for Economic Policy and Research and at the CESINFO Research Institute in Munich. He was awarded a CBE in January 2016, which is the highest ranking order of the British Empire. We are very happy to have David with us, so please come to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very nice long introduction. It made me sound far more important than I am. It's very bizarre to be given an award which is given to some British people called a CBE, which I got from the Queen. It's bizarre because CBE stands for Commander of the British Empire. And when there isn't a British Empire anymore, we don't have many ships, so there aren't enough ships to go around all the commanders of the British Empire that there are. So it's a very silly British old tradition. Anyway, that is not what I came to talk to you about. What I'm going to talk to you about is that, saving financial markets, what might happen as we all grow older. So it's a very speculative title, and what I'm going to do is speculate a bit rather than come out with precise forecasts of what might happen in the future, which is always a dangerous thing and almost guarantees you to be wrong. But I want to think about some of the, I think, very large potential financial market consequences, both consequences for aggregate financial markets, but also for individuals, and in particular the changing pattern of risk and where risk sits as population ages. And I think that pattern will change, partly because of the fiscal strains that aging of populations is likely to bring. And much of what I have to say, I think, really is about the fiscal consequences of aging more than perhaps the monetary consequences. That's partly a reflection of what I do at the moment, which is to sort of head up economic research at something called the Office for Budget Responsibility. This is the UK, for those of you who don't know, this is the UK equivalent of what in the US is the Congressional Budget Office. The job of the Office for Budget Responsibility is to assess what the likely fiscal outcomes are for the UK, the balance between government spending and tax revenue, fiscal deficits, the stock of debt, the risks around central forecasts, and whether or not the government of the day is or is not likely to hit its fiscal targets. And when we produce some of our assessment of those things over long horizons, and we produce 50-year ahead projections, as you could imagine, they are highly sensitive to assumptions one makes about the population structure of the country. And it's some of those fiscal aspects that I want to spend some time talking about. And I'll illustrate some of the issues, I'm afraid, largely with figures from the UK. Oscar shames me because he had some wonderful charts of the major parts of the world, the US, China, he had the European Union. Of course, the UK now gets left out of all this. So I'm going to sort of a minor corrective by being very parochial and nationalistic and showing you some numbers for the UK. But I think the issues that affect the UK are common right across Europe. So there's nothing particularly special about the issues that there being more older people relative to younger people generate in the UK. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the demographics and what's likely to happen. I think we're all very familiar with that, so I'll be very quick through that. I'm going to spend a bit of time talking about pensions and what you might call the direct fiscal problem that aging generates for governments, but perhaps spend more time on the impacts for individuals, which in turn generates a whole series of issues about the adequacy of savings for retirement, which generates an indirect fiscal problem for governments who may have to step in to a greater extent than they do already in supporting people in older age. And I want to spend a little time thinking about the shifting pattern of risk between the state and corporations, who in the past, I think, have taken in many countries a lot of the risk connected with providing resources for individuals in old age. The shift that is underway, pushing more of that risk back on individuals, and some of the consequences of that, and whether or not a degree of intergenerational risk sharing through new types of pension system might be a potential answer, something about which I am far more pessimistic than many. Certainly, some people in the UK seem very optimistic about that, and I'll explain what I mean a little bit later. These are the kind of charts you've seen many, many times. I'm not going to spend long on it. This is a picture of the UK population structure as it was 50 years ago, as it is roughly now, and as it is possibly likely to be 50 years in the future. I don't think these kind of pictures are very different for lots of countries, certainly in Europe. If you look at what people typically, and I agree with Andrew Scott, it's an arbitrary line to draw between the old and the younger. But if you were to draw that arbitrary line at 65 and go back 50 years ago in the UK, about 14% of the population of the UK was above the age of 65. 50 years later, pretty much now, that proportion is about 18%. So it's gone up, but not very dramatically. But looking ahead 50 years down the line and making assumptions, of course, about fertility rates, how many children do people want, how many babies on average do women have during their life, making assumptions about that and longevity, and crucially about net immigration, making what I think are plausible central assumptions that would generate a demographic structure as shown in the right-hand block there. That would be about 28% of the population aged over 65. So a substantial increase on the 18% now, and relative to where we were 50 years ago, the proportion of the population above 65 by 2074 will be about double. So a fairly substantial movement. I want to think about what that means for explicit savings for retirement that are in one way or another in pensions. And this chart is an illustration of the relative significance of state-provided or public pensions and private, generally funded, not always, pensions. So this is really the flow of payments of pensions relative to GDP, which come from either the state paying pensions, that's the green blocks, or from private pensions. Those private pensions could be either company pension schemes, contributions made by workers but also by employers during a working life, generally funded, building up a stock of assets, those are used to pay payments in retirement, or they could be individual pensions, not directly linked to employment, but just regular savings made by individuals into a private pension. So the black block is just the sum of those, measured as how many payments of pensions that are coming out of those kind of schemes relative to GDP. The UK is, somewhat unusual. There it is, sort of 2/3 of the way down, in that the black area, flows of pensions from private schemes, are about as large as payments of public state pensions, and that's a relatively high share of private pension wealth. And you can see there's, countries higher up that list, Italy, Greece, France, a much higher proportion of explicit pension savings, if you like, or pension payments, I should say, coming from the state. But even in a country like the UK, with a relatively low proportion of total pensions coming from the state, the pressure on the state of aging, if there isn't any more than what's already planned increases in the age at which people receive the pensions, and if state pensions remain as generous as they are, the fiscal pressure from aging is likely fairly substantial. Here's again a central estimate made by the Office for Budget Responsibility in the UK of what the story looks like in the UK. It's a pretty substantial rise from about 4.5% or so of GDP at the moment paid in the form of state pensions, rising to about 8% over the next 40, 50 years or so. And one could imagine that those countries where a much higher proportion of overall pensions are paid by the state, that increase, the level change, is likely to be bigger again. And there's plenty of risks around that forecast depending what happens to working ages and longevity. One of the problems for fiscal policy, and I think this is true across Europe, is that unless there are some fairly substantial changes in policy in terms of the generosity of state pensions and the age at which people get them, the fiscal burden of aging is likely to be significant. And of course, it's coming on top of a situation where the stock of debt to GDP, government debt to GDP, is far higher than anybody might have imagined 10 or 15 years ago, with debt GDP ratios of 100% and more across much of Europe, and a whole range of other pressures likely to be putting upward pressure on that as well, one of which is defense spending. And so the direct fiscal implications of aging strike me as quite substantial. One answer of course, is to try to reduce the generosity of state pensions and encourage greater saving in private pensions, either linked to companies or just individuals directly making savings into their own personal pension. The UK has gone down that road quite significantly, perhaps more than many countries. But even so, the likelihood at current levels of saving into private pensions, the likelihood that that will generate sufficient resources to allow the state to step back from providing relatively generous state pensions and prevent fiscal pressures rising, that situation doesn't look terribly promising. Let me show you a few estimates. I want to move on rather quickly of whether or not, based on the levels of saving into private pensions added on to the level of the state pension, whether or not at current rates of saving into the private part of that and maintaining the level of the state pension at its current level of generosity in real terms, that is likely to generate adequate savings for old age. And of course, the difficulty with this calculation is, well, what do you mean by adequate? I will show you just some estimates here based on a particular definition of adequacy, which is a replacement rate. That is, what is the ratio between the pension someone will receive and the level of income toward the end of their working life they may have earned. So these are sort of averages. And this is the proportion of the population in the UK that would be projected to miss a particular level of that target replacement rate if savings were to continue at the current rate and the generosity of the state pension was to stay where it was. And this differs, of course, significantly depending on people's level of income. So we've shown it here for different levels of pre-retirement earnings. And it shows something that looks a little bit strange at first, which is that as you take people who are earning more and more, move to the right in the graph, the proportion of people who will miss somewhat arbitrary targets of 50% or so actually raises. And the reason that's true is that the state pension in the UK is more or less flat rate. So it provides a relatively high replacement rate for someone who has had very low earnings, but a much lower replacement rate for someone on much higher earnings, which is why the numbers are higher as you move to the right. And that the higher private sector pension wealth accumulated by somebody on higher earnings is not enough to prevent really rather significant proportions of people apparently missing this somewhat arbitrary target of around about a 50% replacement rate. The story's rather different if you decided you were going to measure adequacy of pensions in retirement by an absolute level rather than relative to what your earnings had been in the past. And then not surprisingly, perhaps, people who had earned a relatively low amount in their working life are much less likely to reach what is rather arbitrarily considered an adequate level, an absolute adequate level. They're more likely to miss that than people on higher earnings. Whichever way you look at it, there are substantial numbers of people either measuring adequacy as relative to their earnings or just absolutely. There would appear to be a relatively large number of the population in the UK who are not saving enough to generate at least pension income that they could rely on in old age. And that's, I think, has fiscal consequences because it means that the option open to the government of simply reducing the generosity of the state pension to offset the rising cost to the government of paying state pensions as more and more people move into older age is difficult because it may well generate problems of savings adequacy and more older people falling back on other state support and state benefits because they simply can't live on accumulated pensions. There's some offsetting factors, however, which is that obviously it's not just explicit receipt of pension income that people have to rely on in old age. Housing wealth may have accumulated, people can move to smaller houses, there is other forms of saving that people can rely on. So this is sort of indicative of a problem rather than a cast iron proof that this is a real problem that governments will have to face further down the line. I want to briefly mention one issue which reflects a couple of pension tensions that have occurred in the UK and I think other countries as well. What the government in the UK has done in recent years is make it more or less, not quite mandatory, but they've very strongly encouraged people to contribute to private pensions. But these pensions have increasingly become defined contribution pensions, and defined benefit pensions are becoming much less significant. So in a defined contribution scheme, as I'm sure everybody's familiar with, people pay money in, it generates their own fund from which they will draw in retirement to finance consumption. A defined benefit scheme is a different design. In the UK, in the past, it's been the dominant form of private pension saving, where it was explicitly linked to working for a company who would themselves make contributions alongside the worker's contribution, and the payment in retirement would be linked to how many years service in that company people had, and not linked directly at all to the rate of return on the assets. What that meant was that defined benefit pensions were considered as safe in the sense that individuals were protected from fluctuations in asset values. Defined contribution pensions are different because the risk of assets underperforming and the benefit of assets overperforming directly affects how much pension income you will get from a defined contribution scheme. I want to think very briefly about some of the implications of that. I'm going to skip through a few things I was going to say about the different kind of portfolios of assets held by defined benefit schemes and defined contribution schemes, except to note one thing, which may be specific to the UK and therefore of less general interest, which is that defined benefit pension schemes, which will become much less important in the future, a very high proportion of their assets were UK government bonds. That has been exceptionally helpful to the UK government, particularly in recent decades, when, as in many other countries, the stock of government debt has risen very substantially. And it's been a great help to the UK government, which has had to sell vast numbers of UK government bonds every year for at least 15 years, that there was a willing buyer of those bonds. They are not going to be there to the same extent in the future. But my main point, incidentally, well, let me skip on for now because we're running a little bit short of time. So I don't want to focus too much on the demand for government bonds, but I do want to spend just a couple of minutes, if I will, on just this question of whether or not, if we're moving to a system, as I think we are in many countries, where individuals may need to directly invest in and save in pensions to a greater extent than the past, and that those pensions overwhelmingly will generate financial risk to individuals depending on what kind of financial assets they choose to invest in their personal pensions. What might some of the implications of that be? One thing that people say in the UK is that this is very unfortunate because people will be forced to take financial market risk in a way that hasn't been true in the past, because most pensions guaranteed an amount of money and the risk fell back on the company that people worked for if assets underperformed. I think in some ways I agree with that, but in other ways I think it's misguided. I think it's misguided in a sense because what has happened in the UK and maybe in other countries, I think in the US to some extent as well, is that when assets did underperform and when life expectancy increased in a way that people hadn't anticipated, which hugely increases the cost of providing the pensions, it's true that the cost of dealing with that fell on companies, but of course companies are owned by people, and companies employ people and they do investment. So if there's a problem for companies, private sector companies, the idea that households can avoid the implications of that is of course economically illiterate. That will fall back on individuals, and many companies in the UK, I think similar things have happened in the United States, when pensions, company pensions have turned out to be far more expensive than they thought, have got into financial trouble. They've cut back on employment, they've reduced wages in some cases, they've employed fewer people, they haven't invested so much, and all of the implications of that fall back on households. So I think it's somewhat misguided to think that if this older style of pensions, which has been very significant in some countries, the UK and the US being two, where companies guaranteed returns and took the risk then of financial market fluctuations, the idea that pushing more of that onto households represents a massive increase in risk. It's just a more distributional effect. But nonetheless, it has consequences. And I want to perhaps finally offer a couple of thoughts just on that, and as to whether or not a slightly different form of pension saving, popular in some countries already, Canada would be one, which allows intergenerational risk sharing in a system which is funded and where individuals do build up their own pot of savings, might substantially reduce the risk of financial market fluctuations. In other words, is there a way of kind of spreading financial market risk so that if you're unlucky, and just as you are coming up to retirement, you have your pot of savings, it's invested in assets, suddenly there's a big sell-off in the asset market, and you find that your retirement pension is 25% lower than you'd thought. Of course, there's the flip side of that, which in some ways is symmetric. I mean, you could just get very lucky just before you retire. Bond yields fall, you're holding lots of bonds, bond prices go up a lot, the stock market booms, and suddenly you've got a windfall and your retirement pension looks like it might be 25% higher than you thought just a couple of years earlier. If you could devise a scheme of sharing between this generation and future generations, that might generate some substantial benefits to everybody, a much more favorable risk-return trade-off. Might that be something already, to some extent, a feature of the Canadian and the Dutch pension system? Might that be more widely of benefit? Let me just show you briefly a couple of calculations to illustrate the potential gains from a form of intergenerational risk sharing. And I should explain what these rather strange pictures show. What I've done here is done a sort of counterfactual historical simulation of what kind of pension people might have received if at the point at which they enter the labor force, you can see this chart goes back a long way to the late 19th century, and it stops about 40 odd years ago, a bit more than 40 years ago. What it does is it says, let's imagine somebody entered work, and this is for Australia. They invested simply in the Australian stock market and the Australian bond market. And they put a certain proportion of their salary every year into that. And that accumulates over time. And at the point when they reach retirement, I'm going to assume they work for 40 years, and then they buy an annuity. They buy an annuity based on what government bond yields were at the date 40 years after they started working. They buy a 20-year flat real annuity, so a relatively safe way of generating, sorry, I shouldn't say 20 years. I mean, they buy at retirement an annuity that will just pay a flat amount of money for however long they then live. And the chart just shows an index of how much you would have got as a pension, depending on when you entered the workforce and the points at which you were feeding money into your domestic financial markets. And it fluctuates a lot, you know, from an index level there of, you know, 3 for someone who entered in 18, you know, can't read the date, you know, 1890 or something, down to, you know, less than 1 and then coming back up because there's been huge fluctuations in the market. I've done it for quite a few countries. There's Belgium. And they don't all look the same. I mean, sometimes you'd have been a lot better off to be, in a sense, born earlier, and the stock markets and the bond markets, you've got your timing right quite by luck. There's the UK, and again, you know, the range of outcomes there is enormous, from, you know, 2 down to 1/2. So it's you know, a 4-fold difference depending on you know, get your timing right. There's the US, and it's all over the place. So I show you those charts merely to illustrate the potential for intergenerational risk sharing to generate a much better trade-off between risk and return is potentially very large. But and those kind of charts are the things that have made some people, certainly in the UK and in the UK government, believe that what's called collective defined contribution schemes may be the answer to some of these risk shifting problems, which would help the fiscal situation because the government would take on less pension cost risk and push some of the risk to households who may be better able to deal with it if they could share risk intergenerationally. What's not to like about that? The following is what's not to like about that. It is that unless you force future generations to play this game, unless you force the young to stay in a scheme that may have just had a nasty shock to asset values, which would enormously influence older workers who are about to retire and see the value of their assets fall a lot, unless you can force the young to compensate them by having some of the flow of new contributions from younger workers actually compensate older workers because they just lost a load of money on their stock of assets, then the thing will fall apart. And that means that you couldn't rely on this scheme working when people have choices over whether or not they want to join it or not. I mean, if you're a 20-year-old or 25-year-old, you're just starting out working, you can join a scheme like this. You may be encouraged to by the government. There's just been a huge fall in the stock market and the bond market. The 55, 60, 65-year-olds who are about to retire, if they didn't get some compensation now for the fact that their assets have fallen a lot in value, they're going to be taking a big hit. So the scheme will be designed then to mean that, well, we can help, the younger can help them now by paying some of their contributions into the fund, which doesn't go into their own assets, but helps compensate the older for the bad luck they've just had. Well, if you're a 25-year-old, you might think, you know what, I don't think I'm going to join this scheme. Not now. Now, you might want to join the scheme if there's just been a boom in asset prices. And I think it's quite difficult, actually, to make these so-called collective defined contribution schemes work unless you make them compulsory or they happen to start off being extraordinarily overfunded. So there are problems ahead, I think. There are problems for governments, obvious and relatively well understood ones, from the affordability of state pensions. The CDC route, which is collective defined contributions, generating apparently wonderful gains from reductions in risk by sharing it intergenerationally, I think is problematic. But I very much echo something that Andrew Scott said. It's easy to focus on problems with aging populations. Of course, these are problems that come from success. They're the success in having people live longer and, to a large extent, longer years spent in reasonably good health. and it's certainly not the case that these kind of affordability and old age questions have to all be solved through pensions policy and taxation and fiscal policy. The good way through many of these problems, just to finish on a positive note, is for people to flexibly work a bit longer than people have done in the past. And the good news here, of course, is that the physical demands of work have never been less than they are today. This is not a world where the majority of people do physically hard work, which becomes very difficult when people are past 60 or 65. And so I think there is no reason to feel sort of despondent about facing issues that come from demographics, but they do present nonetheless fiscal and financial market issues that I think are worth thinking about ahead of when they actually begin to have their most severe effects. I'll stop at that point.
Thank you.
Shall I stand up here for a minute in case anybody wants to ask a question?
Yeah, thank you so much. So we will break for coffee break now, and we will meet at 11:20 sharp, and we will have the opportunity to have David for the panel session.
That's
again.
true.
So
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello again. Thanks for coming back from the coffee break. We will start this part of the session with Andrea Ferraro, who is the Professor of Economics at the University of Oxford, a Senior Research Fellow at Trinity College, and a CEPR Research Fellow. After graduating with a PhD from NYU in 2006, he was an economist in the research department of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York for 7 years. He held visiting positions at various universities and central banks. He is currently an academic consultant for the Bank of England. His research has appeared in top professional publications, including American Economic Review, the Review of Economic Studies, and many more. Recently, he has been studying the determinants of law of real interest rates, the international transmission of financial shocks, and the interaction between different policy tools. So we are very happy to have Andrea with us today. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. So this joint work with Carlos Carvalho, Felipe Mazin, and Fernanda Necchio, and the usual disclaimers apply. So this paper is really about one of the themes of the conferences. So it's about the effects of demographic trends on real interest rates. Well-known fact, I guess, for most people in the audience is that real interest rates have been coming down pretty much since the early 90s, at least until the COVID pandemic. So here what I'm plotting is the median ex-ante real interest rate for about 20 OECD countries and some dispersion across countries, which has also been falling. So that's the other fact that is going to be part of the focus of our paper. Demographics have been one of the candidate explanations to account for this secular decline, and including our previous work and many other people, including some of you in this room. What we want to do in this paper is to think about openness and the interaction between demographic trends and imperfect capital mobility. So what we're going to do is two things. We're going to first develop a model that allows us to think about this question in a kind of a structural way. And I'm going to show you that demographic trends account for about a third of the overall fall of interest rates in our model. And the changes in financial integration that, I'm going to tell you how we measure specifically later, account for pretty much the whole decline in dispersion observed in the data. And then we're going to turn to the data and try to test empirically the importance of demographics in conjunction or in comparison with other forces that have been highlighted in the literature. I'm going to show you that openness and global factors account for, play a pretty important role empirically, but domestic demographic variables remain significant. I'm also briefly going to highlight that one theme that David and others before me have already touched upon. Pensions also are important, although it's not the main focus of our paper. And then, if I have time, I'll also talk briefly about the recent rise in interest rates. Otherwise, I'll defer that discussion for later during the panel. Let me just skip the literature. I just want to say briefly that there's a lot of work ongoing. We contribute to this discussion of the role of demographics in open economy, but also later on, when we get to the empirics, we take into account other potential competing explanations. So briefly about the model, it's a model that works in the tradition of life cycle frameworks, but it's fairly simple. Basically has two types of groups, workers and retirees, and builds on this paper by Mark Gertler written in the late 90s. On the original Gertler's model, basically what we add is time variation in demographic factors, and we introduce portfolio holding costs that are going to introduce some degree of imperfect capital mobilities. So in each country, there's going to be workers and retirees. As I said, workers face some idiosyncratic risk of retirement, and then everybody consumes the same goods, and then there are assets through which people can save, which are issued by either the government or accumulated through capital. And there are also claims on foreign capital and foreign assets. And then, workers during their lifespan can retire. Once retired, they face some risk of death. The rest of the model is extremely standard, it's a very neoclassical supply side. And then there's the government that supplies these bonds, has to fund some spending, and can raise taxes on the private sector. So, as I said before, the demographic structure is extremely simple, very stylized, but allows for a lot of tractability, which is useful when we go to this multi-country setting. So, in each period, there's a new mass of workers who are born, and then they remain in the labor force with some probability, and they otherwise retire. Once they retire, with some probability they survive, and with a complementary probability they die. So this structure gives you basically two key demographic variables that you can relate sort of to the data. One is the growth rate of the labor force, which is this variable n. The other is, like another talk before me, the dependency ratio. That is the number of retirees relative to the number of workers. And as you can see from the second expression, this dependency ratio is a function of both the retirement age and the probability of surviving, as well as the denominator, the growth rate of the labor force. So there is a way to kind of go to the data and back out probability of surviving from the observed dependency ratio, given the value for the growth rate of the labor force and some assumption on retirement age. I'm going to briefly go over the structure of the problem, just to illustrate where the key departure from a more standard framework occur. So let me start with the problem of a retiree that maximizes the present discounted value of their consumption, and subject to a budget constraint where they can accumulate some financial wealth, which is denoted by A. Retirees receive some pension benefits, which are denoted by E, and then consume and then can accumulate new assets. The twist relative to a more standard framework is the presence of these portfolio holding costs, which are parameterized by that variable lambda there highlighted in red. So if lambda is 0, basically there's no portfolio holding cost, and net foreign assets are perfect substitutes across countries. What we're going to do is we're going to infer this cost from observed net foreign asset position, and so that inference is going to give us some measure of imperfect capital mobility. That eta that enters the specification of this portfolio holding cost is basically the share that a country holds against other countries. And then, as is standard in some papers, at least in this literature, retirees discount the future, taking into account the probability of surviving, and they also turn their wealth to mutual funds that gives them an extra return in the case of survival. The worker's problem is similar. Clearly, the worker needs to take into account the probability of continuing as a worker or of retiring. Faces a similar budget constraint on the expenditure side, so consume and accumulate assets. On the source of funds, they also receive returns, but there's no mutual fund ensuring for the probability of retirement. They receive wages and pay taxes. Okay, so one simplifying assumption that this structure of portfolio holding cost buys us is the fact that the portfolio shares are actually independent of ages. So it's very easy to keep track of the distribution of wealth. You can also see here that if that parameter lambda is 0 for all countries, then you have perfect return equalization. And so really here is where lambda plays the role of generating some dispersion in returns that we can relate to the data. And then the same condition of portfolio shares being independent of age holds for workers as well, so that facilitates greatly aggregation. And so basically, we only need to keep track of the distribution of wealth between retirees and worker as an additional state variables that fully characterizes the problem. Similarly, because probability of surviving are independent of age, aggregation within groups are also extremely simple. So we can write marginal propensity to consume for both retirees and workers, and then aggregate their consumption function. So essentially, we have one aggregate level of consumption for retirees and one level of consumption at the aggregate level for workers. So for retirees, that level of consumption depends on their financial wealth and the present discounted value of their pension benefits. For workers, also, their consumption depends on financial wealth, as well on their wages net of taxation, which is what I'm calling here human wealth, and the present discounted value of pension benefits that they expect they will receive once retired, although that present discounted value is different from retirees because of the difference in discount. As I said, production is extremely simple, very classical. Firms produce output with a technology that combines labor and capital. Technology grows exogenously at some rate X, and capital accumulates through investment. And then there is a government that issues bonds. These bonds are issued to finance government spending, spend on benefits that go to retirees, net of taxes, and some additional costs that depends on the way in which this portfolio holding costs are collected. Finally, and this is just accounting, you can define the assets that residents of a country hold as the sum of capital and bonds net of the claims that the rest of the world owns on your own country. And then characterize the evolution of net foreign assets, which depends on the returns that your country makes, the returns that your country has to pay on foreign claims, the trade balance, which is that second term there, and then the last two terms are just this portfolio costs that are collected and paid across countries. And finally, the global asset market has to clear, so the net foreign asset position as a whole has to adopt to zero. So that completes the description of the model. Let me just tell you how we calibrate the model. We use a three-country version of this model. There's going to be a big rest of the world, which is the last column in this table. And then there are going to be two small economies. And the two small economies are really the interesting one, if you like. There's a young economy that has a high growth rate of the population or of the workforce and a relatively low dependency ratio. And then there is an older economy that has a low growth rate of the population and a high dependency ratio. So, you can think about maybe an old economy like Japan and a young economy like perhaps Australia or Canada. Okay, then the rest of the heterogeneity is kind of calibrated through discount factors and this initial portfolio costs that we calibrate to match some moments of the data, in particular the distribution of returns and net foreign asset position in 1990, looking at the cross-sectional distribution in the data. The other parameters are standard, so I'm not going to spend time on those. I'm going to show you the experiments. Okay, so what we do is we feed into the model the observed and projected demographic transition using data from the United Nations, backing out the portfolio costs in order to match the net foreign asset position, again, in the cross-section. So the blue line is sort of the median real interest rate. The red line is the real interest rate for the country that is relatively young. The black line is the real interest rate for the country that is relatively old. And so you see that up until the global financial crisis, roughly speaking, there is a high degree of convergence. And this convergence occurs from the top for the young country and from the bottom for the old country. And so what we find particularly interesting in going to the open economy and thinking about this imperfect capital mobility is that, with this demographic trend, the convergence doesn't occur monotonically. So you have countries that, upon opening up to the rest of the world, experience, at least for a while, an increase in real interest rates. But then, over time, demographics take over. Basically, the trends are the same everywhere in the world, and so interest rates, continue to fall. The dashed vertical line denotes 2020, so anything beyond that is sort of a projection which is driven by the demographic projections themselves. In a previous paper, we've done this exercise decomposing the two channels that we repeat here. So on the left, I'm showing you what happens in a counterfactual world in which we keep constant population growth, and we only change the implied life expectancy. And you see that the results are not terribly different. On the right, instead, we do the opposite exercise in which we fix we fix life expectancy, and we only change the growth rate of the labor force. And here you see much more of a difference. What this is telling you is that in our paper, in our model, the results are mostly driven, so this decline in interest rate is mostly driven by the increase in life expectancy. In this other counterfactual, we instead fix the degree of financial integration at the initial level. And so what you see in this case is that we don't have that non-monotonic convergence anymore. So demographic exerts sort of the same pressure everywhere in the world, and real interest rate fall kind of in parallel without any other changes in the degree of dispersion. And so this point is going to be important for then informing our empirics, because when we get to the data, as I'm going to show you in a minute, we're going to interact variables, including demographics, with some measure of financial integration across country. And so that's that specification is going to be inspired by this picture. Okay, so before getting to the data, the last point I want to make is that although we focus on demographics, our model includes some of the other factors that have been discussed in the literature as potential drivers of real interest rates, and that we're going to bring in the empirical analysis. So here we do just a very simple comparative static exercise where we change one factor at the time, and we feed in the same demographic transition to assess sort of the sensitivity of our results to different degree to variation in this factor. So you see the factors listed here. I'm not going to go one by one over them. The main point, I guess, that I want to make is that you see that the differences are particularly pronounced earlier on, right? Whereas they tend to disappear over time. So I just report here 2 columns, differences relative to the baseline in 1990 and in 2020. And the reason why the differences tend to disappear over time, it's because financial integration increases, and so these factors are much more important when a country is less integrated with the rest of the world than when it becomes more integrated. Okay, so let me turn to the empirical analysis. As I said, we try to work with a specification that relates to the lessons from the model. So we regress real interest rates on demographic variables, controlling for integration, and also for these other factors that have been discussed in the literature I just mentioned briefly in the previous slide. We use data from 1979 until 2019 from a number of sources, and we have 19 countries. Panel is a little bit unbalanced, but at least in some specification has pretty good coverage. So here's the specification that we use. We use an error correction model to focus on long-run movements in interest rates. And the other thing that we do is we focus on the global interest rate as a summary of all the factors that can affect a country from the rest of the world. And we do that because otherwise we run out of degrees of freedom if we include all the factors one by one. So we summarize all the global forces in one indicator, which is this measure of global interest rate, which we construct as the average of real interest rate from other countries. And secondly, as I mentioned, we interact this factor and the domestic factor with the complement of financial integration, which is a measure which you construct from Lane and Milesi and Ferretti, and we transform in an index that goes from 0 to 1. So a measure of 0 would be a country in autarky, right, where it's completely not integrated with the rest of the world. A measure of 1 would be a country that is fully integrated with the rest of the world, so that its real interest rate is the same as the world real interest rate. So here are the results. It's a big table. We go through multiple specifications. I'm gonna just highlight a couple of results for you. So the first is that the global rate is significant in all specifications. So basically, this captures the movement of interest rates across countries, and the coefficient is, relatively stable across specification. The second point is that once you control, especially for fiscal policy, then you get domestic demographic factors to enter the result with the expected sign, meaning higher life expectancy has a negative effect on the real interest rate, whereas a higher growth rate of the labor force has a positive effect. We don't find a significant effect for TFP growth or government debt in a couple of specifications. The effect that we do find systematically across specification to be positive and consistent with intuition is this effect of pension spending that I mentioned earlier. So higher countries with more generosity in their pension tend to have, on average, higher real interest rates. Let me just put this a little bit in context by giving you the composition of these effects in the full sample on the left and post-1990 on the right. So in order to calculate these numbers, we do sort of a back-of-the-envelope calculation. Basically, the reason is that the coefficient on each country that we estimate is interacted with this degree of financial integration, which in a sense makes it time-varying. So in order to get a sense of how important each factor is, what we do is we take the change in each factor, multiply by the average degree of openness for the sub-period, so either for the full sample or post-1990. And then we multiply that number by the estimated coefficient, and then in the end we take the average across countries. And so on the left you see that the global rate, life expectancy, and the growth rate of the labor force play, roughly speaking, a similar role for real interest rates. In all cases it's negative. Whereas pensions are really the factor that contributes more systematically to keep real interest rate higher, and there's also a little bit of a role for government debt. On the right, you see that this relative importance has changed over time. So when we focus on the post-1990 sample, we find that global factors are much more important, and that sort of suggests, that financial integration has increased quite substantially post-1990. We still find some role for demographic factors at the country level, and also on the positive side for pension spending and government debt. The last point that I want to make, actually 2 points. So one point is recently, as you probably know, real interest rates have gone up in quite a lot of countries following the pandemic. So in a recent San Francisco Fed economics letter, what we did is we used our model to compare changes in drivers of real interest rate pre and post-pandemic. Obviously, the post-pandemic sample is very short, so take these numbers with a grain of salt. And so we split the drivers in global factors, aging, which is just a summary of demographics, TFP growth, and fiscal spending, and we focus on the United States for this exercise. And so in blue, you see the factors that pre-COVID, and in red, you see the contribution of the factors post-COVID. And you clearly see a significant change here in the case of the US. So from negative, the contribution of global factors have become mildly positive. Population aging has slowed down a little bit, but the big change is, is the positive contribution in fiscal spending. So the increase in real interest rates seems to be driven by the increase in spending that has occurred post-pandemic. The last point that I'm going to make just before concluding is that controlling for financial integration is actually quite important. So what we do is sort of run an quote-unquote naive version of the same regression without controlling for financial integration. In this case, what we find is that while life expectancy still enters with a negative sign in all specifications, other coefficients are much less stable. So for instance, the global rate is significant in some specifications, but not in others, but it sometimes enters with the quote-unquote wrong sign, and the same is true for the growth rate of the labor force. So sometimes, the empirical literature, as mentioned earlier in one of the presentations, struggled to find systematic effects of various drivers of real interest rates. And so one reason, in our view, has to do with the fact that it's important, especially when you work in a cross-country type of environment, to think about how these various forces interact with financial integration. So let me conclude here so that I have a couple minutes for questions in case. We use a model and empirics to study the dynamics of real interest rates to account for the decline since 1990 and the decline in dispersion. We developed both a model and empirics that highlight the importance of financial integration. Remote is not working anymore. Both highlight the role of financial integrations, global factors, as well as domestic demographics. Thank you very much.
We have a few minutes for questions, if you have any. Yes.
Thank you. Very interesting. Just looking at the regressions at the end, you've got life expectancy with negative coefficient and you've got positive coefficient. Running over the last 100 years, you can see the increase in time not working with the time. I look from the early 1990s, the rise in participation. Have you looked at equating those two to see what happened? Active. It looks to me like the coefficient in the workforce is greater than the coefficient. What's going to happen? We're going to interest rates and simplify the model. Like this, it's unexpected. I just wanted to look at the coefficients.
So in the model, there was that table. In the other paper we wrote in 2016, we also play around a bit more with retirement age. Clearly, retirement age has quite significant effect in modulating the impact of demographics on real interest rates. In that paper, we did sort of some, again, simple calculation to figure out how significant the current changes that are discussed in practice. And we found that if you implement those changes today, they're not going to have a massive effect. But if you add index retirement age to life expectancy, then you could have almost offset completely the negative effect on real interest rate. Let me just say, in the data, we try with a specification including retirement age as an observable variable, and it was never significant. And our understanding is that in the data, at least the official numbers, do not display enough variation to pick up anything. Now, you'd say, well, maybe if you use effective measures of retirement age, there is more variation. And so that, I don't know if those measures are available. It could be important.
No, I mean, there's a nice Goldman Sachs piece recently which shows no correlation between the rise in employment of older workers and countries that have changed the state pension age. But I think if you look at the change in the participation rate from 50 onwards, then you'll see that's a big driver of the growth of the labour force. So just curious to see that.
Yeah.
One question for David Miles, actually. I do not think that, David. One question for your presentation, if possible. Yeah. You argue there that whenever we have, let's say, defined contribution measures there, you are arguing in favor of collective contracts or something like this. But to my opinion, at least, to my view, the vast majority of these things are collective, aren't they? Therefore, this is a definition. What exactly do you mean by, perhaps I missed it when you were presented, but the vast majority of all these in the defined contribution kind of schemes that we have there are collective, aren't they? They are not individual plans.
I struggled a bit to understand the question.
You were arguing in favor of defined contribution to being collective. What is the definition of collective that you have there?
Collective defined contribution is where individuals pay money into their own personal account, but the return on that can be adjusted up or down relative to simply reflecting the value of the assets when they retire, depending on whether some of the money needs to be allocated to people who have had bad luck on just retiring when the assets may have fallen in value. So there's a degree of cross-subsidy between people of different generations, which could either mean that younger people get a better deal or a less good deal, depending on whether people who are older than them lose or gain money just before they retire. So that there's a mechanism for distributing assets between the young and the old, depending on the rates of return that the old have experienced during their life saving. If everybody earned, on average over their lives, the expected average return, then there would be no cross-subsidy. But if the old were very unlucky, and there was a big sell-off in the markets just before they retired, the younger members of the scheme would find that instead of all their money accumulating in their own asset pot, some of it would be used to pay higher pensions to the old who had had a bit of bad luck just before they retired. That's the way the scheme's supposed to work. So it's sharing the risk between generations. I have to say, I wasn't advocating this because I think it is potentially unstable, because the young could simply decide, well, we're going to pull out now. We're going to stop doing this because we're getting less than the true return on the money we're putting in. And they would pull out, potentially, exactly when the old needed the insurance from the cross-subsidization. So I think it's potentially unstable, but it is a type of pension scheme that is advocated by some people. It happens to be now advocated quite a lot in the UK. But I'm not saying it's the answer to the problem. I think it is in some ways a flawed system.
Thank you.
Can I?
Yeah, we will have a panel at the end so we will have more opportunities to ask questions. Thanks a lot, Andrea, for your presentation and handling the questions. Now we are moving to Adrienne, who is an associate professor of economics at Stanford University, a research associate at the MBR, a research fellow at the CEPR, and a senior fellow at the Standard Institute for Economic Policy Research. He's a member of the Council of Economic Analysis to the French Prime Minister and a foreign editor at the Review of Economic Studies. Adrienne received his PhD in economics from MIT in 2015 and has been a visiting fellow at Princeton University and the University of Chicago. Adrienne's research explores the aggregate implications of heterogeneity, how to use microdata to improve our understanding of macroeconomic dynamics and the effects of policy. He has studied various topics, including monetary policy, fiscal policy, and sovereign default, as well as demographic change. He was awarded at the NCF Career Award in 2021 and a Sloan Research Fellowship in 2022. We are looking forward to his keynote speech. Thank you.
Thanks so much for a kind introduction. It's great to speak here. So I'm be talking about a paper that echoes in a lot of the previous papers that we've seen. You'll see there's a lot of complementarity between what I'm going to talk about and what Andrea in particular has been discussing. So the paper thinks about the macro consequences of demographic change for aggregate wealth accumulation, interest rates like R star, and global imbalances. So the starting point is in this type of chart that we've seen a lot this morning, showing how much the world population is aging. So this shows you the share of the population age 50 or above in 5 large countries. And what you can see from this graph that everyone knows here is that the world population is not only aging, but it's doing that at a very uneven pace. Right? So there's countries like Japan, whose demographic transition is almost over, and then countries like China and India that still have a long way to go. And so if you look over the past couple of decades, what we've seen is big increases in wealth to GDP ratios. So this famously documented by Thomas Piketty and co-authors, with some acceleration in the recent decades, very, very big increases in the share, the ratio of W over Y, wealth to GDP. At the same time, we've seen declines in rates of return. Right? So Andrea showed this a little bit. So this goes back all the way to 1950. So if you look at the total return on wealth, that's actually something that's kind of been smoothly falling for the past few decades. The safe return, which Andrea was focusing on, that has a very pronounced decline since the 1990s. In this paper, we're going to focus on the red line, the total return, but we'll also have a little bit to say about the safe return, and so the spread between the kind of total and the safe rate. And then the other thing we're interested in is this rise in so-called global imbalances. Right, so there's been financial liberalization since the 1980s, and you've seen very big increases in net foreign asset positions in some countries, like Japan or Germany, and then very big declines in net foreign asset positions in countries like the US. Right? So the premise of the paper is, well, demographics could help maybe explain some of these macro trends. We think there's broad agreement among macroeconomists that there's some causal link there, because an aging population saves more, and so as it saves more, it's going to push down on rates of return, and it's going to increase wealth to GDP ratios. And then because there's unevenness, so some countries age faster than others, you can also explain global imbalances. So you can explain why some countries end up saving abroad as a result of fast aging. But on the other hand, there's not really a consensus in the literature about how much, right? So Oscar showed some of these papers this morning that had some disagreement over the effect of aging on interest rates. And if you look across the literature, you're gonna, if you ask simple questions like how much did population aging between 1970 and 2015 contribute to the decline in our star? Some papers will say kind of some small number, less than 100 basis points. Some papers will have some very large number, like over 300 basis points. And so we wanted to think about, well, how do we discipline those effects? You know, what's in the data that could be informative about how big this effect might be? And then if you look going forward, you know, some of these models actually can disagree even on the direction, right? Even not on the magnitude, but just the direction. Needless to say, this is critical for the current debate on monetary policy normalization. So the big question about where our star will end up and what that will mean for long-term interest rates. And so you have in particular this influential view that these trends will revert, and so Larry Summers kind of put it, well, I think kind of recently in an interview, he said, you know, once people have aged and they retire, then they start to draw down their savings and spend. And so he says, we're going to make a transition from more saving because of aging to less saving because aging has happened. And so this idea that the effect on the overall savings is going to revert and start pushing up on interest rates is something that's kind of very influential, we think, in policy circles that has been pushed by Charles Goodhart in this book, The Great Demographic Reversal. And so this is kind of a hypothesis out there that we want to see how much data, that we can bring some data to bear on it. So the paper is going to develop a sufficient statistic type of approach to think about this question. So we're going to say, okay, let's just write down multi-country general equilibrium overlapping generations model, so a little bit similar to what Andrea wrote down, and then think about characterizing the effect of demographic change on wealth to GDP ratios, interest rates, and net foreign asset positions, and we're going to show that that depends in a baseline model only on the age profiles of wealth, labor income and consumption, as well as demographic projections. And so that's kind of things that you can take from the data, together with two parameters, the so-called elasticity of interchangeable substitution, and the elasticity of substitution between capital and labor, which you might think of as primitives of the model. Right? And so based on these two parameters plus all of this data, we can kind of implement our framework. And then when we do that, we're going to find that yes, demographics has pushed down our star to date, so that's consistent with a lot of the literature, and we can quantify how much depends on sigma and eta. And then we're going to sadly reject the great demographic reversal hypothesis going forward. So we're going to show that there's not actually kind of in the class of models that we study, there's nothing to that hypothesis. We're going to clarify why that is. Okay, now this is going to be a baseline model that's going to have kind of a lot of richness in some dimensions, but not in others. And so in particular, you know, Andrew has been talking about the importance of longevity, right? So in our baseline model, actually longevity, it will be fixed. So we won't actually have improved longevity as people age. It'll just be a compositional effect of demographics. And so we can start thinking about how much deviating from the baseline model can change our conclusions. And so we're going to have a little bit of that, and then Bertrand later is going to talk about some of the work that the IMF has done on this question. Okay, so let me start talking about the model. So the model is an overlapping generations model with demographic change in multiple countries facing R. So similar to Andrea, it's a multi-country OLG model. But it doesn't have the portfolio costs that he was talking about. So this is a globally integrated financial market. So this is abstracting away from these types of frictions across countries. On the other hand, it's going to have a lot of richness describing the demographics, because we want to be able to confront the data on how many people there are in each age, as well as what they do at each age. So the way we describe demographics is kind of with this rich specification where we count all the births at any date, right? So N0T is the number of people that are born in each date. And here I don't have country subscripts, but all of these demographic parameters are also country specific. And then we have a sequence of mortality rates, right? So at each age, you have a likelihood of surviving to the next age, that's the phase. In the baseline model, that's going to be constant. So this is what I was saying about we don't have a longevity effect here in the model, right? So there's a certain mortality curve that you're facing, and that's actually constant over time. We can relax that later. And And also, we don't have migration. So we're talking this morning about the importance of migration for population structure. So in the basic model, we don't have migration, and then we can kind of relax that assumption and add cross-country migration. And then production in this model is completely neoclassical. And so you have an aggregate production function that takes in capital and effective labor, so a mix of labor from people of different ages, where there's different kind of effectiveness or productivity of the workforce at different ages. And there's a certain elasticity of substitution eta, which governs the substitution between capital and this effective labor bundle. There's constant growth rate of labor augmenting technology, and so that is going to drive baseline growth in GDP per capita, and perfect competition with free capital adjustments. So like I was saying, this paper does not focus on these frictions across countries. So just thinking about the overall determination of, if you want, the kind of global rate of interest. And there's a government in this model, and so what the government does is, well, it runs kind of a tax and transfer system where there is, in particular, a pension system. And so on the right of the government budget constraint, you have the taxes that it takes in, and so the taxes depend on the number of people that are working at different ages, because they make different amounts of labor income. And what does it do with these taxes, as well as the new bonds that are issued? Well, it pays off the existing bonds. It pays for all of the transfers that could be age-specific, so think in particular of the pensions, and it pays for government spending. And so as the population ages, you're going to have more old people, fewer young people, and so there's going to be fewer people paying into the pension system and more people that are getting paid benefits. And so we have to specify the fiscal rule, which is the way in which the government adjusts in the face of these pressures. And so in the basic model, so this is this assumption highlighted in red here, we're going to assume that the government balances the budget by just changing government spending. And so that's going to allow us to derive a bunch of very simple results, because government spending is going to be neutral from the perspective of agents. And then later we can start thinking about what happens if the government adjusts by, say, reducing pensions, increasing the retirement age, and so on and so forth, which is going to alter life cycle savings. Right? And so it changes the G, and then it targets a constant debt to GDP ratio, right? Which are sort of simple neutral assumptions for what the government's doing. And so the way we specify the problem of agents here, so this has all this richness that's typical of kind of quantitative life cycle models. So we have heterogeneous agents that are born in each cohort K, and they're solving this life cycle problem. So understanding that as they age, they face different mortality curves, so that's the phi j. They can face age-specific discount factors, so that could capture all sorts of reasons why people save differently at different ages. You think of having children makes you want to save more. Maybe having late in life risks really increases your marginal utility of consumption in old age, so makes you want to save for retirement, for old age because of this, because of these health reasons. And then there's classic life cycle reasons in the model, and so you have you make different amounts at different ages. So because you'll make less when you're retired than when you're working, you have this life cycle motive for saving. And then finally, there's a precautionary motive here, because agents face an insurable income risk. So they can buy these annuities, which insure them against the risk of death, but they can't make that specific to their particular labor earnings. Right? And so they face an insurable income risk and borrowing constraints, which is another motive for saving. And so agents have all of these reasons for saving in the model, and we're agnostic about which reason drives life cycle behavior. We're going to be thinking about matching the overall amount of asset accumulation and income at each age, and so we don't want to take a stance on the reason why people save. I have here in red this assumption that agents hold annuities, so you might object to that and say, well, we don't see that much annuitization in the data. And that's right. So once you start thinking about what are the non-annuitized ways of saving, you have to start thinking about bequest motives and also how the wealth gets redistributed, which is once people die, where does the wealth go? And so we're going to think about that in the quantitative model. Okay, so the definition of equilibrium is completely standard given this. So this is a frictionless international equilibrium integrated world equilibrium, where in equilibrium all individuals optimize, the firms optimize, and then global assets market clear. So think of the determination of world interest rates as, well, everybody has their own reason why they want to save, so that creates a total demand for assets once you sum across all agents and all countries. This is the total amount of wealth that people want to invest. And then on the other side of the market, there's a total amount of assets that are supplied by the market, and that comes from the firms, right? So they have this capital stock, and then there's governments that supply these bonds. And so the balance between supply and demand is going to determine interest rates. So we're going to think about analyzing this model first by considering a small open economy, aging alone, where the rest of the world is at a steady state. So this is immediately fixing the interest rate and just saying, well, what's the effect from aging on wealth accumulation and net foreign assets? And then later we'll think about a global integrated world where all countries are aging at the same time, so the realistic world where there's also going to be an adjustment of the interest rate. And so when you think about just that small open economy, you think about the problem that we wrote down, there's actually a very simple result that you can derive for the evolution of the wealth to GDP ratio. And that result just says, well, actually, if you think about the model we wrote down, that's a model where people make the same decisions over time, right? And why is that? Well, because apart from growth, which is something that can normalize everybody's problem, so once you start thinking about detrended by growth, the problem that all agents are facing over time is the same. Right? And so as a result of that, they decide to do the same thing at each age. And so demographics doesn't alter people's decisions by age. All it does is it alters the number of people of different ages. Right? So demographics act in this model completely via a compositional effect. And there's two compositional effects to think about if you think about wealth to GDP. There's a compositional effect on wealth accumulation. And then, which is going to say, well, as people age, there's more old people, and older people have more assets, so that's going to push up on W. And then there's a compositional effect on labor supply. And so here, as people age, there's fewer people in the workforce, and that's going to push down on GDP. Right? And so these two effects combined push up on wealth to GDP, and that's kind of the basic effect in this model, which is purely compositional. Okay? And so the nice thing about this is the compositional effect, we can just read it off the data because we could just use demographic projections for a number of people at each age. And then we can look at what people do at each age in a given cross-section even. And that's actually the valid thing to do to carry forward to do counterfactual simulations of what will happen as the world ages. Okay? So of course there's strong assumptions that are built into this, but once you buy our assumptions, you can actually just do this purely from the data. Okay? So that's what we're going to do now, which is just go and measure these compositional effects. So we do this by putting together surveys for 25 different countries together with the UN World Population Projections. And so we measure how much people accumulate assets at each age, how much people make in labor income at each age, and then we just roll forward population projections using the formula that I wrote down. To make so this is a prediction, holding interest rates constant, how much will each country accumulate in wealth, right? So what's the projection for wealth to GDP ratio? So this is in logs, so this is in percentage points, if you want. So this is looking at the United States. What do we get from this? So this is compositional effect alone on wealth to GDP. So remember, the wealth to GDP ratio today is about 500% of GDP. So this says, well, if you go back to 1950, it would have been 25% less just from composition. And if you go forward to 2100, it'll probably be 25% more. Right? So these are really big numbers. Of course, they depend on your assumption for how much the world is aging. And why are these numbers really big? They're big by historical comparisons, meaning they're big even if you compare to the actual data. Well, they're big because of kind of these two effects that I was talking about. So the first one is that in the US, as well as in every other country, the life cycle profile of asset accumulation is steeply upward sloping, starting from about age 40, going to age 60, and then it's flat, right? So there's very limited decumulation as people age. And so that interacts with an age distribution that I've plotted here for 2015, and that's going to move out to 2100 according to the projections by having a lot more people in old ages and a lot fewer people in young ages. And so if people don't change their behavior as they age, that's just going to massively push up on the demand for assets that in the aggregate people have. Right? So this is the effect from wealth accumulation. And then effects on labor income, well, so again, so this is, again, with this assumption that we don't have a longevity effect, so this is just saying, imagine that people make the same amount at each age, right, without having, so some of the benefits of healthy aging. What will happen as we have this big increase in the ratio of older people relative to younger people is, well, that's just going to push down on effective units of labor provided to the market, so it's going to push down on the labor input and on GDP. So these effects are big, and they're similar in terms of like qualitatively, they're qualitatively similar in every country, right? And so what we get when we do this type of exercise for every country in the world is that we get big increases in wealth to GDP ratios at constant interest rates for every country in the world. And the heterogeneity across countries relates to the heterogeneity in demographics that I was showing at the beginning, right? So the countries that are aging faster have a bigger increase in their wealth to GDP ratio, according to the statistic that countries whose demographic transition is mostly over. There's, of course, also differences across countries in how much people save and how much people work, but those effects are swamped by just the pure kind of differences in demographics across countries, okay? So when you do this calculation for every country, you see, okay, there's a limitation to saying that interest rates are not changing as demographics change, because it's not possible for every country to be saving abroad, right? And so you have to think instead, no, well, as we start all saving together, we're going to be pushing down on interest rates, and so the question is by how much, right? So the rest of the paper thinks about these general equilibrium implications. And so an easy way to understand how equilibrium works in this model is just to think about the long-run steady state. So in the long run, you can think of interest rate determination as the intersection of this world asset demand curve, which is this yellow curve, which is upward sloping in the model, which just governs just how much in the aggregate people want to accumulate assets at a given interest rate. And it's upward sloping because there's a slightly dominant substitution effect. So if you raise interest rates, then people will want to accumulate more assets. The slope of that curve you can actually characterize as a function of this elasticity of intertemporal substitution that I was talking about earlier. And so we developed these sufficient statistics in the paper that relate cross-sectional information plus an elasticity of intertemporal substitution to the slope of that yellow-orange curve. And so that curve is intersecting the world asset supply curve, which is downward sloping in the model. So why is it downward sloping? Well, because as interest rates increase, firms just decide to accumulate less capital. And so that's fewer assets that are provided to the market. And the slope of that curve, again, is, you can characterize this as a function of a primitive parameter of the model, which is this elasticity of substitution between capital and labor. And so if you represent, in this diagram, the ratios to GDP of asset supply and asset demand versus the interest rate, one thing that's interesting to realize is that as demographic changes, the only thing that's changing here is that the asset demand curve is being pushed out, but the asset supply curve actually doesn't change. Right? So demographics doesn't, in a neoclassical model, doesn't affect asset supply relative to GDP. And so the benefit of thinking about it this way is that you just realize, well, I just measured how much in the data the asset demand curve is being pushed out at a given interest rate by demographic change. And so the only thing I need to know to figure out in equilibrium how much the interest rate falls is just the elasticities of asset supply and asset demand. And so I just told you in the paper, we have these formulas that relate the elasticity of supply and demand to the interest rate. Right? And so what's the equilibrium adjustment mechanism? Well, as people just want to save more, interest rates have to fall, and as they fall, more assets will be provided by the market. So this is, interest rates go down, there's capital deepening. And also, as they fall, people pull back on how much they want to save. And so the balance between these two things, so the ratio of the elasticity of supply and demand determines how much, the sum of these two things determine how much the interest rates falls, and then the ratio of these two things determines how much in total there's asset accumulation in equilibrium. So once you put together, you give me the elasticity of intertemporal substitution, the elasticity of capital labor substitution, you can implement our entire calculation and get an effect on the world interest rate and the increase in total wealth to GDP ratio that just depends on these two parameters. Right? It's just the data on these two parameters. And so in the baseline, we get a decline in the world interest rate from demographics alone that's about 100 basis points, and an increase in the world wealth to GDP ratio of about 10 percentage points. Right? So that's much less than the numbers I was showing you, because actually in the model, according to our calculations, at reasonable elasticity of intertemporal substitution, asset demand is actually pretty interest elastic. So as interest rates fall, people just pull back on how much they want to accumulate assets. And so that lowers the total increase in the wealth to GDP ratio. But you still have this substantive fall in the real interest rate. And so here, so this is, like I was saying, this is a model that just has one world interest rate. And so one thing we think about in this context is, well, what if we can distinguish between safe and risky assets? And so we can implement a similar calculation, so where we say there's a certain inherent demand for safety at different ages, and older people save in safer assets. And so we can do a similar calculation using similar types of ideas to then say, well, how much will, once demographics unfold, how much will the safe rate fall, and how much will the risk premium increase? Okay? And it turns out that for reasonable parameterizations of this model, the total return falls by about the same amount as what I'm showing you here. So it's not a limitation to just focus on the total return. But we can get a meaningful increase in the risk premium. And so that's something that we've recently added to the paper that we're pretty excited about. Another dimension that would be interesting would be to think along the lines of what Andrea was saying, which is, well, what if now there's frictions in investment across countries, and so how much will that dampen the trends in net foreign asset positions predicted by this model? So let me show you these trends. So in this model, this is a frictionless model, so if you want to think about what happens to the net foreign asset position of a country that ages fast relative to that of a country that ages slowly, so remember there's these different desired wealth accumulations at a given interest rate. Once interest rates fall, all that says is, well, the net foreign asset position of the world as a whole must be zero. So it's just that some countries are going to save abroad and some countries are going to take in the capital flows. And it's the countries that save fastest that end up with a positive asset accumulation abroad. Right? And here there's nothing to stop that mechanism. And so we can calculate how much that predicts for net foreign asset positions for different countries as the world ages by just implementing our formula at each time. And what you see here is these countries like China and India that are aging really quickly, they're predicted according to this model to just have a huge amount of savings abroad, right? And so this is enough to revert India's currently slightly negative international foreign asset position into a number like 100 or 150% of GDP, right? And then countries that are on the other side of this, so that they're not aging as fast, their NFA declines, and so that's true in particular for the United States here. So you see the global imbalance phenomenon driven by aging could be potentially extremely large. Okay? So this is the sufficient statistics part of the model, and so one thing I kind of mentioned is, well, there's lots of limitations here, and in particular, we don't have the healthy aging phenomenon, so we can't actually talk about what would happen to the labor market and to savings as people age healthily, and so then their, say, labor productivity increases as they age. And so you can relax this in a quantitative model, so here the model is less transparent because there's lots of kind of behavioral forces that are inside the quantitative model, but it's more realistic in many ways, and so we add different productivity by age as people get older. We also introduced bequest rather than annuities, so now we say, oh, there's a bequest motive for saving. That turns out to be really important to understand why people don't decumulate assets. It's just the bequest motive is critical there. And then we have other types of fiscal rules, so thinking about pension adjustment, thinking about cutting the level of pensions, or increasing taxes, or pushing out the retirement age. And so as you do that, of course, you're going to get different effects on asset accumulation and interest rates from aging. Right? And so this table just shows you the types of wealthy types of effects that we can get. And so I don't have time to get through the specifics, but the basic result that comes out of this, which kind of came to our surprise actually, is that increasing longevity actually doesn't do that much on its own to the basic results. Right? So it's not the case that the fertility, which is what was driving our baseline model, is kind of a limitation of just focusing on that, because the compositional effect at the end of the day, when you do it according to our formula, the compositional effect is the bigger driver of the total increase in the wealth to GDP ratio at constant interest rates. And these behavioral effects can be there, but they're not as big, except if you think that there's going to be massive fiscal adjustments that are very one-sided for life cycle accumulation, like cutting the pension benefits. So if you cut pension benefits, then you definitely get people to save a lot more. And so that then accelerates the decline in interest rates. So this is at the very bottom when you say only lower benefits. And on the other hand, if you adjust in the other side by just taxing people a lot more and maintaining the pension level, then there'll be a lot less saving, and so a lot less of a decline in the real interest rate. Right? So just to briefly conclude on this demographic reversal idea, so if you think about savings, you can actually get to a situation where at a constant interest rate, demographics pushes down on savings, as in the Goodhart and Pradhan type of scenario. So that isn't wrong, but you have to also think about investment, right? So there's a complementary analysis in the paper, thinking about not asset demand versus supply, but savings versus investment. And demographic change pushes down on desired investment. And actually, that force can be really, really big in neoclassical models. Right? And so what this diagram shows you is, if you put together the decline in savings that might come from demographic together with plausible decline in investment, you actually get to the same point as what we have in our model with a decline in interest rate. And it's just that you can't forget that other force. And so the great demographic reversal just thinks about one but not the other. Okay, so just to conclude, how do demographics affect wealth to output, real interest rates, and capital flows? What we argue is what matters the most here is this compositional effect. And that's something that you can measure in the data. It's large and heterogeneous. And so for the 21st century, our approach refutes this great demographic reversal hypothesis and then suggests the global savings glut has just begun. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Adrian. And for the sake of our lunch break, I will get through the panel discussion right away in the order that our speakers talk. So I'll start with Oscar. You mentioned various macroeconomic challenges imposed by the aging population and longevity as well. What do you think could be implications for monetary policy, in particular monetary policy framework? Do you think that in any way this would imply targeting a higher inflation rate, or in terms of the use of the instruments, or more broadly for the maybe more complementary role for macroprudential policy and banking supervision for monetary policy?
Thank you, Phyllis. Well, these are very many questions, by the way, and very deep, all of them. So I will try to provide, even if only a partial answer, to the potential implications of aging for monetary policy in the euro area. So to this aim, maybe some of you know that the ECB is working in the update of its monetary policy strategic framework that should probably come in the second half of this year, according to the official announcements. It's good to go back to what we did in 2021, the latest, the most recent update of our monetary policy strategy. At that time, our view was that demographic changes at the moment would probably contribute to the by then dominant context in monetary policy, which, if you remember, was the situation of the low for longer, low interest rates, low inflation, probably for a long period of time. So at that time, we thought that through its negative impact on R-star, demographics would essentially represent a disinflationary force in net terms. Now, if I had to update this kind of view, given what we have seen in the last few years, and we have seen a lot during the pandemic and in the aftermath of the pandemic, much of what I said this morning covers this recent period, probably I would have a more balanced view about the connection between aging and inflation, and hence between aging and monetary policy. Why I'm saying this? Well, because we have realized, we have seen in the last few years that demographics may generate some pockets of inflationary pressures, especially, but not only, in the labor market. I mean, we have seen a lot of issues of shortages of skilled workers, and this is very much linked to the ongoing process of aging. I mean, we have, at the Eurosystem level, we have some good evidence. Let me mention here a recent study by my colleagues of the Bundesbank in Germany that offered very good evidence about many German corporates in the industrial sector trying to hoard labor as much as they can because they expect a lot of retirements in the coming years. Retirements of people with long experiences, high levels of skills that are very difficult to replace in the market. So labor hoarding, shortages of labor, and so on, at the end of the day, imply directly or indirectly higher unit labor cost, and this means higher inflation. So my view today on the connection between aging and inflation and monetary policy is probably a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more balanced than the view prevailing just some 5 years ago. We have not mentioned much today issues more related to, let's say, the demand side of the economy. I mean, these days we are seeing a lot of activity and at some point also relatively high and persistent inflation in some parts of the economy. Services are still subject to relatively high level pressures from the demand side relative to the supply. And some people, I don't have hard evidence on this, but let me share these thoughts with you. Some people say that this sometimes has to do with some preferences changes at the aggregate level that essentially represent changes in demographics. The silver economy, in a sense. We are seeing more people, for instance, traveling around, people that are retired with relatively very good health conditions, with relatively high incomes, that are traveling more than similar people in this moment of the life cycle could do just 10 years ago. And this may have consequences on the pattern of aggregate demand and, of course, on prices, inflation, and eventually monetary policy. So let me conclude. I think we have to be a little bit more pragmatic at this stage. I mean, this direct channels through R-star savings and investment and so on are probably first order, but there are some other elements around that should also be taken into account, especially those forces running through the labor market may pose some inflationary threats down the road. And for policymakers, for monetary policymakers, these are uncharted waters. At least we have not seen this situation in the many last decades, and we have to remain very attentive to that as well.
Thank you. Thanks. Very interesting. And for David, David, you mentioned about the change in the way that people will be receiving their pensions and or accumulating from defined benefit systems to defined contribution. And you mentioned that this naturally implies some of more risk-taking than we had before. Of course, this has implications for financial institutions and policymakers alike. What does this imply for macroprudential policy or the supervision of financial institutions?
Thanks. I think the implications of demographic change and some of the things I talked about with pensions for monetary policy are not trivial, but I don't think they're not even close to being amongst the really difficult issues for monetary policy. I mean, difficult issues for monetary policy are when you get like an unexpected sudden shock, the global financial crisis. So interest rates in many countries, we can all remember, were 4-5% nominal. They go to zero. In some cases, they go to negative numbers. Or COVID, pretty much the same thing happens. And it's not just in nominal rates. I mean, in real rates as well. I mean, there's a good measure of real rates, which is the return on inflation-proof government bonds. The ones issued by the UK government, one of the biggest issuers of inflation-proof bonds, in the period either side of COVID, change enormously. So movements in real interest rates of 4-5% in just a few years are not uncommon. In contrast, I mean, the very clear and very useful presentations by Andrea and Adrian show that you can get substantial changes in real interest rates that should affect how you set monetary policy just because of demographics. But of course, they're very slow moving. It's maybe 2%, 2-3%, which is very large if you think of that as a change in a sort of neutral real rate, but over 50 years. So that's much, much easier to handle than the really difficult problems for monetary policy. I mean, I don't want to suggest that there are no interesting monetary policy problems that come from aging. The transmission mechanism of monetary policy, I'm sure, will be different when you have different relative numbers of younger to older people, because younger and older people at different points in the life cycle have different responses to changes in the main policy measure that central banks have, which is interest rates. And central banks will, see an evolution in the transmission mechanism, the sensitivity of the overall economy to changes in interest rates, as the relative numbers of older and younger people, got more assets, younger people perhaps saving very little, high gearing, lots of mortgage debt potentially, and there's going to be fewer of those people and more people who are at a stage in their life where they don't have a mortgage, they don't have much debt, they have rather a large amount of assets. Those people have different responses to unexpected changes in interest rates. So that's a thing. But again, it's kind of relatively slow moving. There's an impact also on macroprudential policies, one of the most important of which is to try to control volatility from the housing market. And with fewer younger people who have just entered the housing market with a very large amount of mortgage debt, then the need to use and the effectiveness of macroprudential policy aimed at the housing market, which is the main one that's used by central banks at the moment, will be somewhat reduced. Just a final thought. I used to think that the monetary policy effects of demographics were much bigger than, and more problematic, perhaps, than I think they are now. That was when I was at the Bank of England. And now I spend more time at the Office of Budget Responsibility in the UK, which is very close to the Finance Ministry, thinking only about fiscal issues. I think the fiscal issues are really difficult, and the monetary policy issues are much less so. But there is a link, just a final thought. The more difficult the fiscal policy position becomes, the more pressure, explicit, less explicit, behind closed doors, in open, the more pressure from the fiscal authorities on the central bank to help out with the fiscal situation. And that is a political problem as much as it's an economic problem. And it may be that is the most difficult problem for central banks to deal with. And it's not because of relatively slow-moving movements in the neutral real rate of interest driven by changes in the capital or the wealth to income ratios of the country, which, as I say, I think are relatively slow. You can sort of respond to them gradually over time. The fiscal pressures, I think, are huge. And governments don't deal with them very well, they may look for the central bank to help, and that is not what the central bank wants to see happening.
Thank you. Thanks, David. I move to Andrea. So you have seen, you showed us very credibly that the role of demographic trends in the decline of global real interest rates since 1990s. How do you see this trend moving forward? Of course, we know the statistics from the aging side, but this will interact with some other structural forces or geopolitical tensions that we are seeing. I'm asking this question also because you highlighted the role for financial integration in this, and we know that some of these trends may be reversing in the other direction. What are your views on this for the future?
Oh, now it's working. Yeah, I think it's a fascinating question because it's very multidimensional. On the demographic side, we have projections, and so we can say something based on those projections. Those projections themselves, I use them just the central projection at the end shows already some difference depending on which variant you think about. And in addition, we were talking with Oscar before over the coffee break. We know that in the past there's been underestimation of some of these trends. I was once at a conference in Japan where the Bank of Japan showed that it took their statistical agency about a decade to accept the decline in fertility rate. I think that is not uncommon. At the same time, as Oscar again showed us earlier this morning, immigration may have the opposite effect. And so there's clearly, you know, an element of uncertainty around what's going to happen in the future. Not to mention what Andy alluded earlier, which is how the economy will actually react. Because typically this analysis is done at given current conditions, but obviously we know that there is an element of endogenous response that may take a little bit of time to happen. On the second part of your question, which is about the interaction, I think, with some of the other factors that have been discussed, you know, in my presentation and other presentations. I mean, on the fiscal side, obviously, David just mentioned that. Again, we often consider them separately. I mean, you know, I showed these results about fiscal policy based on what happened post-pandemic. Larry Summers had a couple of papers saying that basically fiscal policy is what kept interest rates up relative to everything else that was happening with demographics and productivity. One thing that it's important, maybe it's a bit more nerdy, but I think we should keep in mind is that those results depend a lot on the fiscal rule that you assume. And because these are models where Ricardian equivalence doesn't hold, so you know the stand that you take on fiscal policy matters a lot. And so Adrian had a result where his adjustment was coming from government spending. My adjustment in my model, if it comes from taxes, and already that's going to give you some different results. So I think that this interaction about fiscal decisions on which we don't necessarily know a lot. We don't really have a tailored rule for fiscal policy that we sort of agree on. It's very important, and I think a similar point applies to pensions. Not to mention that, you know, this point about the demand for safe assets also, you know, evolves as population ages, and so that's, I think, it's really difficult. On the TFP side, I think the work of Williams, Lubbock and Williams has highlighted the forces of how productivity can affect interest rates. Even there may be some endogeneity in terms of how much innovations economies perform, and it goes back to some of the points that Andy was making this morning, right? Are we going to have less entrepreneurs who innovate, or are we going to have people who respond more aggressively? Because there isn't a big need for innovation that is related to health and aging. So I think these are all open questions. On balance, I think that at current conditions, given the projections that we have, I still see the pressure being on interest rate, at least being on the downside. But again, there is a lot of uncertainty, so it's really hard to come up with a straight, definitive answer.
So moving to Adrian, you mentioned the implications for global imbalances, and also you touched upon the role of demographics also on the decline in real interest rates. Do we have a bit more evidence on the risk premium for the markets? On, you know, one may think of certain uncertainties introduced by demographic trends, as well as the change in the pension systems, as David mentioned, in a way that encourages more risk-taking for the society as a whole, and as well as the financial institutions. So one may also imagine risk premium increasing going forward. What are your views on this? And also, what would that imply for the demand for safe assets and reserve currencies?
Thanks. Yeah, so this is a new version of the paper that we recently put out that started thinking about these risk premium issues, because it's kind of a natural question to ask when you're thinking about demographics, not just to think about predicting effects on the overall level of interest rates, but also on different rate of return between, say, safe and risky. And so one fact that's really striking, if you look at the aggregate data, looking at portfolio composition by age, is that people just tilt their portfolios towards safer kind of assets as they age. So partly this is automatically done in the US with things like target date funds that rebalance portfolios. And so one implication of that is just that as demographic change unfolds, there's going to be just increasing demand for safety. Right? So to some extent that kind of gets a bit counterbalanced by a fact that, at least in the UK, that David was talking about, where there's also a shift away from defined benefits that invest a lot in safe assets towards defined contribution that have more risky. So we'd have to kind of see how the whole thing kind of together plays out. So if you take as a given that demand for safety increases, that's likely to push down on safe rates relative to risky rates, right? And so then the question is, there's sort of two things. There's overall demand for total assets that's pushing down on the interest rate in a way that I was describing in the paper, or in the presentation. And then in addition to that, there may be a wedge between safe and risky that might start to open up because people just demand more safety as they age. Now, the exact extent of this is governed by like the elasticity of portfolio tilts to changes in the risk premium, and I think we just don't have that much evidence on that. And in fact, when I ask my finance colleagues, what are the trends in the risk premium over time, they can't even tell me what that is. Right? And so I think there's kind of agreement that risk-free rates are falling. There's much, much less agreement as to what the risk premium is doing, and so then given this, it's actually hard to put in hard evidence that this disciplines a model that requires this key elasticity. And so, you know, you could speculate, and so in the paper we kind of look at a range of potential elasticities, but we don't have really hard evidence because unfortunately the expected returns are really hard to calculate. So.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So now we open the floor for questions. Yes, Alvaro.
Regarding the savings issue and the difference between countries, and we talk about India and China, but those guys don't have proper social security systems. And so one of the things that we've been seeing, and part of the reasons why you have global imbalances between China and the United States, that we know that because there's not a good social security system, people save a lot more now, so that at old age they're able to subsist, basically. And so we've been arguing for a long time that, you know, providing good social security systems might also help China decrease the imbalance that we have in terms of trade. So we're interested to know about that. Second, most of you don't mention or don't take into account technical change, right? So labor-saving innovations. We have papers from Acemoglu, Restrepo, and others, but a lot of evidence that shows that labor-saving innovations likely will go up with aging. Basically, think about Japan, you know, one of the countries that has more industrial robots, Singapore, Germany. Aging is accelerating, it seems, this type of innovation. So it'll be interesting to know whether you have something regarding technical change in our analysis. And finally, regarding savings, who is saving, basically? Because we just came out with a paper on investment. And we argue that basically since the global financial crisis and then our COVID, there was a huge decrease in investment, especially business investment. And the reason the question is why. One of the reasons that we talked about is the difference between intangibles and tangibles. So what we've been seeing is that many firms in the past 15, 20 years have started saving more than they usually do. And we think, again, we need to do more evidence and more research on this, but we think it's partly because right now intangible investment became a lot more important, and they don't get the lending from banks, or the traditional sources of lending is not there. So intangibles depreciate very fast, about 25% depreciation rate. And if I want to invest in software, if I want to invest in R&D and organizational capital, I cannot go to a bank to lend me money. So what I do, I save more. So I was wondering whether Adrian and Andrea and Oscar have looked into this, the type of saver, who is saving, and whether this is related to potentially the decline of the interest rates. Thank you.
Yeah, please come in as you wish.
Also, I make a couple of comments on a bunch of questions, but on social security. So I think, so yes, of course, putting in place social security systems will dampen kind of the demand for private saving, and also has maybe some redistributive benefits that we might like. On the other hand, this is very present in France right now in the public debate. If you entirely rely on kind of social security for pension provision, then you have an effective rate of return, which is the growth rate of your economy, and that might be much less than the rate of return that you might achieve in financial markets. So, if there's this difference between R and G, you might want to start thinking about ways that you can give people the types of market returns that are available out there. Right, and so there I thought David had some interesting thoughts on, could we maybe have something that combines some of the benefits of social security system with the rates of return that we might think are higher in places like China. And so that's kind of one thing to think about, just how do you design your social security system in the face of especially demographic, like very fast demographic change. On innovation, I think there's kind of, we don't really, the evidence isn't really there, but I think you could do an analysis that's similar to what I did, taking behavior as fixed at different ages, and then actually it looks like the innovators tend to be kind of middle age, right? So there's more innovators that are middle age than there are young or older innovators, and so so that might suggest, if you just said, well, holding behavior constant as demographic change unfolds, what will the innovation rate do? And you might think that there's a little bit of a headwind and then kind of a tailwind after that. And so I don't know how much people have looked at that, but I thought it'd be an interesting thing to do.
Thanks, Oscar.
Yeah, if I may say something in connection with the last question by Alvaro, who is saving? You were asking. Well, I can refer only to the euro area. So first of all, the savings rate in the euro area is pretty high right now. It went down during the pandemic, then a little bit down. But now it's quite high. It's significantly higher than in the US. It's around 15% of disposable income. So this is a way order of magnitude above that in the US. No? We have run some exercises in trying to understand why people are saving that much in the euro area. There are a number of factors. Some are probably cyclical, temporary. I mean, people were saving more because interest rates have been relatively high until very recently. Uncertainty was high. They were trying to rebuild the real value of their nominally depleted assets after the high inflation period. But one interesting element that probably we should investigate a little bit more is that we cannot reject the hypothesis that there are some kind of Ricardian elements in the savings function that we tend to associate precisely with a desire by European households to save, not that much to pay for future taxes, this is probably too sophisticated reasoning, but to save on account of public pension systems that are expected probably to provide a declining level of welfare, as I think David was highlighting this morning. So people are saving a lot. Probably they are saving in part to cover for this later stage of the life cycle. Who is saving? In the euro area, it's mostly the top quintile of the distribution of income. The rest of the people save very, very little. Something that we have not discussed today very much here is about distributional issues across ages. In the income distribution, you can see some interesting things, probably in connection with the protection of rights of current pensioners. We know that politically they are a very important demographic group. But for those of you who have the talent to do serious things with figures, I would invite you to look at the distribution of the stock of wealth in the last very few years, maybe 20 years. With a special focus on the housing stock. I mean, I know some countries in Europe in which there has been just a huge redistribution of the housing stock from the young cohorts before the global financial crisis, that in many cases came also as a housing crisis, to the most recent period. So in some cases, these figures are quite striking. I mean, we have seen a huge reallocation from younger households to more senior households, with implications probably in many orders of our economic life that are going to be probably persistent and that are going also to bring some questions on the distribution of resources across the economy. I don't have an answer for this, but let me put my 5 cents in terms of questions.
Thank you. Andrea, do you want to come in?
Very briefly, because I think Oscar and Adriana already touched upon the key point. I think the way I read the debate on technical change and technology in general is that there are optimists and pessimists a little bit about the demographic shifts that have been characterized earlier by Andy. And it really needs to, you really need to think about how the technical change is going to, happen and who is going to affect, So I think that's crucial. So I haven't worked on that, so I don't really have an answer, but that's my reading of the literature. The other point on who's savings, I mean, I think from what I've seen, I agree with what's been said, that it's people at the top end of distribution. These are not really super young people, typically, which goes a little bit in contrast to some of our models, where if you foresee living longer, you would tend to save when you're pretty young. So there is an element of discrepancy there. I thought Adrienne may have something to say about that, because you have heterogeneity also within cohort, and it's not something that I think you emphasize very much, but his models has something to say about that. And finally, quickly on China, I mean, it's true, China doesn't have a social security system. I mean, in some sense, also in the US, there's a lot of private saving for pension. And, I think recommendation of Social Security are great, but then the fiscal side, how do you fund them? Like lots of countries that do have social security system are getting in trouble, are trying to find ways to move away from that model. So I think there's the other side of the question, which is the fiscal side.
Thank you. I promised before Panos Tsakoğlu a question, so Panos, would you like to ask your question? No. Okay. Yes, please.
It's more of a clarification than a question. The demographic reversal has a very clear, intuitive explanation. Okay, it's grounded in the life cycle model. And both speakers seem to reject that expectation. And I'm just wondering what their intuition is, in simple terms. Why should the life cycle hypothesis be amended, rejected? Incidentally, Keynes was expecting exactly the opposite from the life cycle hypothesis, I mean, on behavioral grounds. He was expecting a savings glut as the population grew.
So in the simple Modigliani model, it's a simple life cycle model, you have income during your working age and then little income later, and so you save for retirement, and then at the end of life, you've totally depleted your assets, right? And so the implication of that model for life cycle savings are kind of contradicted by the data because we don't actually see this decumulation phase, almost at all. We see it a little bit, but not that much. And so there's a whole literature that thinks about why is it that people continue to save in old age. And some of this might be might have to do with bequest motives. Some of this might have to do with desire to, make sure that you have enough money in case you become very ill. And so you have like old age kind of health expenses, and so on and so forth. So there's a debate out there in the literature. And so what that means is that the savings rates actually for the elderly, they're a little bit negative, but just not that much, right? And so that's part one, which is what's wrong with the life cycle hypothesis? Well, I mean, we don't know exactly, but for sure, the implication of it for the age profile of asset accumulation is not borne out by the data. Right? So that's part one. And then on the demographic reversal, there's kind of two components to it. So one says, in the life cycle hypothesis, you see a lot of dissaving, you see just a little bit of dissaving. Now, it's true that that little bit of dissaving can induce a small decline in the savings rate as people age for given interest rate. But then when you think about what determines interest rates, it's the balance between savings and investment. So even if savings falls a little bit, at given interest rates, the amount of capital that firms want to accumulate as demographics unfolds, there's decline in the population growth rate. And so that's a huge effect on investment. So there's just much less demand for investment from firms in a world where the growth rate of the labor force has slowed down. And so basically, the life cycle hypothesis just thinks a huge decline in savings, not in investment. In practice, there's small decline in savings and a much bigger decline in investment. And so that's what explains those results. I mean, we've seen a lot of papers that show the same thing, but going forward, we're projecting declines in interest rates, so no great demographic reversal.
Yeah, in our model, it's sort of similar. I mean, if anything, I guess it's even starker because we don't have bequests. And so in our model, it's all coming from the fact that people expect to live longer. So even once you're retired, this fact that you expect to live longer implies that you're still kind of saving. You can interpret that savings for health because you're worried about deterioration of health, or purely the fact that you're living longer. So it goes back to the answer that I gave to Andy before, that if you change retirement age, you can affect that behavior quite significantly. But right now, you will need to change retirement age massively in a way that you're going to have people in the streets, I think. If you'd done it 20 years ago, 30 years ago, it would have been a totally different game.
Thank you. We can get one more question.
A question for David. Some of the discussion you had about the collective DC kind of agreements, you sort of take as given that the government needs to step back from providing both the intergenerational transfers and the risk-taking. Could you speak to what should the role of government be in providing both kind of absorbing the risk, regardless of financial institutions versus households, and also the intergenerational transfers?
Already on. Oh, they good. What should the role of government be? Well, it may be that government can, and maybe they're the only institution that can, do intergenerational risk sharing. But you have to be sure, for the government to do that successfully, they have to be able to work out whether there's a shock that is a temporary shock that's very bad for a current group of people of a certain age who are here now, and the chances are things will be a lot better in the future. So you borrow a lot of money, and you use that, and you pay it all out, and then you get the tax back later. But then later you have to do your side of the bargain. So when later things are better, or at least normal, you need to pay off the debt. So a government that successfully does that is doing something extremely useful. It's, you know, it's what you would want governments to do. And sometimes they do exactly that. I mean, you see it in wars, that countries run up huge amounts of debt during a war. They have no choice in a way. They're not going to tax the current generation who are fighting the war and increase tax rates enormously to run balanced budgets in wartime. And then after the war, you hope that things will be better and you will gradually pay it off. And some countries very successfully done that many times. You know, I'm familiar with UK's history better than most other countries. There are 3 times when the UK has done that really well: the Napoleonic Wars, the First World War, and the Second World War. The problem now is that the kind of things that we're talking about with aging, it's not obvious that this is like a temporary thing and you could run big deficits now and see the stock go up and then get the money back later. And so I'm kind of skeptical about that intergenerational risk sharing being something that you would expect governments to be using right now, and certainly as any kind of justification for the sorts of deficits that lots of countries are running. You see it in the US, you certainly see it in the UK, in a world in which the stock of debt has just gone up a lot. The scope to do intergenerational risk sharing then is much diminished, and that's why I think the fiscal situation is just phenomenally difficult at the moment. And you know, just as a final thought, I'm actually quite surprised that bond markets are, as in some sense, as sanguine as they look, in still being willing to lend to most governments in real terms at very low real interest rates. And maybe that'll last, and maybe it won't. I don't know.
Thank you so much. So we are finishing a few minutes late, but given our excellent speakers, I think this is justified. Thanks a lot for all the great presentations, questions and answers, and our discussion. And our conference will resume at 2 p.m. after lunch. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Well, welcome back after a very nice lunch. So, just to introduce myself, my name is Tomasz Kozuk. I'm the counselor to the chief economist at the OECD Economics Department and the head of the front office. And thanks a lot to the organizers for giving me the chance to chair this afternoon session. It's a very intensive session, so be aware for the next 3.5 hours. We hope to hear a lot of interesting things. We have 2 keynote speeches, we have 2 special remarks, we have a coffee break, 2 presentations, and a fantastic panel to follow. So, we try to make it as interactive as possible. Afterwards, you'll hear short concluding remarks from Phyllis. And I think I've received about 7 messages from the organizers that I have to be very strict on timing, so apologies to the speakers if I need to cut you off. So let's start with the keynotes and the special remarks. We have 4 distinguished guests in the first part of the session, and I'll introduce them one by one as they speak. So first, we have Andrew Scott, who probably needs no introduction in this forum, but Andrew is a senior director of economics at the Ellison Institute of Technology in Oxford. He oversees the economic analysis across the Institute's human endeavors. He is a professor of economics at the LBS, a research fellow at the Center of Economic Policy and Research, and previously held position at All Souls, Oxford University, the LSE, and Harvard. He has acted as an advisor to a range of British or UK and global institutions on issues related to longevity, aging, and economic policy more generally. So, in principle, you have half an hour for your speech. If you finish 10 or 5 minutes earlier, we'll have time for Q&A. So, Andrew, I'll let you come in, and I'll do the rest of my stuff sitting down. Yes.
Well, good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. It's me again, and after me, you're going to hear from, I guess, my boss, who is the president of the Ellison Institute of Technology. And as my boss, I can just say he's a wonderful man. I'm going to be talking about health, and I'll begin by saying I'm a macroeconomist, so I'm slightly find myself surprised to be talking about health. In most of my time as a macroeconomist, working with central banks and with treasuries, I've really only ever thought of health as a very big check that the government has to write, and that's a problem when it comes to balancing the books. But what I'm going to do from the point of view of longevity is sort of look at 2 aspects of health. And that's because if I were to say what I think are 2 really important policy objectives to adapt to what I called earlier a longevity society, the first is that we need to target healthy life expectancy. Thank you. Obviously GDP is important, but with an aging society, thank you, there's a really important aim, which is to be healthy for longer. We're living longer lives. If you ask people, are they happy about the prospect of living to 90 or 100, invariably they say, so long as I'm healthy. And I'm just going to sort of put some numbers together to show you how important that is in welfare terms, but also zoom in on what it means to stay healthy for longer, which is going to be around tackling aging itself rather than disease, and to focus on health and not disease, and a shift towards prevention. And then the second thing I want to try and focus on is that I think if you're trying to get a 3-dimensional longevity dividend, lives that aren't just long, but are healthy, productive, engaged, the place to begin, in terms of the economics, is people aged 50 to 65, or whatever the state pension age is in your country. Governments going along and just raising the state pension age doesn't help people work for longer. And one of the things that's important to help people work for longer is to keep them healthier for longer. There's many other things as well, which we'll cover tomorrow, but I'll be looking in the session here, what is the link between health and keeping people working for longer, and how do you achieve it? So that's the 2 parts. First part is really just about the value of healthy life expectancy, independent from the economy. The second is, what does this mean for the economy and for policy? So I'm going to begin with health, and I've deliberately chosen the picture of a young person. because if you're talking about longevity, that individual has a longer life expectation than I do, and so it's really important to think about a all-of-life perspective. That's going to build onto my topic about prevention. So let me now just show you some data. So this is taken from a paper I wrote with Martin Ellison, Julian Ashwin, and David Sinclair. And what we did is a famous paper in the Journal of Political Economy by Murphy and Topel, which has a life cycle model. And it says, hey, you know, let's feed in health, let's feed in wages, and people make their decisions on what they do with their life, given how long they live for, and given what their health is. And from this, you can back out a value of a statistical life. You can work out the welfare value of improvements in health, the improvements in longevity. And you can convert it into a monetary value. So you can add improvements in GDP to improvements in health and come up with a dollar number, and you can track percentage changes. And so what you've got here on the left-hand side is what's been happening to GDP growth per capita over different periods, and it goes up to 2018. And then on the right-hand side, you've got, factoring on top of GDP per capita, the value of improvements to health and to life expectancy. And two things become obvious here. The first is in terms of welfare, the numbers are much bigger on the right-hand side than the left-hand side. In other words, health is more valuable than income to us as individuals. And when you look at the value of a statistical life literature, I think in the US, the value of a statistical life is something like $11 million or something like that. It's clear that we value life a lot more than the sum of the income that we will produce over our lifetime. It's a statement that is so obvious, it's probably embarrassing to the non-economists to hear in the room, but the value of life is much more than just our income, and health is a big part of that. The second thing you'll see here is the deterioration over time. And some of that is to do with GDP per capita growth slowing down, but we're seeing a slowdown in the rate of improvement in life expectancy, and I'll come on to that in a moment, but also health. And it's useful to look at this chart here. This chart shows you for the US what are called survival rates. So it's the probability of a newborn living out to different ages. And so they go from the top left to the bottom right, and it's for 1933, 1975, and 2018. Survival rates are a very nice variable to look at, and in particular, the area under the curve is life expectancy. So you can see that the probability of a newborn living to 60 has been rising over time, and we're seeing these gains in life expectancy. As it happens, the US isn't terribly good at life expectancy gains compared to many other countries, but all countries are seeing a slowdown in life expectancy. It's a little bit misleading, that statistic, though, because in the past we've had life expectancy gains coming because children are more likely to live from 0 to 50. People are more likely to live from 50 to 70, and from 70 to 100. But the probability of a newborn making it to 50 is now very, very high. You can see from this chart here. So there's not much scope for big gains from getting children to go from 0 to 60. So you're not really getting that contribution anymore. So now all the life expectancy gains we're getting are coming mostly from the chances of going from 60 to 80 or 60 to 90. So the majority of life expectancy gains in rich countries is now really about longevity. It's about hitting into your 80s and 90s. And actually, you're seeing an increase in the rate of change of mortality at older ages. But it's not enough to compensate for the fact we're kind of maxed out for the first 60 years of life. So life expectancy gains are slowing down. But the other thing that's happening, if you look at that green line, this is from the Global Burden of Disease data set. This is a measure of the disease burden, how impacted you are by poor health. And you can see a clear gradient. Our health tends, on average, and I stress average, averages are very misleading when it comes to health, but they rise with age. And so we're seeing smaller life expectancy gains, and they're coming disproportionately in the years when we're in poorer health. And so the welfare gains from longevity, the welfare gains from health, are beginning to slow down. And the big challenge is now, when global life expectancy exceeds 73, is these what I call aging-related diseases. What do I mean by aging-related disease? We could go off on a biological tangent here, and there's a sort of biology of aging field that's rapidly developing called geroscience. But here I'm just going to refer to diseases where the risk of getting them rises continuously with age. Okay? So some diseases are predominantly infant, some are predominantly midlife, but diseases such as arthritis, dementia, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, I'm sorry to be so gloomy after lunch, but all of these tend to rise with age continuously. And they're the ones that we now have to think of. And in fact, some work I'm doing here with David Bloom, Julian Ashwin, and Peter Peart says that around the world, whether you're a low-income country or a high-income country, the biggest global health burden, health risk you face is aging-related diseases. Even in low-income countries, the biggest lifetime burden of disease is now coming from these aging-related diseases. So I'm going to show you in a minute that aging well matters, but it's kind of pretty obvious, the conclusion. Health is really valuable. The biggest health challenge is how we age. Put the two together, healthy aging is an enormous welfare issue for us. So what I want to suggest is that the biggest thing now is not to keep raising life expectancy, but to try and bring down that green line. That's basically what I want to look at. And I'm going to say that's about looking at what I call aging, because if these aging-related diseases all have aging as their common risk factor, and there may not be a single biological pathway of aging, there could be many of them. You could see that if you could slow down the rate of aging, you would slow down the rate of incidence of all these diseases. And that's going to have a big welfare gain for a bunch of reasons. One is, you know, if you've got something that means you could reduce the risk of cancer, cardiovascular disease, dementia, these are three of the biggest diseases in the world, and so you're going to have a big impact because you're reducing the risk of 3 diseases. But there's another factor, which is a complementarity. Because if we make progress reducing cancer, and we have made progress, if we make further progress, there's still limited gains in terms of life expectancy and health, because there's still the risk of cardiovascular disease, of dementia. And so the value of reducing cancer is much less when you've still got those other diseases. But if you could lower all of those diseases at the same time, the gains are greater than the sum of the parts. The quality of life is so much greater. So these are really, really, really big gains. And what I'm going to say is that therefore we're going to try and focus on changing how we age. Now, in other parts of the conference, I'll talk about changing how we age in terms of behavior. You know, I look at my children, they're behaving very differently from me. People are getting married later, they're having children later, they're working later, they're getting divorced later. So there's lots of ways we change our behavior, which is nothing to do with health, but also changing how we age in terms of our health is going to be key, both as welfare and as an economic measure. And I want to focus on aging rather than diseases themselves, because of this multiplicity of gains you get across many dimensions. What I'm going to do is then, in a paper I did with Martin Ellison and David Sinclair, use that Murphy-Topel model I talked about earlier, this life cycle model, and say, let's think about shifting these curves and putting an economic value on them, going from improvements in health, improvements in longevity, and translating it into monetary value. This is not about the boost to GDP, this is just how much is it worth to us. And if you think about this chart, there's 4 ways of changing things, well, 3 ways really. One is to just keep pushing out the survival curve, okay? Just make us live longer. And to be blunt, that's our current system. Now, forgive me, you're going to get a bit of a crash course in English literature, but there's a famous English novel called Gulliver's Travels, written by Jonathan Swift in the 18th century, and Gulliver travels around an imaginary world and arrives at the island of Luggnagg, and in the Isle of Luggnagg there are the immortals who are called Strudbergs, and the Strudbergs live forever. And Gulliver, when he first thinks this must be amazing to live forever. Then he meets the Strudbergs, and they're all incredibly depressed. Even when they're not old, they're incredibly depressed. Because although they're going to live forever, they age normally. So that's just like shifting out that survival curve, increasing life expectancy, but you're going to be living forever in years where you're in bad health. And our current health system, which is about tackling disease, is really about keeping us alive for longer, not really about keeping us healthy for longer. So that's been what we've had so far. Another option, I'm going to call it the Dorian Gray scenario, based on an Oscar Wilde novella. So Oscar Wilde wrote a book about Dorian Gray, who does a deal with the devil, basically. And there's a painting of him in the attic which ages and shows the results of his lifestyle, which is pretty hedonistic. But Dorian Gray looks young, beautiful, and fit forever. And that's a world where we don't change the survival curve, we just lower that green line. So if you, in the extreme case, you could be 80, but you're just as healthy as you were at 20, and you look like you were at 20. I don't know how appealing that is to you. The other option is to actually try and slow down aging. And if you slow down aging, two things happen. One is you live longer. Mortality rates of an 80-year-old would be the mortality rate of a 70-year-old, for instance. So you would shift out that survival curve, but also you would lower the health line. Okay? So you're going to get two advantages there. One is you're living for longer, the other is you're healthier for longer. So I'm just going to do a very simple experiment to say what's the most valuable way our health system can tackle this health challenge of aging. And when it comes to slowing down aging, there's two ways of doing it, and I won't go into it too much, because actually they're sort of the same. One is I call the Peter Pan scenario, which Peter Pan was the boy who never grew up. So, you know, I'm 60, but I'm still really 15 years of age. So I'm forever the same age. And the other, for the science fiction fans amongst you, is Wolverine, who reverses his age. He can suddenly just grow a young arm or grow a young brain. So at the age of 70, you just go and you have an experiment done to you, and suddenly you're a 20-year-old again. In fact, in terms of this model, the Wolverine and Peter Pan one doesn't make any difference. But the older I get, I do hope that any medical progress comes through as Wolverine, because if I'm 80 and they find a way to slow down aging, it's a bit late for me, but if I'm 80 and they find a way to reverse aging, I'm all in favor of that. So that's these four different scenarios. And what we're going to do is just play around with them, and we're going to put them into a model. It's a life cycle model. I make no bones about its complexity. There's some big assumptions behind it. Its main advantage is it's tractable and covers lots of things. And that should be borne in mind with some of the answers I come up with. But what's nice about this model is when you change how long people live for, you change how healthy they are, they change their behavior, which is, of course, a very rational thing to do. Now, I won't go too much into the results, but let me just quickly sort of give you the answers. First of all, the numbers are huge. Partly that's because in this model, the value of life is very high. But go back to what I said earlier, health is incredibly important to us. The biggest health challenge is now how we age. Guess what? Changing how we age is very valuable. The first example I gave was Strudberg, which is where we keep you alive for longer, but you age in terms of your health, just like all humanity has ever done. And that is valuable in terms of my model. This is a very simple model. It says time is valuable. If you live longer, you have more time. That's useful. But what happens is as we live longer and longer in that model, the value of the extra time gets less and less for two very simple factors. The first is the quality of the additional year of life is less because you're in poor health. And secondly, if you're not working, then you've got to save earlier in life to finance that year. And so every extra year of life acts like a tax on earlier years of life. And so in a year where you're healthy and active, you're going to have to be working harder to give your money to yourself when you're older and less well. So every year of life has diminishing returns. We've reached the point where actually further life expectancy gains really don't look very attractive. The second one is the Dorian Gray model, and that's where We don't change the survival curve. Life expectancy remains the same. We just lower that green line. We just raise healthy life expectancy relative to life expectancy. And what's extraordinary about that is how big the value of that is. In the medical world, it's called compressing morbidity. How do we shorten the period of life at the end of life that is in poor health? Broadly speaking, over the last 30 years, around the world on average, the proportion of life that is healthy has remained about the same. Which means that of all the extra years we've got, lots of them are healthy, but there's more unhealthy ones. So the period at the end of life, the number of years is getting, on average, and again, averages are important here, getting larger. So compressing that period is far and away the most important thing. And the calculations of this model suggest that actually a full compression of morbidity is more valuable than any current increase in life expectancy. So if you had to make a choice, do we raise life expectancy anymore, or just focus on bringing healthy life expectancy up to life expectancy, this model says compression in morbidity is amazingly valuable. And, you know, there's obviously a mathematical model and all that stuff, but intuitively it kind of makes sense. So I said at the beginning, you ask people, do you want to live a long life, only if it's in good health? Well, this says, yeah, the model says that's really, really valuable. Then there's slowing down aging. And I know that sounds a crazy thing to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it, slowing down aging. And of course, there you get extra years of life and you get better health, which is compressing morbidity. And that's incredibly valuable. That's even more valuable than just raising healthy life expectancy. So if we could slow down how we age to both compress morbidity and increase life expectancy, the gains are huge. And this is just looking at present value numbers. And I won't say too much about it, but basically the welfare gain, go back to that chart I showed you at the beginning, adding health gains to GDP to come up with a welfare number, the numbers are staggering. Now, you can play around with this model any way you like, but basically this is the kind of the answer. It's just a big number. Why is it a big number? Well, that's kind of, yeah, I'll skip this chart. This is because of these four things. The first is, when life expectancy was 60, when only 20% of people lived to 80, how you aged really wasn't very important in terms of your life. But when, as is the case in the UK, 50% of children born today, the government says will live to be 92, suddenly how you age is incredibly important. So this is one reason why this number is so big. In terms of looking at the current population, because the birth rate is falling, we've got lots of older people. So that also makes aging-related diseases the most important priority. I mentioned already there's competing risks. And then the work we do just says this is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, because the better we get at aging, the more we value further improvements in aging. When we tackled infant mortality and reduced infant mortality, wonderful achievement, phenomenally important. But once you've tackled infant mortality, you want to move on to midlife mortality. But aging-related diseases are all those ones that increase with age. And so if you just get better at aging, there's still that aging ahead of you. And of course, if there's more people getting older because you're getting better at aging, the value of aging, improving how we age, just gets larger and larger. So there's an increase in returns to scale. Couple of points, and then I'm going to have to try and move on to the macro side of things. This is really a focus on health, not disease. And we don't really measure health anywhere at the moment. Hospitals are based around disease. In my own country, the main target of the health system is the waiting list for operations, which is so laughably removed from any concept of health. I find it extraordinary. But what do we really mean by health? Now, the scientists and biologists will talk about your blood sugar and your cholesterol. It's really just about your physical and cognitive health, your ability to do what you want to do. But if you're going to try and think about keeping people healthy, when it comes to these aging-related diseases, you want to intervene before people get ill. Because chronic diseases are chronic. You can't get rid of them. And so you want to stop people getting ill. So you want to go upstream much more and identify something that triggers all of these diseases and then stop it. Now, I talked about a measure of health. It could be age itself. If you look at the longevity scientists, they'll tell you to take all sorts of drugs like rapamycin and metformin. There's a lot of interest in these GLP-1 drugs that have come out recently that tackle obesity, because they seem to act a bit like this. They work on one biomarker, obesity, and affect several diseases, not just through your weight and musculoskeletal disease, but seem to have all sorts of protective effects. But this is where the 21st century health system needs to go. We cannot intervene as if you had an infectious disease. We've got to do much more around prevention. That's going to be a big change, prevention, not treatment. There are huge socioeconomic determinants of health, which means that there's a lot of health inequality. But so much of what you do around prevention is nothing to do with your doctor. It's about your behavior. It's your diet, your exercise, the people you meet with. There are enormous barriers to change here because our health system is really a disease system. It's focused on going to specialists when you get a disease. The British poet W.H. Auden said, "Health is a subject that medicine knows nothing about." And there's a lot of truth in that. When you get a disease, they've got something to work on. But what actually is health, and how do we keep you healthy? And John Bell will talk about this later. In the 6 minutes I've got left, I want to just talk about how this then feeds into economics. This is the proportion of employment growth over the last 10 years across various countries that's come from workers aged over 50. So in the European Union, over 100% of employment growth has come from workers aged over 50. There's very little productivity growth in the European Union, so all GDP growth is basically older workers. So keeping older workers in work, and I'm talking over 50 here, I'm arbitrarily defining 50 as now my measure of age, is incredibly important, which is when you look at this chart, which is for the US, you see the challenge, and Lisa Bertman will talk more about this tomorrow. At age 50, about 80% of Americans are at work. At age 65, which is 2 years before the state pension age, only around 30% are. You can see in that world why changing the state pension age is going to do very little different for your employment. So if we really want to tackle keeping people working for longer, I wouldn't start at the state pension age, I'd start at 50. Which then is, why do people leave the labour market? I'm sure you all have your own preferred explanations. One is health. Either you have a problem with your own health or you have to care for someone who's got poor health. I'm very keen on the concept of age-friendly jobs. If you're a construction worker, it's very hard to keep working into your 50s. University professor, it's relatively straightforward. Skills may get out of date, also a problem for university professors. And there may also be age discrimination. People just think older workers aren't very productive. I feel contractually obliged in an economics conference to do demand and supply diagrams. So this is my attempt to try and explain what we're about here. And this is motivated by some work by David Canning. The red line shows the marginal benefit of work. And I've got it declining with age. In general, you know, money becomes, the wealthier you are, and you tend to be wealthier when you're older, the less valuable money becomes. And so there's a diminishing marginal benefit to work. And then there's the marginal cost of work, which I've assumed increases with age. That could be because of travel time, it could be because work is boring, it could be that work is tiring, but I'm just drawing these two lines. And what you get with longevity is if you tell people they're living longer, then they need more money. Money becomes more valuable. And so there's an increase in the marginal benefit of work. Money becomes more valuable, I need to work for longer. And that's kind of the motivation for just sort of changing the state pension age. But to get people working, you've also got to try and lower the marginal cost of work. How can you make work more age-friendly? Is it more flexibility, for instance? Or how can I keep people healthy so work is more feasible for them? And just want to pick up on that one, which is where I think we get the link from prevention to the economy. This is showing you for the United Kingdom. Forgive me for a lot of UK data today. The black line is the percentage of people with work-limiting health of different ages, and the top line show where the population is growing. So basically, health is becoming more important for GDP because more people are working at that age. This just shows you the risk of becoming unemployed if you have one of these 6 chronic diseases. And basically, if you have a cardiovascular disease, you're something like 6 times more likely to leave work at age 50 than if you don't. And if you leave work at age 50, it's very hard to come back into the workforce for all sorts of reasons. So we did a paper that said, what if you could reduce these 6 chronic diseases by 20% in terms of their incidence? What impact would it have on GDP? And when would it show up? Because the great problem for ministers of finance around prevention is I spend money today, but the health benefits come later. And for a government like the UK, which is trying to find money to reduce the waiting list for knee operations and hip replacements, that's a problem. So how quickly and how fast do the gains come through? So we did some work, and 5 years after the reduction in prevalence, you get something like a 1% increase in GDP. Now, the full gains take much longer to come through. You can see they're still increasing way over time. But within 5 years from the reduction of prevalence, you get a relatively quick payback. The biggest impact comes from keeping people in work. It's very hard to get people who are unemployed from ill health, who are old, back into the workforce. But keeping people in the workforce has a really, really big effect. In the UK, what we found was the 2 biggest diseases that cause problems were mental health and musculoskeletal. It wouldn't surprise me if they were the same in many other countries as well. And I'm very conscious of time. But it's this 50 to 65-year-old age group that is the sweet spot. That's the age where health has the biggest effect on you leaving the labour market, but it also is where there's a lot of people of that age. So targeting 50 to 65 for prevention is really important. But this then becomes the really, for me, interesting thing. What this shows you is the effect of reducing prevalence of disease in a year, but then how it compounds over time. Because if you keep a current 50-year-old healthy, they're much less likely to leave the labour market. But of course, the 45-year-old in 5 years' time becomes a 50-year-old. And if they're healthier at 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, then they're a lot healthier when it comes to 50. So you get really big compounding effects. So how, through ministries of finance, we think about how we allocate the health budget in ways that produce GDP, and how we think about this and its rate of return is going to be a really important issue in an aging society. I think the link in the rich countries between health and GDP is increasing. Prevention is going to be crucial. How do we finance it, and who do we focus on, and what are the diseases and technologies that we have available to us? So I will stop there, because I think that's my time. Thank you.
Andrew. Thank you very much, Andrew. Thanks for sticking to time. We don't have time for a Q&A right now, but the good news is that Andrew will stay in the panel that we have at the end of today, so you'll have a chance to ask those questions. I actually have one myself. We move on to the next speaker, who is virtual, so I hope the connection is on. The next speaker will be Sir John Bell, who is the president of the Ellison Institute of Technology at Oxford. He is the Regius Professor of Medicine at Oxford University. In the past, he held many distinguished positions, including as president of the Academy of Medical Sciences, the chair of the Office of Strategic Coordination of Health and Research, the chair of Rhodes Trust, UK Life Science Champion. He was appointed the Knight Grand Cross of the Order of the British Empire in 2015, and a Companion of Honor in 2023 for services to medicine, medical research, and the life science industry, so very distinguished speaker. I probably best if I don't take more leading your distinguished list of your achievements, and I'll pass you on the voice. You have 20 minutes. If you finish a bit earlier, I think we can have some questions and answers. If not, so be it. So you have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Great. Super. Thanks very much for inviting me to this meeting. I'm sorry I'm only here virtually. I think Andrew's laid out some of the key issues that I would like to spend a bit of time on in my talk as well. And I'd like to start really with the crisis in healthcare and healthcare delivery that I think we're seeing in certainly all Western countries at the moment. And it's particularly prevalent in countries with single-payer healthcare systems like the UK and indeed many European countries. And that is that there has been this dramatic shift in demography as people age more, and those numbers Andrew showed you, they're really quite striking. It's clear that medical science has done a lot to extend life expectancy. But the problem is that we haven't really been very effective at extending healthy life expectancy in the way that we would have liked to do. So a large number of healthcare systems are now collapsing under the pressure of a large number of elderly people, some of them very frail, many of them with multiple different chronic diseases. And once you're over the age of 70, you don't just have one chronic disease, you often have 2, 3, or 4 chronic diseases. And so the healthcare system really is finding it very hard to fund and manage that population of people. And it's changed the way all healthcare systems that I know of are working. The big burdens of disease in that age group are the common chronic diseases: heart disease, stroke and cerebrovascular disease, diabetes, the common cancers, obesity, which is a risk factor for a lot of diseases, orthopedic conditions, again, precipitated often by obesity. Those are the big factors that actually are collapsing our healthcare systems around us. And with that comes a massive cost to society. And that cost to society, we have focused largely in the past on what it costs to run a healthcare system. And of course, in the UK, we've got a variety of tools that we use to try and constrain expenditure within a healthcare system. But the big coefficient that many of these gating processes have missed is that the challenge of these chronic diseases in middle and late age is that we're losing massive economic firepower by having large numbers of people out of the workforce. Productivity is flat or falling in many countries. GDP growth, of course, is constrained. And in places like the UK, the dominant driver for that turns out to be this great burden of ill health that we see in people over the age of 50. And interestingly, that the healthcare system that we built up so successfully since 1945, essentially, the growth of biomedicine and healthcare that we've seen in all developed economies has largely been focused on acute hospitals, doctors who look after people with symptoms or in the late stages of disease, and then community-based practice, which in the UK and elsewhere is based around primary care, who are now overwhelmed by the frail elderly population and can't really provide the kind of community care that we need. So when you add all that up, it means really big trouble. And it's become clear that the role of economists in trying to think our way through this is a really important piece of the puzzle, because the consequences of this are a real economic challenge to most countries, and we need to address it to be able to correct that particular problem. So if I can just go back and spend a little bit of time telling you how we kind of got to this place and what we might do about it. It's first important for you to know and remember that many of the diseases that I've described, these chronic diseases, have their origins in early life. Some of them begin in childhood, a lot of them begin in childhood, but many of them also are evident in people in their 20s and 30s and 40s. But in those age groups, they're often asymptomatic. So there's a disease process which is going on that in the end will end up with those clinical syndromes we know as a heart attack or a stroke or renal failure or all these major chronic diseases, chronic obstructive airways disease, all the big chronic diseases. But in the first 60, 70% of their natural history, they are asymptomatic. and you're just accumulating trouble that will actually precipitate itself with an acute event. And that's where these common risk factors become quite important. So we know that there is a sort of milieu of risk factors that we all sit in through most of our lives that are associated with bad diets, obesity, raised cholesterol, raised blood pressure. Those things all together contribute to a situation where you then end up with end-stage events like a heart attack or a stroke or dementia. And most of those are due to the same risk factors. It's just a question of what gets you first. But it's the same common set of risk factors. So I think it's important to remember that the healthcare and medical profession has focused on the last 20% of natural history and has largely ignored the earlier bits, with the exception, of course, of one big example, which is the use of vaccines to prevent downstream infections and sequelae of those infections. So the vaccine guys have obviously historically treated people who are asymptomatic and not infected in the hope of preventing things occurring in later life. And so that's been, one of the great successes of prevention over time has been the use of vaccines to prevent infectious diseases. So we've now got a situation where the big burden of diseases you want to prevent are these chronic diseases of middle and late age. And what's really interesting is that we know that if you could get at the underlying risk factors and the determinants of driving those diseases when people are asymptomatic, then you can dramatically flatten all the downstream morbidity. And the best example of this, of course, is the efforts that went on to control serum cholesterol and blood pressure, based largely on therapeutics that were discovered in the 70s and the 80s. And those agents, now all generic and all costing substantially less than a penny a tablet, have had a dramatic effect on the downstream mortality and morbidity that we get from cardiovascular disease. So many Western countries have seen a fall of almost 70% in cardiovascular mortality since the 1960s to now. And that has been largely driven by those interventions that reduce the risk factors, treat people who have got the exposure to the risk factors, but not necessarily symptoms, and flatten that mortality and morbidity curve. So we have some really spectacular examples of how early intervention and prevention has been highly effective. But the real challenge, of course, has emerged as to how do you keep people taking the tablets, and how do you get people on the tablets, and how do you keep them compliant with those therapies. So since the discovery of those early therapeutics that you could use to treat hypertension, high cholesterol, better management of diabetes, another one. So there are many examples of things where we've worked quite hard to reduce the available risk factors. In the last 10 to 15 years, we've had a real explosion in the development and the availability of tools to actually do prevention, even though we don't do it. And just to be crystal clear, no healthcare system in the world does this very well. But that's despite the fact that we've got a lot of tools that you can use for that. Now, one of the issues, of course, is everybody says, well, we know what the answer to obesity is, you just got to stop eating and join Weight Watchers and reduce your intake. Unfortunately, we now know that there's quite a wide range of genetic liabilities to obesity. And if you're at the extreme end of those liabilities, it doesn't matter how much you try and stop eating, you will still get obese. So behavioral interventions are not to be dismissed, but they haven't proved to be the answer that we thought they would be for the prevention agenda. And so we've actually now developed a whole set of new tools, which we think will be hugely helpful in developing an agenda where we focus not on late-stage disease, we focus on asymptomatic people much earlier. And of course, this has become the mantra of many healthcare systems, none of which, I have to say, including the NHS, have made any effort to actually truly introduce a prevention system at scale. And the first thing that we've got now that we didn't have before is we've got a set of diagnostic tools that can be used to make much better prediction about what diseases you're likely to get, even at a stage when you're quite early on and don't have any symptoms and may only have a few environmental exposures. And there's a whole range of information that you get from healthcare records, that you get from biomarkers like serum cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, HDL cholesterol, blood pressure, BMI, or the tendency for obesity, as well as things like genetics and the use of AI to integrate all that information to actually give you much better predictive tools to identify people at risk of disease. And the reason that's important is that if you're going to do prevention early, you might actually have some people in whom you're trying to prevent these diseases, the onset of these diseases, over a 20 or 30-year time frame. And if you're going to do that, you probably have to be pretty sure that they're on a trajectory that would give them trouble in the end. And that's why these predictive analytics are actually quite powerful. And amongst one of the most powerful tools there is the use of genetics, which of course you can use. Your genetics is the same when you're born as when you die. So, you could do genetic predictive analytics in newborn babies if you wanted to, or you could do it at any stage in life, and get fairly robust estimates of risk to a wide range of diseases. Almost all of the major common diseases have some element of genetic risk. It's almost never more than 50%. It's usually considerably less than that, but it adds up with the other things to an important part of the formula. And then the final thing, in addition to the diagnostics, where you can actually identify who you'd want to prevent what diseases in, are this fantastic array of new therapeutics, which are now appearing at scale to try and manage this problem in middle age or even early middle age. And they include the existing generic medicines for blood pressure and for cholesterol management, but also these interesting new drugs, which are called siRNAs, which are injectable medicines that will dramatically reduce your risk of elevated cholesterol and, as a result, cardiovascular disease. And it's a single injection, and they last up to a year. So in terms of compliance, these are terrific tools because basically it means one injection, you can prevent cardiovascular disease for a year. And the same applies to the one which is now being developed for hypertension, the angiotensinogen siRNA. So you could, in theory, have a single injection that could control both blood pressure and cholesterol for a year, and then you come back a year later, like it was a flu vaccine, and you get it every year and you're protected. There's been an array of exciting new vaccines for the elderly, which are able to control many of the common respiratory pathogens that cause illness and often cause death in the elderly, but also cause disability and illness at scale. And that includes, influenza vaccines, COVID vaccines, but also vaccines for things like RSV, as well as vaccines for things like shingles, which appears to have some beneficial effects in terms of preventing diseases like Alzheimer's disease. So there's quite a broad set of those opportunities. And then, of course, and Andrew mentioned this, the advent of the GLP-1 drugs, which have been used for a long time at lower doses for the treatment of diabetic patients, now look to have a miraculous set of they've been developed by some companies as obesity drugs. They're not really obesity drugs. They prevent a whole range of different disorders and look to be very potent and effective drugs for reducing risk of all the diseases I've talked about. They're currently injectable. They won't be injectable forever. They're likely to become very rapidly orals. So then the final thing, given the fact we've got diagnostics and we've got therapeutics that you could use, is how do you deliver this to a population? And what you don't do is use an existing healthcare system, because hospitals and doctors are they're the incumbent party here who don't really want to do prevention. And hospitals are already designed for sick people, so you can't do prevention there. Primary care hasn't really worked, but you do need a channel to get these things to people. And of course, there are possibilities there about using digital channels much more effectively, because most of the diagnostic tests can be done on a one-time visit, and then you can pursue those. So there, I think thinking about all those things together, the diagnostic, therapeutics, and the delivery channel could provide real opportunities at a relatively low cost to provide a much more directed prevention strategy. So those are the things we need if we're going to get this to work. But we also need healthcare systems to think quite hard about changing what they do. And that, of course, is the hardest thing. So politicians love talking about prevention. No politician I know has ever done anything about improving the prevention arena. And that's in every country that I'm in contact with in the developed economies or in the LMIC. So there does need to be a commitment to get this to work. Obviously, you need to generate some data, but you don't need a lot of data because we already know the effectiveness of lowering cholesterol. And just to give you a real shocker, I run a large cohort in the UK, which now has about 2.5 million people over the age of 18 enrolled. And we've just looked at the health of that population recently. Andrew Scott's doing a detailed dive about the state of the nation's health. But just to give you a sense about where we are in the UK, 52% of people in that cohort, and these are normal asymptomatic people off the street, have got a cholesterol that is too high and needs to be treated. That's half the population. 26% have a BMI more than 30. That's obese, and I would say morbidly obese. 25% of the people have uncontrolled blood pressure, which could kill them at any moment. And about 30% of people age 18 to 30 have got moderate to severe mental illness. So that's the reason economies are not growing. That's the reason GDP is flat. That's the reason productivity is flat. Unless we fix that problem, we're not going to get out of this hole, and we're not going to fix it unless we pivot our healthcare systems to a much more prevention-oriented strategy. Anyway, look, that's it for me. I'm happy to take questions if we have time.
Fast on so that you can actually hear the question, but
John, I'm not sure if you can see me, so I'll stand up. I'm Shushi Singh from the OECD. Thank you so much for those fascinating thoughts and remarks. I totally empathize with the UK system. I'm from London, and been dealing with sorting out long-term care for my father in the last couple of years. But anyhow, apart from that, I think both you and Andrew have very nicely expressed all the different challenges in terms of prevention and healthy aging. I think one really interesting part of the puzzle here is that life expectancy actually changes enormously among men and women. So women tend to live a lot longer. And that raises a lot of different questions in terms of policy intervention and perhaps even lessons for how women behave and what is it about their behavior that might could be used and be for men and changing their behavior. So the question was that the sort of the toolkit that you've been working on. I mean, have you thought about that in terms of what lessons to be learned, or should a universal toolkit in terms of diagnosis or prevention or treatment be the same as men and women? Thank you.
sorry, we can't actually hear you. Might have to restart in a second. Yeah.
Okay. How's that? Can you hear that? I'm on at my end. How about that? Can you hear that?
Perfect.
Great. I'll just keep talking. Wave your hands if you can't hear me. Yeah, so look, I totally agree. There's always been this differential between men and women. It's a really interesting observation. Women do better, both in terms of morbidity, but also mortality. They have one big advantage, and it's called estrogen. And there is something about the biology of women which actually protects them from some of the big cardiovascular events. And it's one of the reasons why most of the cardiovascular events in women occur post-menopause, because that's when their hormonal protection seems to disappear. They, of course, carry other risk factors in life. There's difference between men and women. I think one of the things that we're going to see quite profoundly in the not too distant future is that there is definitely something happening with men and men at an early age, and the Americans have the best data on this, but as you know, there's this concept of the left behind men in America who, between the age of 20 and 35, seem to largely drop out of society. Suicide rates are 4 times in that population what they are in women. It's a really, and they will be accumulating all kinds of health issues over that time frame. So obviously this has to be individualized at some level, but we would be well aware of the differences between men and women. Need to think about it hard.
Thanks. I think we'll take one more at least from.
So many common chronic diseases, and trying to find the root causes. What I'm really concerned about is that we've looked at one part of the equation, that is that health leads to better economic outcomes. My work basically focuses on social determinants of health, and really, at least as much as health influences economic factors, I think the evidence would suggest that economic factors, the nature of work, the nature of education, the kinds of inequalities that we see very early on, are determinants of health. And so it's a two-way causal sort of pathway. And if we think about how to improve health, then the major determinants may well be sitting in our realm and not in healthcare center realm. So I wonder if we could integrate that thinking somewhat.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that the social inequalities are a major driver of health or ill health, and that's been documented a million times. And I think it's it's a societal responsibility to try and fix that. It's unhelpful that we don't really understand the mechanisms for that. Some of them are rather obvious, and that is people in low socioeconomic groups tend not to access healthcare in the way that those in the middle classes and higher socioeconomic groups do. So that's an obvious reason. There have been various stories about underlying biological effects that drive that particular difference. But the real problem is what to do about it. And of course, you can improve it by improving living conditions, improving employment conditions, improving education. Nobody would disagree with any of those things. And they're all things that I think are on the agenda of various governments. But you can actually have quite a profound impact also by intervening at a medical level. Because in the end, the health problems are being driven by biological processes that we can now stop and intervene with. And these interventions are incredibly cheap. They're really easy to deliver. And the health system, as we know it now, simply doesn't do it. And it particularly doesn't do it for poor people. And I think that is one of the really big problems, is that they carry the burden of this disease because the health system has failed to use known interventions that would actually have quite a dramatic impact on their health. So that, I think, needs to be very much part of the formula. And perhaps the best example of this is when the GLP-1 drugs became clear that they had remarkable effects for preventing disease. The NHS decided that they weren't going to distribute them through the NHS, and as a result, they all get bought through private practitioners in the UK. And guess who doesn't get them? It's the poor people. So we have systematic problems about trying to solve the inequalities of health. So I couldn't agree with you more, but we're not going about it in a very smart way.
And I'm under a bit of pressure to move on, but thank you so much, John, for your intervention.
Yeah, great. Take care.
So now we move to the special remarks, and the next speaker is Alvaro Pereira, who is currently the OECD Chief Economist and the G20, G7 Finance Deputy. He oversees the Economics Department and provides strategic leadership on the OECD's economic agenda and research agenda. Before this, for a decade or so, he was a director in the OECD Economics Department. He was also the Minister of Economy and Employment in Portugal in 2011-2013, and a professor at Simon Fraser University, University of British Columbia, and University of York. Last but not least, he's my boss, Alvaro. Floor is yours.
Well, thanks very much. First of all, it's a pleasure being here, and I would like to thank the CEPR and wish the research network on the economics of aging and longevity a very long and a healthy existence and productive existence going forward. Second, I would like to also thank the OECD Crete Centre on population dynamics. I think it started on the right foot. This is an important conference, but I think it will contribute significantly to the debate. Finally, I would like to thank the government of Greece and the Bank of Greece for all their support. If you look at the motto of the OECD, it says, better policies for better lives. Well, I'm going to talk about better policies for longer lives. Well, I'm going to talk about some of the macro impacts that we think that are important for us to take a look, and in particular, what type of policies that are needed for us to have healthier and longer lives. And then Matthias and our colleagues with Phyllis and Thomas and others will also present more evidence. But remember, as Andrew said very nicely, most of our systems, education systems, innovation systems, health systems, pension systems, they all started basically after the Second World War, almost around that time. And it was a world, and we used to live until 65. We would work until 50-something, 60. We would have a few brief, on average, years of retirement, and they would die. And it worked for this for a long time, at least in the 20th century. But right now, as the evidence has shown, and as I think Andrew has shown also very persuasively, we are having societies in which we expect to live to 80, 90, 100 years old. The fastest growing age group in Japan and other countries is 100 years old plus. We used to celebrate when there was a 100-year-old, and right now it's formal. I think it's almost automatic. I think Andrew has a very nice example in his book that it says, well, the government of Japan used to give a prize for the centenaries, but now there are so many centenaries that they give up, and so they're not giving the prize. So what we need to do is really to redesign our systems to a society that is, we are all living much longer. I'm pleased to say that the OECD is devoting a significant amount of resources to this, and looking at this better policy for longer lives and longevity society will be the purpose of a major new flagship that we hope to publish next year, to talk exactly about what type of policies, how can we redesign education systems, redesign health systems, and so on in this type of new society. And so this is going to be a very, very important issue going forward. Going back to what I would like to highlight, I would like to highlight just a few things. So first of all, we're just saying, well, we're living longer lives and healthy lives. Well, this is an estimation that we have for different countries. In the last 20 years before COVID, how much, just to give you a perspective, how much we gained in terms of life expectancy. Look at Korea. Korea gained close to 8 years of extra lives in over 2 decades, even though you can see that there's at least 5 years with healthy lives, but 3 with not so healthy lives. You can see in virtually all the countries, we're getting systematically more and more life expectancy and healthy lives too. So I think this is quite important going forward. And so we are definitely living longer and also healthier lives, but how can we prepare our societies for that? The second fact is that people are remaining also active longer. So this graph is telling you what is happening in terms of the 65 plus, and you can see that both males and females older than 65 now are staying in the labor market for much longer. And this is obviously one of the big aspects going forward, because if people are staying active longer, this will have major implications for the labor market. Also important to say is that longevity gains, as we just heard from John, longevity gains have very different outcomes according to your income and according to your education. Here you can see the graph shows the adults rating their health as poor, and whether you are very poor or you belong to the lowest quintile or the highest quintile, and you can see that there's a significant, the share of adults with poor health is consistently larger among people with low incomes. and low education attainment, as you can see in the following graph. So if you have lower education, if you're poorer, you tend to have not so healthier lives compared to others. Partly is the nature of your jobs, but also because of health systems and the way that you're, as Andrew was mentioning and John too, the way that your choices. Having said that, when we think about aging, very often we think it in a very negative way, and we think it in a negative way partly because of what this graph is showing. It's basically, we look at aging as negative, partly not because we're living longer, but as a society, this will have a significant impact on fiscal costs, on healthcare, on pensions, and so on. This is a debt sustainability analysis for the average OECD country, government debt. And we say, well, quite often for every single country, say, what is happening to your debt with aging costs and without aging costs? Of course, we are aging, so we should assume only the aging costs, but quite often, even our own desks at the OECD have the tendency to say, well, if you don't have aging costs, you're much better off, and so this is what you can do. But what we can say is that debt ratios, if nothing happens, will increase quite dramatically going forward. Another aspect that we think is important, a paper that we produced last year, shows that population aging will also depress GDP per capita unless it's offset by increased labor force participation. So that is, we need to convince people to stay longer in the labor force, and because of productivity growth. And so basically, you can see that the graph is showing how much population aging would depress GDP per capita between 2021 and 2050. And if age and gender-specific employment rates remain fixed and productivity doesn't grow, population aging will reduce GDP per capita on average OECD countries by 7%. In countries like Spain, is much more dramatic. You can see that if nothing happens, Spain will have a decline in GDP per capita by 20%. Of course, they are doing stuff already, but we're saying if policy doesn't change, what could be the impact? So again, it's another idea that aging necessarily perhaps is or potentially has negative impacts. But we say this, but we, as you'll see later on in the presentation, we think there is a lot of prospects to make sure that this doesn't happen. One of the areas that I think it's important to say that aging might have an important contribution is that aging, in fact, might speed up the adoption of technology. This is a graph that tells you what are the countries that are aging have aged between 1990 and 2025 from a paper from Asemoglu and Restrepo. And has been an increase in industrial robots. And you look at industrial robots in terms of countries, the countries that are introducing more industrial robots are Japan, they are Singapore, they're Korea. So countries that are aging fairly fast, especially Japan. If you go to Japan, it cannot, they're producing a lot of robots and a lot of health-related type of robots besides the industrial robots. So it's very possible that aging might speed up the adoption of technology. On the other hand, there's a big question. So I'm giving you mostly questions, not answers, okay? But there's a big question, what will happen to business dynamism and innovation? If aging is so bad, does it mean that we're going to have less and less innovation? Are we going to have less business dynamism? So work that we are doing now, and in a few months' time we'll provide you the results, so we don't know yet. We look at business dynamism, firm dynamism across the OECD countries. This is just looking at the United States. We've seen that, as you can see in the dotted line, the trend of business startups have come down quite significantly, even though you see a bump in the past 2 or 3 years. This is related to what is happening right now in the United States. With COVID, there was a very strong reallocation of labor. 22 million people lost jobs. They went back to firms, created their own firms, and went back to larger firms. This had a positive impact on productivity. But on the other hand, we also saw a big increase in business dynamism in the United States. Whether this is going to be sustained or not, we'll see. But this is quite important. And as I said, in 6 months' time to 8 months' time, we'll provide the results of how we see across the OECD in terms of business dynamism. Is really aging having a negative impact on business dynamism or not? We presume that is not. We think it's mostly to do with population growth. It's not to do with aging, but we'll come back with results very soon. And finally, another area that I would like to say that is quite important, and we're working more and more on the impacts of productivity from AI. This is a graph that shows estimations of AI by different studies. Ours is on the right-hand side. And we think, and we estimated not only for the United States here, but also for the G7. And we presented just a couple of weeks ago on this one for the G7. What's the productivity impact of AI? What we see, we look at in every single sector, where the sector is used in terms of labor force, the exposure of the sector, the adoption of AI in the different sectors. And we come to the conclusion that, in fact, AI is going to be at least as important for productivity growth as the ICT boom was. And we are not even considering possibility of having artificial general intelligence. So we're talking about AI, even in the next 10 years, will have a very large increase in productivity. Associated with robotics, the impact is going to be even greater. And going back to what we were saying before, if you think that aging societies potentially, because we need more labor-saving innovations, we might speed up the rate of innovation, potentially on aging-saving innovations. It's very possible that if you combine AI with aging, this might have a positive combination. We're talking a lot about AI. We're not forgetting another technology that has been developed right now that is quite important, which is quantum computing. The links between quantum computing and AI will have massive, and John was just mentioning this, massive repercussions for health developments and health discoveries. So very likely this will have, again, another positive impact on productivity and growth. So finally, what type of policies do we think governments can do to try to harness this longevity dividends? And Matthias will talk in the next half an hour, and he'll present a lot more evidence. I just wanted to place a few questions here. But, first of all, as we just shared, promoting healthy aging to enable longer working lives is quite important. Also, many countries are obviously linking retirement age to life expectancy, but we need to find ways of bringing more, to have longer and healthier lives, working lives, but also providing some sort of incentives for countries to foster innovation. In particular, for example, why can't countries introduce fiscal incentives to hire older workers or to foster innovation for age-related innovations and productivity? Foster age-friendly working conditions is going to be very, very important in the agenda, and ensuring skilling and reskilling is going to be absolutely key. We're going to hear now the Minister of Labour from Greece that I'm sure will add a few issues on this. But what I'm going to tell you is, just would like to wrap up with something. Even though aging very often is portrayed by our ministries of finance and social security systems as a threat, as a cost, we see that the cost only exists if we do not address some of the issues that need to be addressed. How can we promote healthy lives? How can we make sure that people, rather than having, as we heard before, having a 3-life cycle with education, work, retirement, people, if you have longer lives, they're able to stay longer in the labor market, or they may be on and off outside the labor market. How can we prepare our labor markets for that? How can we prepare our education system if you get to 50 or 60, you're fed up with your profession, say, okay, listen, I'm going to change my life. And if you live until 100, you have enough time to change your life. You have enough time to go back to school, to do vocational training, to do whatever, recycle yourself, and be able to do that. So what should countries do right now to prepare ourselves to the great opportunity, not the cost, of course you have to take into account the cost, but the great opportunity that the silver economy or the longevity society will bring? That's why it's so important, this research network, and this is so important for us to continue to do work on this, so that we give good advice to countries and to governments on how to promote better policies for longer lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alvaro. We don't have time for questions for Alvaro, but Alvaro will be here during the coffee break, so probably if you have questions, you can approach him directly. So last but not least, before the coffee break, we have a special remarks from a special guest, Domna Michalidou. She is a Greek politician and an economist, currently serving as Minister of Social Cohesion and Family Affairs since March 25. Earlier in her life, she has served as Deputy Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, Deputy Minister of Education, and Minister of Labour and Social Security. She's an elected MP from Piraeus and the islands, and she has also worked as a lecturer at Cambridge and UCL, and a consultant for international organizations such as the UN, the OECD, and the British Council. She holds a PhD and an MPhil in Financial and Development Economics from the University of Cambridge. I pass the floor to you.
Thank you very much. And a very proud part of my CV is that I've been a student of Álvaro Pereira, an undergraduate student, actually, when he was teaching government economics of some sort in the University of York. So it's always a great moment of my life when I meet him and meet him and meet him again, because it reminds me one of my happiest periods of life. So thank you very much, and thank you very, very much for being here and giving us the opportunity to discuss the issue of active aging, which has several different sides, not just fiscal, but also social, not just fiscal, but also with regards to economic and social multipliers that can be treated as challenges, but also as Mr. Pereira, Alvaro said before, opportunities for us to be able to design and implement different kind of policies, reforms for active aging, but mostly active living, I would say. So it's not merely a topic for academics and actuaries. It touches the very core of our economies, of our societies, and the futures that we solely or commonly envision. So let me begin, and most likely you've already discussed that too, with an undeniable truth. The fact that we are aging more than ever before, and this is a truth not just in the developed world, but it's also in the developing one. It's a global reality, which is a triumph of science, a triumph of medicine, and a triumph of global prosperity. It's great news for us all. Yet, like many great achievements, it brings new and unknown challenges. So longevity as a demographic shift has emerged as a global megatrend, on par with climate change. Both are gradual in pace, yet have a deeply transformative effect. While climate change threatens the sustainability of our planet, demographic aging tests the sustainability of our societies and brings us back to previous stories and lessons from even the British Industrial Revolution and Malthusian traps and how we can reinvent the solutions to those. In Europe, Greece, unfortunately or not so, stands at the forefront. Our population is aging more than most, while fertility rates remain critically low. By 2050, more than 30% of Greeks will be over the age of 65. This is not just a projection, this is a demographic reality. So what does this mean for us, for policymakers? Longevity is reshaping core macroeconomic fundamentals. Aging influences public debt, pension systems, and even monetary policy. The European Central Bank and other institutions are increasingly grappling with the implications of a shrinking labor force on inflation, interest rates, and the natural rate of growth. A recent CEPR study, for example, shows how aging populations can reduce equilibrium interest rates, making conventional monetary tools less effective than we were used to before. As interest rates approach what we economists call the zero lower bound, the point below which rates cannot be lowered further, central banks have less room to stimulate the economy during downturns. Meanwhile, and I'm sure it's been discussed quite extensively before, pension systems are under pressure. As the ratio of workers to retirees shrinks and people live longer in retirement, the fiscal burden grows. These are not merely technical matters, they are urgent challenges requiring strategic foresight and political will. What can we do, as you said before, to prepare ourselves to promote active aging and active living? Beyond economics, longevity profoundly affects social cohesion. An aging society can easily become a divided one. across generations, across different income levels, across levels of economic participation. This is why our ministry, now the Ministry of Social Cohesion, up to 6 months ago the Ministry of Labor, not only focuses on fiscal responses, but on socially anchored policies. We have expanded family benefits, childcare services, and housing support, placing special emphasis on integrating vulnerable groups, such as young people, single parents, families with more children, older adults, into a strong and inclusive social protection network. We treat housing not merely as a shelter, but as a lever for demographic and social strategy. Our successful programs that most of you are accustomed to, SPITIMU 1 and SPITIMU 2, demonstrate this approach. These initiatives address both demand and, more critically, supply-side gaps. They reveal that there is a stock of available homes that can be brought to market when proper incentives are in place. And we're still searching and constantly searching for these incentives because we certainly have not reached the ceiling for them. Our social policies as a whole, in a systematic way, allowing people to stay longer in the labor force, as Alvaro mentioned before, and holding together the social fabric, bring the vision of social cohesion even closer. We also invest in active aging initiatives. One such example is a program that you might not be aware of skilling and reskilling the elderly and people with disabilities, which is part of the funding that we got from the Recovery and Resilience Fund, targeting initially 4,000 older people and 3,000 people with disabilities. These policies are the basis that we work for every single day, and we're trying to enrich continuously and widen our portfolio. But to these, we must add another major initiative that we designed and applied a few years ago. Mr. Tsakloglu, the former Deputy Minister of Labor, knows very well about this. We're talking about the right of pensioners to work while receiving their full pension. During our common time in the Ministry of Labor, more than now 300,000 pensioners are registered in the labor force, maintaining their full pension while contributing to their economy through their labor input into the production process. These reforms combat social isolation and empower older citizens to remain active, productive, and engaged. It's equally important to address and engage into gender dynamics of this demographic change. Fertility and employment decisions do not occur in isolation. Most likely, most of the participants here read the Economy site article a few weeks ago, Few It's a Girl, where we know that the fertility decision is not so much based on the gender of the baby to come. Our policies support women in balancing family and work responsibilities. Our reforms, introducing in Greece for the first time the paternity leave, enlarging and widening the maternity leave, widening the possible participants of the maternity benefit, allowing nowadays the self-employed to enjoy the maternity benefit as the employees and the civil servants in the country. These are reforms that move completely into this direction and the gender signal of this direction. To have a more complete image, we must add to all the policies above mentioned the policies and the reforms concerning childcare vouchers, flexible social care reforms, and community-based solutions. A notable example here is the program Neighborhood Nannies, which simultaneously addresses demographic needs, gender equality, and longevity by enabling women to remain in the workforce while raising families, and the mothers of the mother to re-enter, the grandmothers to re-enter the labor force as the nannies themselves. These are not only social policies. They are economic investments in growth and productivity. And I would be, Mr. Pereira, very keen to see the impact of AI on the Greek productivity in your graph as well, and how much this is related to the share of the economy that is based on services or industry or tertiary services as well. Here in Greece, we're proud to be the first EU member state to establish a national action plan for women, for the demography, I'm sorry. I was just informed that today the TSI between the European Commission and the OECD was signed so that we can receive in our ministry TSI for the National Action Plan for Demography and the observatory that we're establishing in our ministry. Building on this, we are establishing the Demographic Observatory, a permanent institution with your assistance in monitoring trends, assessing policy outcomes, and providing evidence-based recommendations for both national and local authorities. Such tools are continuously equipping us with data and insights necessary to craft robust, coordinated, and effective policies. But no single ministry or no single sector can manage these challenges in isolation. This is why we call for an integrated governance model uniting housing, healthcare, education, employment, and social cohesion under a single demographic resilience strategy. Let me conclude with a note of cautious, always optimism. Yes, longevity is a challenge, but it's also, as you've discussed, an opportunity. If we invest wisely in long-term care, preventive health, and lifelong learning, we can transform aging from a burden into a resource, from a looming risk into a force of renewal. We should not be passive recipients of demographic trends and the changes which are coming ontologically. We must be their architects. The question is no longer whether our societies will age. The question is, will we age with dignity, with fairness, and with purpose? And this is our challenge. And I'm confident that by working together across financial, political, and social institutions, we will make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have now a coffee break. I'd invite you to come back here at 3:40 so that we can continue with the presentations in the panel. Thank you very much. This was slightly longer than we planned, but I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. So we're gonna start the final session of today with two presentations. The first presentation, two presentations from international organizations. The first one is from my colleague Matthias Schief, who will present work or a summary of work on population aging, economic growth across OECD countries. He is a junior economist in the Structural Policy Research Division of the Economics Department. He joined the OECD in 23 after earning a PhD from Brown University, and his work focuses on population aging, productivity, AI, and he also examines other aspects of measurement and drivers of economic equality, and worked on topics in macroeconomics and political economy. Matthias, the floor is yours. Half an hour, but if you finish early, we'll have some questions for you that may be even better. Thanks a lot.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here and to have the opportunity to present. So I'm going to try to complement some of the earlier talks that we heard today, and especially also in this session, by taking sort of a cross-country perspective and talking about aging across OECD countries. So a lot of the graphs that I'm going to show, we've seen variants of those before, so I'm going to be quick on some and more slowly on others. So what I'm showing here is the increase in the projected increase in the old age dependency ratio between 2023 and 2050. And you can see that across all OECD countries, that dependency ratio is predicted to increase significantly, on average by around 20% or so. Now, a lot of that is driven by longevity gains, but a big part is also just driven by different cohort sizes, reflecting sort of declines in fertility rate over the past 50 and 60 years. However, as we've also seen before, aging is not a phenomenon that's limited to the OECD. In fact, most other OECD countries, most other countries in the world are aging as well, as shown here for select countries in blue. Now, many speakers before me have mentioned that this is, of course, a big concern to policymakers, as those rising old age dependency ratios may imply mounting fiscal pressures due to expenditures on health and pensions. However, when thinking about the effect of population aging on GDP per capita growth, which is the topic of this talk here, they do not tell the entire story. So in fact, I think to think through the problem of understanding how aging affects GDP per capita growth, it's useful to start from a simple decomposition of GDP per capita into three underlying terms, each of which can potentially be affected by population aging. So the first term, obviously, is the working age population share. That is the ratio of the working age population to the total population. That is a purely demographic term and is directly affected by population aging. But then there's a second term, which is the aggregate employment rate, so the ratio of workers to the working age population. That also potentially is affected by population aging, as there is sort of a decline in participation rates in the ages leading up towards retirement age. And then finally, there's labor productivity. That is the GDP produced by, GDP divided by the number of workers. Now, that third term is arguably the most difficult one to predict how that evolves under population aging, and I will get back to that sort of later in my talk. But let's first start with the first two terms, the working age population share and the employment rate. The first thing to note is that the working age population share does not depend only on the old age dependency ratio. In fact, the working age population share is inversely related to the sum of the youth dependency ratio and the old age dependency ratio. And if we look at how these two dependency ratios have evolved over time in the OECD as a whole, what we can see here is that actually the overall dependency ratio has decreased throughout much of the second half of the 20th century and into the first decade of the 21st century. And that is because, despite gradual increases in the old age dependency ratio, the youth dependency ratio has actually declined. Now, going forward, of course, the overall dependency ratio is going to increase because the old age dependency ratio is continuing to rise while the youth dependency ratio has stabilized. So that's all about, sort of dependency ratios that are defined by fixed cutoffs at somewhat arbitrary levels, like age 20 or age 65. And we've heard from many speakers before that those age cutoffs are indeed arbitrary. In fact, if we look at data on, for example, labor force participation rates, as I'm plotting here in the left panel for the OECD, separately for men and women, we see that it's neither the case that everybody below 65 is in the labor force, Nor is it the case that everybody above 65 is outside the labor force. We do see that labor force participation rates start declining well before sort of official retirement ages, and they don't reach zero until very old ages. Another disadvantage of looking purely at old age dependency ratios is that we miss on a lot of interesting demographic trends within the working age population. So here I'm plotting again the OECD-wide population age distribution at two different points in time, 2023 and 2050. And what you can see is that not only will we see a growing share of people above 65, we will also see an aging of the working age population. And these two phenomena together could, of course, imply some effects on GDP per capita. In fact, to put some numbers on sort of how much these demographic trends here might affect GDP per capita, we conducted a simple simulation exercise in a paper that we published not too long ago, where we combine country-specific projections, demographic projections, with country-specific data on the age profile of participation rates to project sort of the declines in GDP per capita under the assumption of fixed age-specific employment rates and fixed aggregate productivity. And this is what you find. In fact, that's the graph that Alvaro has shown earlier. So we can see that for the OECD as a whole, those demographic trends would imply a decline in GDP per capita of around 7% between 2021 and 2050. However, that 7% number for the OECD as a whole hides a lot of cross-country heterogeneity. And for some countries, notably Spain, Korea, Italy, but also Greece, those numbers could be quite a bit larger. Exceeding minus 15%. Okay, there is, however, at the same time, another phenomenon going on, which is sort of the flip side of that demographic coin of aging, which is that OECD populations are beginning to shrink. In fact, because of declining birth cohort sizes, the youth population of the OECD has been shrinking for several decades now, as depicted here by the dashed green line. But we're right now sort of at that point in time where we're entering a new phase in terms of the growth of the working age population as well, which is set to decrease going forward in the OECD as a whole. Again, just as with aging, population growth for the OECD as a whole hides a lot of variation across OECD countries. Here, I'm showing the percentage change in the working age population between 2020 and 2050 for each OECD country and a few select non-OECD countries. And you can see that there are some countries that will see very, very strong declines in the size of their working age population, while other countries are projected to see further increases over the next couple of decades. Of course, growing or shrinking working age populations are important for a number of reasons. Most directly, they affect GDP because GDP growth is just the sum of GDP per capita growth and population growth. But they may also affect productivity to the extent that that slowing population growth has an effect on business dynamism or innovation and so on. And I'm also going to get back to that a bit later. All right, so this was just sort of to set the scene and to put some numbers on the potential effect that population aging could have on GDP per capita. But of course, it was derived under very strong assumptions, which is that age-specific participation rates remained constant. And we all know, and there's a lot of talks earlier that spoke about the possibility of lengthening working lives, but also other forms of increased labor force participation. And here, what I want to do in the next couple of slides is try to understand how much of an effect on GDP per capita these potential gains could have, and how much they would mitigate the pure compositional costs of aging. So of course, the motivation for that is that we are increasingly living longer and healthier. Here's a variant of a slide that we've seen before. This is not the gains in life expectancy at birth, but the gains in life expectancy at age 60 that we all sort of experienced between, that all OECD countries experienced between 2000 and 2019. You can see that those gains are really quite substantial. So all OECD countries have seen meaningful increase in life expectancy at age 60. What is perhaps even more important is that a lot of those additional years are actually spent in good health. And at the same time, we've seen a sort of reversal in trends towards early retirement, with a lot of increased labor force participation rates of older individuals since the year 2000 or so. If you focus, for example, on the dotted line for men aged 60 to 64, this age group has seen a very strong increase in labor force participation rates over those past 20 or 30 years. Now, of course, an important question is what drives those gains in participation rates? Research conducted by colleagues of mine at the OECD a few years ago sort of look at those gains in participation rates and decomposed them into various potential drivers. And the interesting finding of that paper is that they argue that a lot of those gains are actually not due to changes in sort of the statutory age of retirement, but due to gains in life expectancy and education, among other things. And that's, of course, a very interesting result and a very hopeful result, because it means that under further gains of life expectancy, which we are projecting, you could see also lengthening of working lives. So we also wanted to put some numbers on sort of that channel, trying to understand how much of the original cost of aging that I've shown you on an earlier graph can be undone by this channel. And this is what we do here. And so what we do specifically is we first plot with the red dots here the costs of population aging obtained under the assumption of fixed age-specific employment rates. And then with the blue triangles, we predict the gain, the cost from aging under longevity-adjusted participation rates. And we compute those longevity-adjusted participation rates by making the following assumption. We say that for each person age 50 above, we first look at demographic projections and try to understand how much gains in healthy life expectancies these age groups stand to experience. And then we say, what if the participation rates are actually not a function of how many years you have lived so far, but of how many healthy years you have ahead of you. So for example, in 2050, if there's an age group that has 20 years of healthy life ahead of them, then we'll assume that their participation rate is the same as the age group today that has 20 years of healthy life ahead of them. Doing that, you can see that the participation rates of older individuals would increase substantially, and the cost of aging would be therefore lowered. However, in most countries, there's still a drag from population aging. Before I move on to sort of the second part of the presentation where I look at productivity, I want to stick with participation rates for just one more slide. But now shift the focus away from older individuals and towards younger individuals, because we talk a lot about lengthening working lives, but we also shouldn't forget that in most OECD countries, there's a lot of scope for increasing participation rates of younger age groups as well. So in this exercise here, what we do is we look at current age-specific participation rates in OECD countries, and we define what we call an employment frontier. So the employment frontier is computed by looking at each age and for each gender separately, which are the 5 top performing OECD countries in terms of participation rates, and then piecing them together to define sort of a employment frontier as it exists today in the OECD. And then we ask the question, by how much would GDP per capita grow if a given country could reach that frontier by 2050? Now note that because we constructed the employment frontier based on observed participation rates today, it's not such a strong assumption to assume that a country might be able to achieve that frontier, to reach that frontier, over the next 2 or 3 decades. Doing so, what you find is that a lot of countries could see very, very large gains in GDP per capita simply by closing that frontier in the age group 25 to 60. So ignoring all of the sort of gains that you also get from lengthening working lives, which I've shown on the previous slide. This is particularly true for countries in Latin America and Southern Europe, where especially female participation rates tend to be relatively low in an international context. Okay, so now let me move to population aging and productivity, which is the third part of that sort of decomposition of GDP per capita that I showed initially. And here I want to start sort of by acknowledging that the general notion seems to be that clearly population aging is bad for productivity. Now we've done a sort of a literature review that we published about a year ago, and from that literature we get a bit of a more nuanced perspective. So I think the reason that many people believe that population aging is clearly bad for productivity is because they have some sort of graph like this in mind, where individual productivity increases initially with experience and then declines at some point with poor health or obsolescence of skills. And if that's the case, then perhaps there's purely compositional effects as the average worker grows older. However, if you look at the literature, there's actually very limited evidence for a strong productivity decline leading up to retirement. And that is especially true for sort of white-collar jobs. But even outside white-collar jobs, the evidence for productivity declines is just not that strong. Moreover, even if you were to assume that productivity peaked mid-career and then, sort of declined in the ages leading up to retirement, it's not clear that the purely compositional effects would be large, because, of course, as the workforce ages, you have more older worker, but you also have fewer younger workers, and younger workers, due to sort of the limited time that they had a chance to accumulate experience and so on, are also not the most productive workers. So maybe in the end, it's sort of a wash. Having said that, of course, those purely compositional effects are not the only way, or not the only mechanism through which population aging could affect productivity. The literature has also highlighted the possibility that workforce aging could slow the career progression of younger workers, because basically a lot of the sort of more senior jobs are occupied by older workers, limiting thereby the ability of younger workers to accumulate experience, which is then important for successful entrepreneurship. Alternatively, a rising share of older households could increase consumer inertia, which then would in turn perhaps generate market power for incumbents and discourage firm entry, and thereby affect productivity. Another argument is that slowing population growth, so not just population aging, but slowing population growth, could depress business dynamism, because firm entry, as it's argued, is an equilibrium linked to the pace of labor supply growth, and as that slows, perhaps business dynamism and business startup rates slow as well. And then, finally, the most important channel in the long term is, of course, innovation. And you may think that population aging or population shrinkage could slow innovation and technological progress. On the other hand, population aging and population shrinkage could also lead to capital deepening and adoption of labor-saving technologies, which sort of would work in the other directions. We've tried to summarize that large literature in a simple table here. I'm not going to have the time to go through all of these different channels, but I just want to flag here that sort of we think through the different mechanisms for which population aging could affect productivity, organizing them from more micro-level mechanisms like the sort of direct effect of age differences in individual productivity towards more macro channels, going through things like the structure of aggregate demand and capital deepening and so on. And we also look at the different demographic drivers, distinguishing between workforce aging, workforce shrinkage, and rising old age dependency ratios. And overall, the color coding here indicates whether we think the literature is providing a clear positive, a clear negative, evidence for a clear positive, a clear negative, or sort of a mixed link. And what you can see is that it's not all green, it's not all red, it's sort of a mixture. Of course, this is just a literature. We can look at history to try to understand how aging in the past has affected productivity. There are some studies with econometric strategies that allow them to sort of get at causal estimates that do find a negative effect of aging on productivity. Although those studies, the best ones, they measure productivity at the subnational level. For example, comparing state-level aging and state-level GDP, which of course is a setting in which some of the more macro channels are not operative. For example, channels running through capital deepening. If we just plot the raw correlation, and I want to stress here, this is just the raw correlation of aging in the past. I have here in the left channel one measure of aging, which is the change in the old age dependency ratio, and the right panel an alternative measure of aging, which is the average age of the working age population. If we correlate that with changes in the GDP per hour worked, sort of our preferred measure of productivity, we find very little correlation, at least in the past, for OECD countries. Okay, so let me now use the final minutes that I have to talk a bit about policies to mitigate aging-related headwinds. When we sort of thought about how to think about policies, we found it useful to sort of distinguish between what we call mitigation policies and adaptation policies. So mitigation policies would be any policies aimed at preventing or slowing population aging itself. And then adaptation policies would be policies that are aimed at creating conditions for older societies to thrive in. Let's first think about mitigation. And when we think about mitigation in the context of demographic change, two things usually are mentioned. One is mitigation through increased birth rates, and the other would be mitigation through migration. But let's start with mitigation through increased birth rates. So mitigation for increased birth rates is actually not so obvious because population aging today largely reflects past declines in fertility, and by definition, these can't be undone. Moreover, if we were somehow to be able to increase birth rates today, those would not prevent population aging over the next 2 or 3 decades or so. So that leaves the question of mitigation through migration. And here too, we sort of try to put some numbers onto this question with a simple simulation exercise. So the first sort of thing to acknowledge is that, of course, migrants indeed tend to be young at arrival. So here we are plotting the age distribution of migrants arriving, of immigrants in EU EFTA countries between 2013 and 2021. And you can see that most migrants are in their early 20s, and then few migrants are at very old ages. However, immigrants themselves also age. This is their age at arrival. Of course, immigrants themselves also age. And, very importantly, some migration is between OECD countries. So if we try to understand the evolution of the old age dependency ratio for the OECD as a whole, for example, these migration flows, they just net out. So an interesting question that you might ask is, well, what level of migration would prevent an increase in the old age dependency ratio for the OECD as a whole? And we conduct this simple simulation exercise by making the following assumptions. So we assume that the immigrant age distribution at arrival is exactly that we've observed in the past and what I've shown you just now. And we also assume that immigrants experience the same age-specific fertility and mortality rates as the non-immigrant population. Of course, this is a conservative assumption. You may want to assume that immigrants have a slightly higher fertility rate. Quantitatively, it doesn't change the picture very much, but this is sort of a conservative assumption here. And what I'm plotting here in the solid black line is the net migration rate expressed as a percentage of the population that would be required to stabilize the old age dependency ratio in the OECD at current levels going forward. And in the red dotted line, I'm showing the average net migration rate that the OECD as a whole did experience between 2000 and 2020. And what you can see is that the level of immigration required to stop population aging is an order of magnitude higher than what we've seen in the past. Now, lower migration levels would be sufficient to prevent a decline in the working age population, but that's sort of a different question. Now, I want to stress here, of course, that even though migrants perhaps cannot fully stop population aging in the OECD, of course, migration still is a very important factor, and migrants can still play an important role in fostering business dynamism and affecting the demographic profile of individual countries. And for that last point also, of course, within OECD migration is quite relevant. Okay, so if preventing population aging is not possible, that is to say, if mitigation is difficult, then the focus should move towards adaptation. And here we think that adaptation is both important and promising. We have an entire session tomorrow dedicated to the question of how to best design institutions for the longevity society. But let me just say here that government policies can help create an environment for older societies to thrive by promoting healthy aging, promoting lifelong learning, harnessing the benefits of age-diverse teams, supporting business dynamism, and importantly, mobilizing existing labor resources, not just at old ages, but in all age groups. And I think I managed to leave a couple of minutes for questions.
You definitely have. Thanks a lot. Are there any questions from the floor? If not, I might ask a question, taking the privilege of the chair. Wanted to just follow up on some stuff you said on the productivity effect, the potential productivity effects of aging, right? And about your thinking of, how much of that, because you were talking about labor productivity, right? So I was thinking how much of that you think is through, or the literature says is through TFP changes, and how much of that would be more through capital deepening and investment, if you have any thoughts on that?
So I think the literature, the empirical literature on population aging and growth, I think can be partly divided into those papers that look at population aging and GDP per capita, and those that look at population aging and productivity, either measure of productivity. I think there's a real question of whether or not, I'm sorry, on TFP, yes. So I think that the papers that find a strong effect of population aging on growth, that effect is mostly operated through labor supply rather than through sort of productivity. I'm not sure.
Okay, more questions?
You mentioned you focused on labor supply and the obstacles labor supply. You didn't mention labor demand on behalf of employers. And I'm just wondering, was that because your focus was labor supply, or because you don't think the issues there are as important?
No, so I think labor demand is very important. I mean, what we do here is our simulation exercises basically show how much GDP per capita could grow if certain participation rates were to change. Of course, those need to change in equilibrium. You need to, like, the supply change, but also there needs to be demand for hiring those workers. There is a literature on sort of age discrimination, and we do emphasize in our paper that working against age discrimination, working towards harnessing the benefits of age-diverse teams is incredibly important. And we also heard from earlier speakers about the importance of age-friendly jobs, which Andrew stresses, which may very well be a limiting factor for a lot of older individuals staying in the labor force.
Andrew, I think.
Thank you, and lovely, comprehensive and nuanced survey of all the macro. I'm just curious, I guess I'll ask the same question to IMF. What's the response been across various governments to this type of work? And are there any areas that consistently you get traction with, or does it tend to vary across countries?
So I think when we presented this work at our committee meeting, I think the most interesting reaction was that people were surprised about the lack of strong evidence for a productivity effect of aging. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that, first of all, people think about the fiscal implications of aging, which are very obvious, and I think there's no discussion around that. And then people think about the growth implications of aging, which to a first order operate through labor supply, which again, I think the literature has evidence to show for. But if we think about the relationship between aging and productivity, it's just much less clear. And there was a lot of interest in that finding.
Well, thanks a lot. I was also quite struck by your, which I agree with actually, your point on mitigation where, I mean, fixing it with fertility rates will actually make the problem worse for the next 20 years, because the ratio of working age population to total population will actually be lower for a period of time. Yeah? Anyway, we should move to the next speaker, and thank you very much, Matthias. So it's my pleasure to introduce Bertrand Gruss, who is a Deputy Division Chief in the Research Department of the International Monetary Fund. He works on the World Economic Outlook, and prior to that, he worked in the African, European, Fiscal Affairs, and Western Hemisphere departments of the IMF, so he's been around. and at the Central Bank of Uruguay. His research interests include monetary policy, commodity prices, macrofinancial linkages, and capital flows. He holds a PhD in economics from the European University Institute. Bertrand, about half an hour. If you finish earlier again, we can have questions and answers.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for the invitation to be here today. It's a great conference. Today I'm going to present Chapter 2 of the April edition of the World Economic Outlook at the IMF. For those not familiar with the publication, the report is released in April and October. It includes a chapter on the conjuncture, on our view on the global economy, but then it also includes 2 or 3 chapters on analytical topics, on a deep dive on some specific issues. And this time, we thought that it was a good opportunity to take stock of the implications of population aging for the macroeconomy at the global level, or the implications of the rise in the silver economy, as we called it. So you've seen a lot already. There will be some repetition. Bear with me for a second. Why we tackle this? You know, all you here know the facts very well. 2 strong developments over recent decades and that are projected to persist for a while: the declining infertility rates and the increase in life expectancy have been determined and will determine a dramatic transformation of the global demography during this century. And it has implications on different fronts. It has implications on the growth rate of population. It has implications on the age composition of economies and beyond. And it's a global phenomenon, but it's occurring at a different pace. So if we look at the chart on the left, we see that basically on the declining, as a result of declining fertility, the growth rate of global population, which was around 1% per year pre-COVID, is projected to slow down gradually for the global, for the world as a whole, and to reach 0 or even turn negative by towards the end of the century. At the same time, on the red line in the same left-hand side chart, the average age of the world population is projected to increase steadily, rising by about 11 years since 2020 to the end of the century. So that's population growth. But these shifts also have, as we heard today several times, important changes in the age composition of our economies, and that has profound implications. So the chart in the middle shows the increase over decades of the share of the population age 65 and above on total population. That has increased dramatically in some countries, and the projection is for a sustained increase going forward. So we'll kind of, on the next 50 years, it will increase significantly in countries like China and some emerging markets in Asia, but broadly throughout the world. Now, the pace of this demographic shift is uneven. You heard that also earlier. One way to look at this is to look at the point in time where countries will be crossing their demographic turning point. That is defined when the share of working age population in total population begins to shrink, and that's what we are showing in the chart on the right. And as you can see, advanced countries like Germany, France, Italy, Japan crossed that turning point several years ago in the 80s and 90s. But by 2035, most, or if not all, large emerging markets, we have also reached that point. And even if we project forward, we look by 2070, the large low-income countries in terms of population, which today have very young populations, will see declining shares of the working age population. So that, of course, has always traditionally been perceived as a source of concern. Declining share of the working age population, and also a tilt toward an older workforce that is associated with lower participation rates and lower employment rates, means a drag on labor supply and a drag on economic growth. One aspect that has received a bit less attention, but again was also discussed today, is that individuals are not only living for longer, but generally, on average, aging in better health shape. The chart on the left shows that at the global level, and Matthias showed some statistics before, at the global level, life expectancy has increased by about close to 5 years, but a big fraction of, over the last 2 decades, but a big fraction of those have been on years free of chronic illnesses. Interesting, those developments, if we look at the cross-country distribution, there has been some sort of cross-country convergence or catch-up. So countries that had lower scores on health-adjusted life expectancy in the early 2000s have experienced a faster increase in health-adjusted life expectancy. So how this squares with the gloomy view on demographics, we are used to think about the old age dependency ratio as determined by a given year, an age, 65. So under current projections, taking this definition on the chart of the right, we see that the world age dependency ratio is projected to increase, but at a very fast rate going forward. Now, if we think that age can be malleable, as we heard earlier today, and we think about what would be if we define the old age as the point in time where life expectancy is around 15 years, then the picture is less starking, less dramatic. The question is whether those additional years getting that point is not only in good health, but also engage on the labor force, active, participating, and with productivity. So in this chapter, we had 3 blocks of questions that we wanted to tackle. First, on the healthy aging hypothesis and building on a lot of work that has been done, for example, by Andrew in the past and others on individual countries. We wanted to see whether if there is evidence of healthy aging along increased longevity on a broad set of countries. This is a common phenomenon. How does it look like? How strong it is, etc. And let me give you a preview of the results next to the questions. So we find that, yes, there is evidence, and in particular, we find that the effects, the cohort effect, is particularly strong for cognitive capabilities, which is particularly relevant as older age workers tend to be in occupations where cognitive abilities are predominant. The second related question was whether the improvements in health we saw over cohorts are associated with better outcomes on the labor market for older individuals. And we found that, yes, they have significant and strong effects both on labor supply and on labor earnings and on labor productivity. The second bucket of questions we had is we wanted to combine these 2 forces, the age in the age distribution of the economy and the reduction in the growth rate of the population with this recent evidence on healthy aging and see what it implied for the global economy, the global implications for GDP growth, interest rate, public finances, and so on and so forth. And we find that despite a decent contribution that we can expect going forward from healthy aging under current policies, the world economy would still be projected to slow down significantly substantially over the next few decades. For the model simulation I'm going to show you in a minute, our estimation is about a 1.1 percentage point lower growth rate over the next 25 years than what we saw a little bit before COVID. We also find, consistent with the work of Adrian and Andrea early today, the interest rate, global interest rate is projected to go down, but R minus G, which will be important for fiscal dynamics, is projected in this context to go up, and the model also leads to divergence and net foreign asset positions, largely because of demographic forces, but also from other forces that we embed in the simulations. So healthy aging can offset some of this effect. our estimations suggest that, under assumptions I'm going to discuss in a minute, more or less about 1/4 to 1/3 of the effect of demographics over the next 25 years can be compensated, offset, reduced by ongoing healthy aging phenomena. The last part, we ask how policies can help countries navigate these challenges. We look at a comprehensive but feasible set of policy efforts squared on labor supply, and we find that they could offset a significant fraction of the drag from demographics over the next decades, 3/4 if we look at the next 25 years, about 1/3 if we look at the whole century. So on the empirics, what we do is we use data from microsurveys that focus on old age individuals. The data covers around 1 million people, aged 50 years and above, from 29 advanced countries and 12 emerging markets, covering the period from 2000 to 2022. The data set includes measures on health indicators, both measured and self-reported indicators that cover physical, cognitive, and mental health dimensions. You see on the bottom 2 charts that cover the bucket on measured and self-reported health indicators. The database includes measures, for example, on grip strength and lung function, on capturing physical strength, and indicators on memory, orientation, verbal fluency, and math abilities to cover cognitive abilities of older individuals, which we group into a principal component. The database also includes information on whether individuals have been diagnosed with chronic diseases, and in data on health behavior of individuals, where they smoke, or the extent of physical activity, overweight, etc. It includes labor market indicators, both on supply and earnings, and a broad set of socioeconomic characteristics. So to assess whether individuals on later born cohorts have better health than those from earlier born cohorts at the same age, we run a regression of each individual health indicator on the year of the survey, controlling for age and socioeconomic characteristics. Would be the same of running the regression on the birth cohort of the individuals. And what we find is that the cohort effect is significant across the measures we look. So in the chart on the left, we look the trend, so the cohort effect for measured health indicators and for self-reported indicators. And in particular, the cohort effect on cognitive abilities is particularly strong. So to understand what this means, how to translate these trends to what we call an age-equivalent healthy aging gains, similar to what Andrew and others have done in the literature, we look at an individual 70 years old in 2022, get the average health score for that individual, controlling for all the covariates, and then we look at which cohort had the same indicator, health indicator, if we go back to 2000, and this is what is shown on the chart on the right. And we see that for physical indicators, for example, grip strength, the answer would be that his ability would be comparable to someone age 67 in the year 2000. But for a cognitive principal component indicator, and that would be comparable to an individual age 53 in the year 2000. So it's a quite strong effect. The results are robust for using, instead of OLS, Moonlag specifications. Something that was mentioned earlier, the reports, the results I just shown are average effects, but of course there's a lot of disparities. There's a lot of heterogeneity in health indicators across people. Just to get a glance of these, there are sizable disparities both across countries. Advanced countries have better health scores here, focusing on cognitive metrics than emerging markets. And within countries, there are notable disparities, notably in terms of education levels and wealth of the household. And if we look at the trend, at the cohort effect by different subgroups, we do find some evidence of narrowing gaps across countries, but not that much within countries across socioeconomic characteristics. So there are disparities, and those disparities seem to have persisted in the last 2.5 decades or so. So what does health has been improving over cohorts? Do we find evidence that this has been reflected on labor market outcomes based on the same data? Just looking at correlations, we do find that that better health is associated indeed with higher labor earnings, total earnings, and also hourly earnings. And it's also associated with increased labor supply, both on the extensive margin, on the decision to participate or not in the labor market, but also the likelihood of having a job, the likelihood of not being unemployed, and so on, and also in the intensive margin in terms of the hours worked. There could be a lot of reverse causality and homogeneity in looking just at Euler's regression, so we instrumented the health indicators with the incidence of chronic diseases after controlling for health behaviors that we have in the database. So the chart on the left is showing the effects of the two-stage least squares regression, so the instrumented variables approach, and the coefficients have been rescaled to show the effect over the cohort effects that we observe over 1 decade. So to get a sense of magnitudes, we found that, for example, for labor force participation, the increase on health the cohort effect that we observe over 1 decade is associated with around a 20% improvement in the likelihood of supplying labor, and its increase is associated with about a 30% higher labor earnings and labor productivity, and also with a significant increase in the number of hours worked per week, so in the intensive margin of about 6 hours. The gains are, the effects of healthy aging on labor market outcomes are different across age groups. They are particularly strong on the 50 to 59 age group, and this is particularly relevant because this is a group where labor force participation in particular drops significantly in the data. So let me tell you briefly what we did to put this all together and get baseline projections under both demographic and healthy aging trends. The model we used to do this is the model that Adrian presented this morning, who helped us a big time to put this chapter together, was a consultant for the WIO. So I'm not going to go in any detail on what the model has. I'm going to just talk about 2 or 3 extensions that we did for the questions we had in mind. First, we extended the country coverage because we wanted to have a broader representation of, especially on the population side. We include a block, a 26 block, comprising 44 low-income countries, those that are going to have their demographic turning points towards the end of the century. Then, you may remember from Adrian's presentation, the age productivity profiles that the model uses are static, so it has a profile that comes from the data. We allowed those profiles to shift over time, over cohorts, to capture potential healthy aging effects. That means that the productivity or the effective labor supply of individuals 50 plus of later cohorts will be larger than of earlier cohorts. We also allowed for time-varying TFP profiles to take into account that not only demographics will be shaping output on the next few decades, but also there will be a significant waning of catch-up convergence from large emerging markets. baseline, the demographic trends are from the UN, which were presented earlier, and the model does consider that effective retirement age is still going to keep increasing over the next decades at a pace of 1 month per year, and we take public debt as we have in real projections up to 2030, and then we assume it remains stable. So two channels that are behind these simulations, demographic trends, forces are expected to have a significant drag on growth. We saw a lot of that earlier today, but it's expected to be very heterogeneous. And in countries like India, that we have a steep acceleration of aging towards the end of the second part of the century, the drag can be as large as 2.8 percentage point lower growth. And in countries like Hungary and Finland, 0.4. But even for the high fertility scenario, every country is experiencing lower GDP growth, aggregate GDP growth, not per capita. On healthy aging, we took the trends we saw in the data, but although it's very hard to capture non-linearities in the 2 decades of data we're using, we assume that these gains are going to dissipate going forward. And so we factor in additional healthy aging gains over the next 3 decades that are about 1/4 of the healthy aging gains that we observed from 2000 to 2022. With those, under that assumption, we have a positive contribution of healthy aging that is around 0.4 percentage point per year for the world economy defined in our model, with gains that go between 0.3 to 0.6. Still, putting this together with changing the age composition of the economy, and in our model simulations also with catching up from large emerging markets, our simulations suggest sizable decline in average global GDP growth in the order of 1% over the next 25 years, 2% if we take the century as a whole. That's the second block in the left chart. That's aggregate GDP. If we look at GDP per capita, we still find a significant slowdown in terms of GDP per capita, comparing the next 75 years vis-a-vis the pre-COVID years. Rates projected to go down, as we saw earlier in the model by Adrian. But even if real rates are expected to go down, R minus G would go up because of the severe reduction in growth rates. And if we look at public finance, the projections suggest that if we if we assume that debt is going to remain stable from 2030 onwards, that will require, for many countries, a significantly higher projected primary balance to GDP ratio that it was the case pre-COVID. On NFA, let me skip. You saw a lot of that earlier today. So what are the 3 policy areas that we consider? We focus on 3 areas on labor supply. On one element that we want to focus is wanted to explore is boosting the human capital of older individuals. Andrew alluded to this earlier today. There's a strong decline in the labor force participation of workers way before the retirement age. At the global level, it is something like 18 percentage points. It is even larger in countries like Greece and Italy, much lower in countries like Japan and Sweden. And so there is a lot of room to work on increasing the participation of that age bucket before even getting to what happens with a retirement age. The second area we wanted to focus is on the possibility of extending working life in line with increases in life expectancy. And the third area is on something that is not directly related to aging, but is still a pending area for policy work, that is narrowing further gender gaps in labor force participation. So we introduced 3 policy experiments in the model. In the first one, we assume that the cross-country disparity in cognitive health indicators that we saw in the data could be narrowed over the long run by 1/4. So the gains are heterogeneous across countries. Countries that are at the frontier, in this case is Sweden, will see no gain at all, but countries that are far from the frontier can get gains from increases in healthy aging and the associated effect that has on labor earnings. So shifting the age profile, the income profile of income at older ages. The second policy scenario we consider is assuming that in countries in which the gap between retirement age and life expectancy is above 20 years old, the pace of increase in effective age is slightly faster, up to the point in which it rebalances. So that means that in some countries, there would be no difference from the baseline, but in countries in which life expectancy is projected to increase dramatically, the effective retirement age would increase at a faster rate. And you know, it's important to keep in mind on this is based on effective retirement age, not necessarily on statutory retirement age. There are a lot of elements on incentives and designs of pension schemes and other features that could lead to higher effective retirement age. The Ministry of Economy and Finance changes in Greece regarding limitations for people to work after being retired from their main occupation. Partial retirement schemes can also help in this line. So it's way beyond a mandatory retirement age. And in the third layer, we assume that country-specific gender gaps in labor force participation would be reduced by 3/4 by 2040. The assumed dividends of policies are within the range of what was observed in the last 2 to 3 decades. In that sense, they are feasible. And a combined scenario, including all these layers, could offset 3/4 of the drag from demographics that we saw on the last, that we would expect to see on the next 25 years. We also use the model to get a sense, to get a sense of the fiscal space that this would generate. So we are assuming that model economies keep the debt to GDP ratio stable from 2013 onwards. But so we can extract from the model what is the additional spending on general spending, or additional transfers or reductions in labor taxes that would be needed in order to keep debt stable. Another way to think about this is what is the potential reduction improvement you can get in the primary balance from these policies that would allow to reduce debt levels. There are 2 effects. One is direct on the primary balance. The other one is through interaction of R minus G. And in this sense, all these pro-growth policies would have an effect that would lead to a higher interest rate than in the baseline. So most economies do not benefit from this channel. But still, putting all together, the simulations indicate a relatively sizable fiscal space gain, which expressed on average, because they vary over time depending on when these policies pay off, would be in the order of 1% of GDP for the world economy, but in the order of 4 percentage points for countries like Greece, Italy, and Spain that have much more to gain. So to conclude, we look at the evidence on functional capacity of older individuals. We find that they did increase over time. There's positive substantial cohort effects, that they are associated with better outcomes on labor market indicators of older workers. We put this on a general equilibrium model, and we find that although healthy aging, potential ongoing trends on healthy aging can offset part of the slowdown on the global economy, it won't be enough to completely overturn the tide. But of course, there's significant cross-country variation. We look at 3 different labor supply policies that could, although feasible, they could provide an important offsetting effect. We also looked at effects of improving the capital integration and the effects it can have on low-income countries that still have young populations, and the benefits that getting better access to global markets would imply, and how much it could offset the effect of losing labor to advanced countries, which we included in a box.
Perfect, thank you. And since we have Bertrand in the panel afterwards, there's no Q&A for you right now. Thank you very much. Thank you. And without further ado, we move to the final part of this session, which will be the panel discussion. 2 of the speakers I think I don't need to introduce because I already have, so Bertrand and Andrew. 2 other speakers are Michael Argyro, I hope I pronounced that correctly, who is a graduate of the economics department in the Athens University. He is currently the Prime Minister's economic advisor. He is also the head of the Council of Economic Advisors. He represents Greece at the Economic and Financial Committee, at the Eurogroup Working Group, at the Board of Directors of the European Stability Mechanism, also the Board of Directors of the European Investment Bank. He's one of the 5 members of the steering committee which oversees and designed the Greek National Recovery Plan and Resilience Plan 2.0. And he's also a professor at the economics department in University of Piraeus and was a professor in Cardiff University and Brunel University. We also have Rana Sajedi, who is an economist in Bloomberg Economics in London. She was previously a researcher at the Bank of England. Her expertise is primarily the application of structural and macroeconomic models to global economic issues, with recent work on demographic change, long-run neutral interest rates, as well as international trade and supply chains. Her research appeared in leading academic journals, including also the IMF Economic Review. She's also a PhD from the European University Institute, which means we have a little alumni get-together here in the panel. So without further ado, I think I'd start with a very quick opener to each one of you, and maybe I'll start with the order of people who went up the stage. I mean, we had quite an intensive day today. This question might not be too fair to Michael, but 2-3 minutes, and what did you learn today? And Andrew, maybe you would be the first one.
I'm just struck that having spent 25 or 30 years reading from a macro point of view about an aging society and how it's going to be doom and gloom, I'm very struck by the IMF and the OECD both at the same time producing analysis that sort of says it's not as big as you think, both on the negative side. I think some of the GDP growths, if we don't adapt, I think Spain was the worst, and over 30 years the effects were pretty small compared to some of the past projections, and there were plenty of avenues for adjustment. So I think, of course that's what I've been pushing, but I think it's very striking to see the IMF and OECD at the same time coming up with this analysis and the range of policy levers. So I'm hoping that means we're going to start to see a more engaged policy debate.
Thanks a lot. Maybe now Rana?
Sure, thank you. So maybe it's a bit of an obvious thing to say, but I think what struck me from this session was really the role, like the focus on labor force participation and labor supply as the main channel through which we think about aging, both particularly in the analytical work, so both on the kind of what is the challenge, it's about declining labor force participation and declining labor supply. What is the opportunity is to bring some of these older generations back into the labor force, and it struck me how much space there is already from the age kind of 50. We think about this increased dependency of retirees, but actually already from age 50 there's this decline in labor supply that could be offset through some policies. But then thinking also to Domna's speech earlier, is also thinking about the social aspect of it and thinking about labor force participation as essentially a gateway into being more active and engaged in society more generally. And so I think thinking about it a bit more general than just the sort of L in our production function, but actually thinking about the input into society more generally and including into the kind of economy, but through other channels. So also thinking to Matthias's points about productivity, what are the channels through which we can think about particularly older cohorts also as inputs into kind of sources of ideas, innovation, and also providers of certain types of labor that maybe in this day and age can't be automated. So thinking about the neighborhood nannies that Domna mentioned, so the kind of labor that actually can't be automated away and potentially older cohorts have some advantages or comparative advantages in. The last thing I would add as well is there's a sort of tacit theme of political economy throughout today's session. So thinking about David's comments earlier about the extent to which fiscal policy can ensure and provide intergenerational transfers, but also Andrew and John earlier talking about why it's difficult to embed prevention into our healthcare system, and there is a bit of a kind of theme of political economy, and I think also thinking about the older cohorts and the changing distribution and the kind of changing face of the demographic distribution of our populations as an input into the kind of voting and the decision-making in our society. I think these are kind of important things that are implicit in a lot of what we've talked about, but maybe bear more conversation as well.
Great, a lot of food for that. Michael, I know this is a bit unfair because you had to step out, but perhaps you want to share something with us anyway.
Sure. Thank you very much. So 3 points I think that came out of today's very interesting seminar. The first one is an optimistic message, the fact that health outcomes do improve. We, on average, are going to live longer. That is definitely a good thing. And the second thing is that these improved health outcomes create challenges in relation to economic outcomes. So with people living longer, under current policies, we face increasing risks of unsustainable imbalances in terms of fiscal pressures, lower growth in case we have missing labor force, falling living standards and unsustainable social outcomes if these falling living standards go too far. The third thing, it's again positive, it is that these challenges can be addressed. There are ways to address these challenges through various channels. There is the possibility of improving fertility outcomes, but that on its own will not solve the aging population problem. It is possible, however, to increase labor supply by tapping untapped potential in a number of groups, including people at higher age, but also through increasing labor market participation in groups such as female labor participation or the participation of the young. In Greece, this is a very prominent policy question. And naturally, there is the question of achieving an increase in productivity of labor and capital, and in some cases, employing capital in order to make up for missing labor. So I think that this defines a crucial policy agenda, and I think that it is something which we cannot afford to ignore, but at the same time, not always doom and gloom. There are ways to address the problems that we have discussed today.
Thanks a lot. It's always good to have an outright optimist in the panel. Bertrand.
Thanks. I think I would flag two aspects related to policies that go through the elements that were discussed today. First, it's clear that there's a need to increase labor supply and productivity of older workers and try to get them engaged in the labor market for as long as possible. But that requires lifelong policies. This is something that was stressed today. It's not an intervention that can be done when people reach old age. It's something that needs to be worked from the very early stages. That goes on the health pillar of human capital, on stressing health promotion and health prevention policies that currently receive less prominence that they would merit. That would allow workers to arrive fit to later age, but it also has to do with the perspective of training, reskilling and upskilling. It's a process that needs to be done along the life course. Second, the other aspect on policies that I think was touched upon today, and I think is crucial, is on the working for longer beyond the typical threshold that we have considered and we have in mind of 65, but that has to do not, again, with necessarily the statutory retirement age or minimum retirement age. Andrew was saying today, that did not lead to strong increases in participation. There was also evidence presented in the other papers. We need to think about the whole set of incentives, regulation, and rules that may prevent people from having longer careers. Today's presentation by David touched upon the retirement schemes, defined benefit versus defined contribution. One thing that I think has received less attention is to what extent the pension plans, and particularly the fragmentation of pension plans, may preclude workers from shifting activities along the life course that eventually ends up leading to earlier retirement than they would have liked to. It's, we think about labor misallocation as for the average worker, not considering age, but it's natural to think that people will want to do different things across the life course. And if they're living for longer, they would like to switch occupations, they would like to switch sectors, as if, for example, if the portability of pension rights is less than perfect, then they would think it twice. And then eventually they will end up leaving the labor force earlier than they would have liked to, earlier than they are fit for, just because the incentives are not there. And related, the age friendliness of works, it's a dimension that needs to evolve in order to foster the participation of people later into life.
Perfect, thanks a lot. I have a whole set of questions of my own, but the objective of this is to let you ask questions. So the only thing I'd like to ask you, when you ask a question, please, well, actually two things. One, please identify yourself, and the second one, if you could specify whether the question is to anyone specifically in the panel, or whether it's a more general question, or others. Yeah. So floor is open. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, two quick questions. One for Michael in your role as policymaker. One thing so it sounds like we have an idea of what the right policies are. I'm struck by the fact that many of these policies may not be very popular. And it's sort of related to the second question, which is maybe more direct to Andrew, but I think everybody, I'm sure, have their views. A lot of the headlines that you read in the press is actually people wanted to work less, not more. Maybe it's transitory, maybe it was driven by COVID, and we discovered that flexible work and leisure is nice. But it sounds like a lot of the news are actually going in the opposite direction. So how do we deal with this?
Yeah, sorry, Michael, go ahead. I think it's easier this way.
Yeah, no, you hit the nail on the head there. I think that we all have a fairly clear idea as to what the right policies are to address the adverse effects of demographic developments. But you're absolutely right in saying that this raises political challenges. And the reason is that in order to address the effects of demographic developments, you need to take action that affect change. And it is in the human nature to be suspicious of change. So here you have, for example, I have already some notes here. You have to, as it came out from today's discussions, increase the minimum retirement age along with life expectancy. That is something that has been happening, but it is not an easy process. In certain countries, it has caused very deep political troubles. Also, when you want to increase the labor market participation, you need to tilt the cost and benefits of participating versus an activity in favor of participating. And this implies that you make certain decisions that may have some negative repercussions for certain beneficiaries. Now, I think that the main problem is that when you do such changes, you have direct, measurable, and immediate costs, whereas the benefits spread into the future, they are less well defined and they are less easily understood. The Greek experience, and I think that the experience from other countries, shows the following, that the cost of inactivity eventually tends to be higher. So one policy implication from previous experience, including the Greek one, is that despite the difficulty of taking such action, it is better to take such action at a constant and manageable manner rather than leaving things to accumulate in big imbalances where you have to go in and do things that are extremely challenging socially wise. So given that, then you need to be able to manage this kind of gradual change in a way that it is accepted. So clearly incentivizing the outcomes that you want is a good idea. Making sure that you have effective safety nets for the losers of reforms that are involved in demographic policy decisions is another obvious requirement for the policy to be accepted. And the last thing, which is a common theme in many policy discussions, is to communicate in ways that people who are not specialized in economics can understand the reasons as to why you take this action, so that there is a sense of fairness on the one hand, and on the other hand, of a plan that is well thought and aims to deliver. So I think that these three things, positive incentives, safety nets, and good convincing communication are important in order to do these things, which are by no means easy. But the Greek experience has shown that even in the most adverse economic and social circumstances, significant progress can be made, but you don't need to reach really that level of imbalances before you take the action that you need to take, because you pay an unnecessary cost.
Thanks a lot. Anybody else?
Yeah, if I can just jump in. The other thing that struck me today, and I was at a conference with mainly health people the other week, is that the health people see this as all about you've got to be healthy, and they tell people to exercise more and eat less, drink less, smoke less, sleep more, and people don't get very excited about that. I'm sort of mindful of that famous study that said that if you look at the amount of exercise you have to do, it takes more time to do the exercise relative to the extra life you get. So if you don't actually enjoy the exercise, there's no point in doing it. And then here we are in an economic conference, say, good news, you're going to work for longer, that solves a problem. And again, it's kind of not a great way of capturing people's imagination, which is why I think having Domna here was just very interesting, because this is about life and what we do with it and how we go about redesigning life. And I think that's part of the challenge here. I think your point about people not wanting to work more goes without saying, that's right. Although they are actually working more. And that's not about the state pension age. More people aged over 50 are working. And some of that's to do with educational trends. and some of that's to do with choice. So it's beginning to happen. I just think, and I know we're going to talk about this tomorrow with institutions, and I'll steal David Canning's point, which is that governments are trying to get people to do things they don't want to do to preserve social security institutions, which is completely the wrong way around. We should be adapting our institutions to support what people want to do. And I think some of that is about making work easier, so that's about age-friendly work. It's about flexible hours. And I think what we did in the 20th century was take lots of leisure after retirement. And I think the trick in the 21st century is to take more leisure this side of retirement. We start work later, we do more part-time work, we might take time out. And that seems to be more of a social contract, which taps into fairness and says to people, I'm going to make life more interesting and easier for you, but you're going to have to work for longer too. That seems a very different social contract than just saying, guess what, you're going to have to work for longer, which is grossly unfair given inequalities in health that we see. And just saying people, you've got to go on. I always call it Samuel Beckett economics. Samuel Beckett says, I can't go on, I must go on, I will go on. And that kind of seems to be our attitude towards the state pension age at the moment. And that can't be socially popular.
Thanks a lot. Anybody else? No? Any more questions? Okay. Do you have the mic? Yep.
Hello, thank you very much. Very interesting panels we've had and conversations. My name is Paul Kidner. I work for philanthropy here in Greece. It's called TIMA, for the elderly. And it struck me throughout the conversations that we had that a lot of these are based on future changes. So it's like one of the presenters said, it has to do with fertility. If you change something now, it's going to affect everything in 20 years. And I feel that this is where we are now with policy, with much of the policy discussions. But on the ground, there are, and Mr. Ferreira mentioned it earlier, he said, I think we're going to see a lot of people on the streets. We're already seeing people on the streets. And these are elderly people, and it's horrifying. And this is growing. And I wonder if you have a view on this, and if there is something that we can be doing now to help and support this side of the short-term side of the effects that our previous policies have had.
Thanks a lot. Anybody want to pick that one up? Don't be shy.
I mean, let me start by saying that, of course, policies to change the effect of aging are necessarily things that will pay off over decades, and that's by nature. We stressed the fact that most of the interventions that are needed are lifelong interventions, but that doesn't mean that many of the policy tools don't have effects also on the short run. I mean, trying to boost labor force participation on workers that may be disincentivized and maybe dropping early, not necessarily for health-related issues, but for other reasons, in the 50 to 65-year bucket would pay off relatively quick. So there's some of these policies that may have effects earlier on. Narrowing the male labor force participation gap, it's something that can have effects on the relatively near term. Some of those interventions do have costs, and they need to be assessed how to implement it. Some face resistance, and they need to be communicated well. They need to be explained clearly why the interventions are taken. And then there's another dimension that we saw that aging is a global phenomenon, but it's hitting at different times. There are countries that are still at a very early stage, and they should be starting intervening on these dimensions. Now, I mean, think about emerging markets, but even low-income countries. They need to start putting together their structures to ensure that they get the dividends from demographics while they have it before they get into terms of a drag from demographics, and they're as better prepared as possible when they hit that point. So, action is inevitable. Some have short-term gains, not all policy interventions, but that doesn't mean that there's no need to act as soon as possible.
Excellent. And I'm really grateful that you guys are giving short answers. Yeah. Anybody else want to? All right.
Yeah. Sorry. So, I mean, to kind of go back to what are some of the policies that we can think about addressing the problems of the elderly, not so much in my kind of professional capacity, but just anecdotally from, my own life and what I see. I think care and caring is a big part of the conversation that maybe hasn't come up today. So maybe one of the things that, right now with the elderly population that we have, the health, of that elderly population that we have, one of the things that's created is a need for provision of care, and a lack of that being done by sort of by the government and by public sector, and a lot of that falling on private unpaid care. I mean, it sort of indirectly speaks to some of the themes of labour force participation that we've spoken about, because it does take those people out of work earlier than they would otherwise in order to care for elderly kind of relatives or friends. But that's also, I think, something that maybe there's a role for policy to step in and think about actually providing that care and providing the infrastructure for those carers to continue working, for example, and things like that. I think that's something that's more immediate than these longer run policies.
Yeah, I do think that care and caring is huge, both as a welfare issue, both as an impact on both people's health, the carer and the person being cared for, and it also has labour supply issues. But I want to sort of pick up on a more general point. I think, the sort of standard macro way of looking at an ageing society is everyone over 65 is the same and has the same problem. And then you have very rich policies for people under 65 based on all sorts of issues. And the more we see an aging population, the more we recognize that aging is just incredibly heterogeneous. And so therefore, all the things that bother us under 65, guess what? They're manifest after 65. So based on gender, based on income, based on education, based on ethnicity, there are enormous differences. Everyone doesn't age the same. And I think that's going to be one of the bigger challenges. How do we move away from a pretty simple reliance upon chronological age to say, I need to target things more in a way that is fair? And I think that's going to be a really big challenge. I'm struck by the absurdity in the UK. I said I turned 60 recently. I now get free travel on the underground buses and trains within London because I've turned 60. It's just ludicrous that that's sort of happening. So how do we shift some of this to make sure that we have the right safety nets and the right proposals? And we did design some sense of financial security in the 20th century, which was pretty widespread and worked rather well, and now that seems to be being frayed. So I do think we've got to revisit it. And one of the challenges with a longer life is you've got more time for shocks to happen. So how do you prepare against that? But also you've got two possibilities, one of which is that where you start from has less of an impact over your life because you've got more time to recover. And the other is actually inequalities compound over time and you get growing inequality. And it looks to me more like the latter at the moment in most societies. That's a real problem. It's a real problem.
So Andrew's one of these people that complain about the benefits they get. But Michael, you wanted to add something? Or?
Yes, I think that everything that has already been said has added value to answering your question. Probably I should concentrate on the very short run, because in the medium and in the long run, definitely, you can do things that can develop resources in order to be able to address the kind of poverty at older age, but also younger age. You can have a growing economy. Naturally, it's a prerequisite in order to create the economic resources to address this kind of problems. But in the immediate short run, these extra resources are unlikely to be available because they have not been created, in which case I think that there is a good case of examining the efficiency of our policies. So all of us are spending money in order to support vulnerable groups of the population. The question is, do we spend them in the way that maximizes their impact? So I think this is an area where we can learn a lot by examining the data and adopt a data-driven approach. If we identify that the way we support our vulnerable groups can be improved, then we should do so. We can reallocate resources from one use to another use. And clearly the most vulnerable should have a priority there.
Just to say there, sorry to intervene again, but we've done a research paper with the LSE on the help at home, and there are huge efficiencies that can be created there, and I'd be happy to share that with you because we think that that is a real area of improvement.
Thanks a lot. I think Matthias, you had a question?
Okay, yeah, I just have a quick follow-up question actually for Bertrand on this talk, if I may. So I found it very interesting that you showed sort of evidence for healthy aging by showing cohort differences in various dimensions of aging. I was just wondering, is it possible that maybe you're even underestimating the trends in healthy aging across cohorts? Because if I understood your exercise correctly, you were controlling for important socioeconomic characteristics like education, for example. But in many ways, you know, those socioeconomic characteristics are precisely what can differ across cohorts in important ways, and I'm not sure that it's necessary to sort of partial out or control for these effects. But maybe there is a good reason for doing it. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
So we are controlling for a battery of socioeconomic characteristics, and controlling for those, we find that just the cohort in which you are born, as cohorts advance, the health indicator improves. So holding fixed the socioeconomic characteristics. But we are not going into the drivers of what explain that improvement of health indicators over time. A lot is related with changing behaviors that are conditions for the development of diseases and chronic diseases over time, but we didn't get into drivers of healthy aging. Now, to the extent that those characteristics are controlled, the residual effect is on a time trend, on the cohort effect. Then, there's a lot of variability in which indicator we look at, but the evidence is quite significant. The cohort effect is there, regardless of the health metric.
Perfect. Any more questions, please?
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. My name is Manos Kastrinakis. I think I was going to say that I'm the only one from an NGO of civil society here, but I'm glad to hear the man from TIMA, who is probably the only organization funding activities that have to do with the third age people, older people. And I'm saying the older that because it's a shame that CSR organizations all over Greece do not touch anything that has to do with this particular issue. I'm glad to see that there is a serious organization that has established in Greece in this conference, and I'm very glad to have been here, which I was informed by my friend Platon Tinius. And I have some questions which I will reserve for tomorrow because I think it's a more appropriate panel tomorrow. But I would like to know, how am I going to tell the 60 people that I have, of which I'm working to establish a new NGO in the area of longevity? What am I going to say to the 8,000 people in Thessaloniki that we're cooperating, which are interested to cohabitate? They're over 65, and they're looking for buildings that they're all over the place, either by the church or by the public sector, and they're sitting unused. What am I going to tell them? That I came here and I heard a lot of discussions, basically academics talking to academics, and how am I going to say that what I heard, it's the future, it's the useful for them, it's what has to come, and how we're going to meet the challenge as people who are in our 80s to educate the whole other generations. This young photographer here, I wish I knew what she thinks about all those things, what she thinks about what is coming or will come, how is she going to prepare herself for it. So this is the challenge, and that challenge comes from the books that Andrew Scott has written, and we are taking them on as a challenge. This is, I do not want anybody to particular, but if you can give me some answers, you will help me to tell those people what I heard and what is coming. Thank you.
Any takers for that one? Please.
All I can say is a good question. I'm not sure I've got good answers, but let me try and explain what I think about things. I think, you know, one of the challenges about this topic of longevity, it covers every aspect of life. And everyone's going to have their own different issue that's really important. And when you get together a bunch of macroeconomists, they're going to focus on one thing that's going to be very far removed from what people are interested in. And so everyone is going to be having to experiment here, because the simple point is that we are talking overall this day and a half about how do we change our institutions, our policies, our behaviors, and our norms to adapt to something we haven't had to do before. And so we haven't got the right answers. I think we've got to experiment and find out. We've got to look around the world and find out who's doing things and quickly borrow what's right, but we need people like you to experiment. And it's as simple as that. I think also you probably don't want the government to come up with a solution as to what you should do. I think it's really important to hear what people want to do. Totally. Yeah, so if you think about how change happens, you know, the trouble we're in this space that is, you know, what the sociologists would call under-institutionalized. And everyone's trying to sort of make things work in a space where the institutions are set up for a different lifespan, different type of work, different type of jobs. That's why we've got the health and pensions crisis, and why so many ministries of finances are trying to get people to change to stabilize the institutions, but we have to change the institutions. So that then comes down to a theory of change, and of course the theory of change is brought about partly by policies and institutions, and in some things they will lead, but often they lag. Then you've got individuals, and it's really hard for individuals to bring about change on their own. There will be NGOs that will speak for or initiate things, and there will also be the private sector and companies. And, you know, companies are particularly important. They're kind of the distribution arm of social change, but I don't think governments are the distribution arm of social change. So I think it's also a question of how we hear the voice of people, because, you know, I think the great danger is we get a prevention health system that doesn't really appeal to people because it's not what they want in terms of how to live their lives. We get changes in the state pension age that don't really appeal to people because it's not how they want to run their life. And if you look at the sort of the big challenges, the changes that happened in the 20th century, you know, we invented teenagers, we invented the midlife crisis, we invented retirement, and that was brought about by a whole mix of social change and government change and corporate change. I think we're in the same process. We're just at a very early stage of it. And in many ways, people are much further advanced than governments and certainly corporations, who I think in general are lagging way behind in this. So it's not a good answer, but perhaps it explains the sort of everyone's groping around in the dark, but then you have an urgent issue. This is people now wanting to do something.
If I may add to that, actually, maybe somebody else wants to answer, because I was thinking about, you know, the whole thing about change. Yes, I mean, that's necessary, but how, you know, taking the political economy of this change, right? I mean, a lot of emphasis on prevention, right? And I think John Bell mentioned that, you know, a lot of the prevention, you need 20 years or something to get the effect of, right? But in a democracy with the population being increasingly old, and for many of them being too late for this prevention. You know, how do you convince politicians to put more weight on prevention? And also more and more of them don't have kids, right? So how do you convince them to spend more on prevention rather than cure, right? And then I don't know if anybody else wants to react to that. Or maybe not, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I agree. These are not easy answers. There are no easy answers to these questions. I think that, well, going back to what you mentioned, obviously there is a lot of heterogeneity in the challenges individuals face. We speak about welfare here and the ability of policy to promote welfare and at the same time giving the opportunity to individuals to raise their welfare themselves. These are two things that are not common to everybody at the same time. It's one thing having time to get, for example, reskilling, being able to develop opportunities for yourself, and it's another thing when you are at a much higher age, in which case that is not so feasible. But the fact that there is such heterogeneity does not mean that policy should not be trying in order to improve the average, especially for a new generation. So it is never too late, I think, in order to initiate policies and measures which bring the desired results, and at the same time adopt a pragmatic approach for those parts of the population that the margin for self-improvement is not very high. But that doesn't mean that policy has no relevance. At some point you have to start. If things, as we were discussing today, are not sustainable given present policies, you have to start changing the policies in order for things to be sustainable down the road, and try to manage the situation for those people who cannot benefit from the changed policies. And unavoidably, you will have to prioritize, unavoidably, you have trade-offs. These are not easy things, but I think that all of us, at the end of the day, as social scientists, have some kind of understanding of what is a minimum of support that you have to give to people that cannot support themselves, and give it to them. Again, it is not a perfect answer, but that's how I think about it.
Thank you. And
can I just pick up on your prevention point? First of all, what a horrible name, isn't it, prevention? And it kind of just shows how disease-focused our health system is. That we call staying healthy prevention is just the weirdest thing in the world. Secondly, I think that the health system will tell you, oh, worry about your blood sugar, worry about your blood pressure. I don't think most people actually do worry about that. They want some connection with health. And then if you look at what's happening with the GLP-1 drugs, there's massive popular demand for these drugs. And I don't think it's because of the health properties. I think it's because people want to look good. So, perhaps it's just something to do with the messaging or the marketing, but I think you can get people interested in prevention. You just got to actually tap into what it is they're interested in. And I think that goes back to the sort of theory of social change. How much of it is led by society, and how much of it is led by policy?
All right. So my mother is much more into prevention than me, probably, so probably there is something to it. We are kind of getting to the really last moments, but before we end, I think I'd take the privilege of the chair to ask you one sentence response question. It's like, this is a CEPR RPN event, so if you were to name one research priority area which you think, that there should be, or you would like the answers to, in a very short kind of manner, I'd be grateful. We can start maybe from Rana.
Sure. So I think it's been implicitly mentioned before, but I think really thinking about how the labor market will change and the kind of future of work, thinking, of course, about AI and these types of changes, but also the sort of sectoral reallocations that we might see, and not just thinking about those as potentially offsetting the impact of aging, but the actual interaction with aging. So what does the labor market look like when the age distribution has shifted as much as we have seen and expect to see, and how does AI kind of impact the labor market when you have a predominantly young workforce versus when you have a predominantly older workforce, and kind of thinking back to Andrew's point earlier on about Malthus and the sort of not really anticipating where future productivity growth and future economic growth is going to come from, and what is it that we are potentially not seeing just by thinking about focusing on labor supply issues around aging, but actually where does productivity, the next wave of productivity, come from in an aging society?
That's like a good candidate for a Holy Grail. Bertrand, maybe?
Thanks. I think that one area that would be great to look more is the interaction of technology and aging. Matthias alluded to the uncertainty and what conflicting messages we have there in the literature, and it has a lot of dimensions, from the role of aging on innovation, the role of aging on aging society, like larger share of older cohorts in the economy, on technology adoption and diffusion. But also there's a role of technology for helping with healthy aging itself. John mentioned today the role that AI can have on early diagnostic and on prevention. It probably can also have a big role on retraining along life and helping people retrain as having your perfect assistant to help you adapt to new technologies as you grow old. So the interaction of technology and aging, I think is a big area for the future.
Yeah, okay, well, that's two on a similar issue. Michael?
These are great topics, of course. I would say a couple of things. The first relates to the first question we received. As a policymaker, mainly, I would be very interested in knowing more about the policy strategies that can introduce necessary changes in the most consensual manner. That is one thing that would be very, very useful. And putting on my academic hat, perhaps this is something that literature exists and I'm not familiar with it. We have discussed today a lot about the impact of health on labor, but is it likely that there is a reverse causality as well? Is it likely that there is a link between your decision to participate in the labor market on your physical and mental health? That is another thing that I would be very interested in knowing more about.
Perfect. Andrew, quick one.
Prioritizing research is never something I'm very good at. I just try and do it all at the same time, so this is a terribly difficult question. And there's loads of work about everything in economics. I would say in general, you know, we're going about demographic pyramids that were this shape and going to this shape. And I would say our body of economic knowledge is that shaped and not that shaped. We're just underrepresented in understanding what happens at older ages, the motivation of older people, and even the classic life cycle hypothesis in economics. You know, there's nothing really interesting going on in that stage 3. You just run down your assets. There's never really been an employment decision, a health decision, so it's just been understudied. It's changing a bit with all the data sets of people from 50 onwards, but we know that old people don't suddenly occur at age 50 or age 60. There's a whole lifetime trajectory. So I think there's a load of work to be done, but where I would focus on is not dissimilar to what's been mentioned. As a macroeconomist, I'd focus on 50 to 65 years of age and think, actually, I think that's a key platform for people's future health and future finances. How does health, skills, and engagement affect employment, and how does employment affect their health as well? I think that's a huge double-way impact, and I think that would be the most obvious policy lever to pull on as well.
Perfect. So with that, I think I would love to thank all the panelists for a very interesting discussion. And I would not dare to summarize the discussions we had, but we have someone more courageous to do that. So Phyllis, you have, I think, 5 minutes to summarize or to have closing remarks. I'm not sure you want to summarize, but.
Yeah, actually, I'm here to do another 35 minutes presentation. I'm just kidding. It was a great it's day to day, we learn the macroeconomic impacts of aging and longevity in very broad range of topics, from inflation to the global imbalances, and saving investment linkages, how this affects our star. From that, we shifted to its impact on productivity, growth. What's the role of health in that we learn it's becoming even more important part of the economy, part of the GDP. And on the last panel, we even touch upon some of the political economy issues. Tomorrow, we are even going to broaden up our perspective. But since also this CEPR research event, I also want to point out that there were many of the discussions where we discovered once again that how much we don't know. At the very basic, we just discussed that we are not actually very comfortable on the link between aging, longevity, and productivity. We are not very sure why people don't stay in the labor force that much. We are not sure why politicians are not taking actions as fast as we would like to have. Therefore, it seems to me that also there are lots of open questions that hopefully we will all have a long time to work on in the future. So I end up here, and I thank you very much to you all for coming and joining today on this exciting event. And of course, thank you very much, especially for our keynote speakers and panelists. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.